Thank you very much, Freddie, for the music. Okay, I didn't mean end it like that abruptly. It's at least supposed to gradually turn it down. A very good morning to you. Okay, I think I'll try that again quickly once everybody's settled down. Because usually the good morning gives an indication how the day will go. And if I'm not getting any responses, then that's great. That means that during the Q&As, there won't be any questions. We just run through everything. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, let's try a bit more. Freddie, just put me on just a little bit more. Freddie? Just there we go. Yeah. You know, when you're the master, there's a term when you're master of ceremony, you must be in charge. Master. So that means that you must also be loud enough for everybody to hear. The two of you that are sitting next to each other conversating should also hear each other when I'm talking. My name is Ricardo Klangosep. I'll be your Director of Ceremonies for this morning. Ms. Dofi Namalombo will be giving me support from the background today as well. She'll be responsible for just chasing everybody in and out of the hall according to the appropriate time. So when it's tea break, she'll be the one saying, please leave for the tea break. Tea break is over. She'll be the one chasing you back in here again. Before I do any official recognition of protocol, and before we start off with the anthems, I just wanted to run you through two main house rules. Can we please put our cell phones on mute? I know everybody's very, very busy here. You are probably also running some of your offices from here as well. Please just take this moment right now, the next 10 seconds, to just put all the phones on mute. The toilet is immediately on your left-hand side down the corridor. The moment you step out, that's immediately on your left-hand side down the corridor. And finally, the last one, if we can avoid movements, particularly during speakers, when speakers are presenting, if we can just limit the movements, that will be fine. If you need to visit the restroom, please go ahead and do that. But we just want to make sure that we provide and show the necessary respect to whoever is on the stage during that time. But for now, please join me in standing so that we can open up with our national anthem and African Union anthems.
Namibia, land of the brave freedom fight, we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom. We give our love and loyalty, together in unity, contrasting beautiful Namibia, Namibia, our country, beloved land of savannas, oh God, the banner of liberty, Namibia, our country, Namibia, motherland, we love thee. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa,
Thank you very much. You may take your seat. I just want to thank the technician, Freddie, for not leaving my microphone open during the national anthem. It happened at another occasion, and then my voice was very loud during the time while the anthem was playing. I'm wondering, why are people making all these faces? And only once we were done singing, I realized that it was actually because of my terrible voice. Thank you, Freddie, for standing by me today. Allow me to just briefly acknowledge protocol before I take you through the program for the day. Honourable Bohamba Shifeta, the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. Ms. Ulrike Metzger, Head of Cooperation at the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany to Namibia. Representatives of other embassies to Namibia present here. Dignitaries, heads of missions. Senior government officials. Mr. Theophilus Nyitila, the Executive Director of MEFT, was supposed to join us, but he will not be joining us face-to-face, but rather virtually for today as well. We recognize him in his absentia. Mr. Colin Lindike, Board Chair of the Namibia Biomass Industry Group, that's leading, of course, the implementing partners or the implementation partners. Mr. Michael Degge, the Manager of the Charcoal Association of Namibia, formerly the Namibia Charcoal Association. The Vice Chancellor of the Namibia University of Science and Technology, also joining us here today, part of the implementing partners. Associate partners represented by Mr. Johannes Loos, the team leader of GIZ, Bush Control and Biomass Utilisation Project. I really have so much to say about GIZ, but I'm going to keep it for the remarks that come later, because they really have been the ones that championed the conversation around biomass utilization and bush control in the country. But we'll still get to that a bit later on in the program. World Bioenergy Association represented here. Bioenergy Association of Germany also represented here. Whenever we have important conversations such as this cannot happen without the injection of the corporate sector, without financial support. That's why when we see the logo that's been displayed, it says the Standard Bank Biomass Fair. And Standard Bank is one of those institutions that always come to the party when it comes to national development plans. If you are a foreigner in the country, you might think that they might have some position within the executive of the government. But they don't. It's just that they are very passionate about supporting national development plans. Represented by the Chief Executive Officer, who's the diamond sponsor, the title holder, Ms. Mercia Cases, the Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Werner Beck, representing DHD, who's a gold sponsor. Silver sponsors include the Agricultural Bank of Namibia, Agribank, Nampower, Parates, and of course also representing all bronze sponsors. Freddie, the comedy video comes in later, they're not now. Also, just to acknowledge, I saw there was also one of our leaders from the regional council here as well. Leaders of regional councils or local authorities, private sector present here, members of farmers' organizations, developmental projects, civil society organizations, academia, distinguished invited guests, esteemed members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we must also represent and recognize the media as well, because we want some good stories when all of this is done at the end of the day. Thank you very much for making time out to join us at the Biomass Fair 2022. We know, of course, the Biomass Fair has been a household name since 2018, but unfortunately, due to the prevailing conditions of COVID-19, over the last 2 years, we were unfortunately not able to hold the Biomass Fair. But the good news, of course, is that the industry has stuck by the implementing partners for the fair and have continued to support them. That's why we are able to come together today and, of course, host this event. We have divided the day in about 4 sessions. The first one will just be a brief introduction. Then we'll have the first session. That will be followed by second, third, and fourth. Of course, they are laid out, the first 2 sessions, in just before we have lunch. Can you just go back with the first slide? I just quickly want to take you through the objectives before we share the platform with Mr. Lindike. Now, the main objective of the conference really, and it's not only just a talk shop, but a sort of a /workshop as well, because a lot of this content will inform future discussions for the industry. It is to take stock and update and inform the industry players on the trends, opportunities, and other biomass-related topics. And of course, the big one for today, that's why we are also graced by the presence of our Honourable Minister here, is to launch the national strategy for the sustainable management of bush resources in Namibia for 2022 to 2027. I'm really excited about this one because the conversation around the industry are still young. It's not even 10 years. The first Bush Control and Biomass Value Addition conference that we had was in 2015. And since then, in about 5-6 years, now we already have a national strategy. And it really just shows the work that is being put in, not only by government, but of course also by other industry players. We'll have some short welcoming remarks, the launch of the strategy. Then we'll have the conference sessions, presentation and panel discussion. There will be the first one on environmental sustainability and national strategy implementation. We will hear, of course, contributions from those panel members. The scene will be set by Mr. Timo Mufeti, the Environmental Commissioner, and that will be followed by remarks by the Head of Cooperation, Mrs. Ulrike Metzger, representing the Embassy of Germany. After that, we'll of course have the keynote remarks by Honourable Pohamba Shifeta, the Minister, and that will be followed by Mr. Johnson and Dokosho, the Director of Forestry from MEFT, of course, giving insight, particularly on the issue around the strategy. Remember, they are the ones that are responsible for putting the strategy together. After that, all the speakers will be on the panel so that we can just ask them that one main question around what is the role in as far as implementing the strategy is concerned. It's one thing to have a good strategy. It's another thing to be able to have resources in place and partners ready that are willing to implement that particular strategy. We'll have then the second session that looks at the biomass industry update. I'll give you details of those speakers a little bit later on. And of course, also closing off for session 3, which is the bush value chain that looks at the overall value chain for bush. We of course know the big questions right now, all the changes that are happening with renewable energy globally. The situation in Ukraine, etc., has really fast-tracked global leaders around looking at renewable energy and finding other sources of energy. And we know biomass, of course, also has a role to play there as well. So that's going to be a very, very interesting session. I'm also looking forward to that one. And finally, to close off, we're going to change things a bit, and we will have a panel that will be looking at basically the take-homes from the industry conference for today. So having said, I almost said few words, but a lot of words, please welcome with a warm round of applause Mr. Colin Lindeke, the Chairperson of the Namibia Biomass Industry Group. A round of applause for him, please.
Welcome, everyone. This is a very prestigious event. I'd like to again start by recognizing the prestigious audience of the event. Thank you for the introduction, but I would like to make special mention and welcoming to our Minister of Environment and Forestry and Tourism, Honourable Pohamba Shifeta. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Head of Development Cooperation from the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany to Namibia, Ms. Ulrike Metzger. And I'd also like to acknowledge the Head of GIZ in Namibia, Mr. Thomas Kirsch, and continuing on, our Environmental Commissioner, Mr. Timo Mufeti, and as well as our Director of Forestry, Mr. Johnson Ndukosho. Any other senior government officials that I have overlooked, I would like to also recognize our implementing partners who made this event possible. The Namibia Biomass Industry Group, represented here today by our CEO, Mr. Progress Kashundula, and his team, who've been working very hard over the last few months to get this event to where it is today. I'd like to acknowledge the Charcoal Association of Namibia, who is represented here today by the General Manager, Mr. Michael Dege. And I'd like to welcome and recognize our third implementing partner, the Namibia University of Science and Technology, represented here today by the Vice-Chancellor himself, Dr. Errol Naumap. My attendance register continues. We also could not be here today without our associate partners, and I'd like to also acknowledge them. We have not been able to get to where we are today without the support of the GIZ Bush Control and Biomass Utilization Project. This intervention from GIZ and our ministry has been critical for the development of the industry. And it started in 2014, and I think prior to 2014, there was no such thing as a formal biomass industry in Namibia. So I thank them for being here and providing us their continued support. Today they are represented by the team leader, Mr. Johannes Laufs, and his team. I'd also like to welcome the World Bioenergy Association. This is not just a Namibian event, this is an international event, and I'd like to appreciate that. As well as our Bioenergy Association of Germany, also present here today. And of course, an event like this needs money, and money means sponsors, and I would be remiss not to mention our sponsors. Firstly, very big thank you to Standard Bank, our diamond sponsor, represented here today by the CEO, Ms. Mersha Gaises, who will be saying a few words soon. Our gold sponsor, DHG, Werner, I see you hiding in the back. Thank you again for supporting this industry. Our silver sponsors, Agribank, NamPower, Paratus, Bitable. Thank you very much for having faith in this industry. And of course, we have many, many bronze sponsors that I will not mention individually, but thank you all. Last but not least, the rest of us. I'd like to recognize the leaders of local authorities present. I'd like to recognize the private sector, farmers' unions represented here today, civil society organizations, academia, distinguished and invited guests, presenters, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all to the Biomass Fair 2022. So I've been tasked, my CEO gives me orders and I just listen and say yes. So Progress asked me to do an industry overview. I'm going to also give maybe a short background of the Biomass Fair, where it came from. Essentially, we started this initiative within the Namibia Biomass Industry Group. I think the first fair was in 2018. We had a much improved and better attended event in 2019. And then, of course, we went on an unplanned hiatus due to obvious reasons. And we are picking up the momentum now in 2022. This year's Biomass Fair is themed, Discovering a New Decade of Biomass. And we have a bit of catching up to do, because I think the first 2 years of this decade were largely unproductive for many of us, so we need to make up for lost time. But I think from yesterday's research symposium, we can see that there's a lot happening in the industry, a lot of research, a lot of discovery ahead of us, a lot of innovation ahead of us, and I'm very excited for that. My background is also in research, so I enjoy seeing that that's happening organically, and that the academic institutions are pushing the research into these areas, and we need to have a better understanding of this natural resource. Today's industry conference will focus more on the current opportunities, as well as ushering into a new strategic framework which will help us align private sector and public sector. We've been working hard to get this strategy in place and launched, and today is a momentous occasion to launch the national strategy for the sustainable management of bush resources. And I must say, having just returned from Botswana, again on biomass business, and having worked in South Africa, Namibia is a leader in the region. We are far ahead of our neighboring countries in terms of the policy and the energy around this industry. So I think that's very commendable. And of course, we are also leading in terms of industrial development here within the biomass sector. In terms of an overview, obviously to compress a massive industry into just a few words is difficult, but I think, in my view, bush encroachment, which brings us all here today, is a bit of a two-sided coin, a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because through good times and bad times, it is a resource that we have available to ourselves, it's accessible, and it's carried us through some difficult times. In the drought, many farmers survived through the biomass sector. During COVID, the biomass sector was not adversely impacted as much as other industries. So we need to recognize the importance of diversifying our economy, and the biomass sector plays a role in that. And I think we are, as an industry, growing from strength to strength, much like the bush out in the veld, growing every day with or without any support. And we're seeing a lot of diversification taking place. But on the other hand, bush encroachment is a curse. And I say it because I believe we'll never be rid of it. I don't think in my lifetime I will ever have to put my sort of ideas aside and retire in terms of what can we do with this resource. It is smothering our beautiful country. It utilizes our precious water resources. It impacts the livelihoods of the people who depend on that land. It impacts our habitats and our ecosystems. And I don't know if we can stand behind our national anthem anymore, which states that we are a beloved land of savannas. In actual fact, I think we are a beloved land of bush thicket at the moment, and I think we need to work towards restoring that to savannas. So the industry started a long time ago. I equate it to a small acacia mellifera sapling at Independence, single little stem hidden in the grass that no one really paid attention to. And over time it grew bigger and bigger into what I call an ankle biter. These are the little bushes that as you're walking through the field, they grab you and you then start to notice them. So that's where the industry was, I would say 15 to 20 years ago. And it continued to grow. And the bush grows its core stem, and the core stem was charcoal production in this country. Today, Namibia is a world leader in charcoal exports, some of the most sustainable, high-quality charcoal in the world. And I think that is a fantastic achievement for this country. We don't often make it into the top 5 of anything, but Namibia is in the top 5 charcoal exporting countries globally. So as we developed that base, that strong base in the industry, we started to diversify it slowly. And these are the side branches that started growing out of this bush that is our industry. And these side branches are diversifying. Each time they fork, there's new products, new services coming to light that are very interesting, and we need to explore them further. Some of the more notable ones today are energy. We are looking at producing vast amounts of energy from this resource, which is really essential for a country like ours, which is not very energy independent. I tell everyone I meet, for every Windhoek lager that you drink, you are supporting the fight against bush encroachment, because we use bush to brew our beer. Most of the buildings in the country are made of cement, and that cement also uses bush to produce the cement. So perhaps even this building here, although I think it predates Ohorongo cement, but we need to understand that things are happening in this regard. I think it's also interesting to note that NamPower is in the final stages of launching a 40 megawatt bush power plant, which will be a first for the region. And I think again there it puts Namibia at the forefront of this industry, and we will be the leaders. And then again, if you look away from energy, we're looking at very other interesting avenues for value addition. Currently, not only do we feed our livestock with the bush, we feed ourselves with the bush. There are projects growing edible mushrooms on our bush. There are projects growing new building materials out of our bush. There are projects that are creating biochar for soil amendment out of the bush. And there's a whole host of other more interesting value chains out there that we are yet to really explore. So I think with this, we are in a very exciting time. If I were to equate the industry into a bush, I'd call it a sort of one tree equivalent, 1.5 meter tall bush right now, with a good base and some branches that are really getting bigger and more diverse every day. And I think that the future of this industry is a green one. So thank you all for being here. I won't take much more time. I appreciate the diversity that we have in this audience, and I really hope for a very constructive and interactive event today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Colin, for that one. I think in terms of the time, I think we have quite a lot of catching up to do. So generally, I have got some interesting things to say in between, but for the first session, I'm going to keep it moving so that we can be able to catch up with the time and really get the content of the day. Nonetheless, the involvement of private sector in supporting national development plans is something I can never overemphasize. Standard Bank has always come to the party. So please allow me to welcome the head of the Blue Bank, my bank, Standard Bank, the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Mercia Cases.
Good morning. Honourable Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, Honourable Pamba Shifeta, I will stand by the protocol observed. This is the Standard Bank Biomass Fair. I'm so proud, the Standard Bank Biomass Fair. With our implementation partners, the very, very well-led Namibia Biomass Industry Group, the Charcoal Association of Namibia, the Namibia University of Science and Technology, that have partnered with us on this journey as we are formalizing and promoting a natural resource as natural as many of the other Namibian resources and as valuable as many of the other Namibian resources that we have. At Standard Bank, we are purpose-led. In everything that we do, we are guided by our true north, that is our purpose. Namibia is our home, we drive her growth, and our involvement in the biomass sector is deliberate because it talks to 3 of the impact areas that we have selected in living up to that purpose. One of which is enterprise development, the second is job creation, and the third is our role in climate change and sustainability. At the back of these 3 impact areas, we have selected biomass a few years ago when the sector was just formalizing and starting up as one of the key focus sectors that we have targeted our investment strategy towards. We are involved in the biomass sector in the bushfeed production value chain. We are very, very involved and have built market-leading expertise within our teams on the charcoal production value chain. We are extremely excited about the biochar opportunity that is emerging and the contribution that that can make towards enterprise development, job creation, and climate change. We have gone further than just being a bank in this sector and established our own research facility in Breakwater in partnership with MIT, which is a world-leading university based in Boston. And the initiative started when our executive committee members had visited MIT to help us craft the future strategy for Standard Bank. And my predecessor, Vetumbwavi, found a strange object on the desk of a professor. And he asked the professor what that was. And the professor had said that it is a research project done in partnership with NASA to find a housing solution on Mars. And Vetu then asked the question, if we have such a housing crisis on Earth, why do you want to solve for housing needs in Mars? And MIT then turned their research focus and offered Standard Bank an opportunity, a research partnership opportunity in Namibia, and asked us to find waste or an unwanted product that could form the basis of our research. And biomass with the Acacia mellifera had offered the solution. So we had set up this research facility in Breakwater, where we are now growing mushrooms, as was referred to earlier. And the mycelium that's combined with the wood chips and the remaining product after we have harvested the mushrooms forms the basis of bricks that we are baking and forming into alternative building materials. And based on the scientists' findings, this material has the opportunity of replacing plastic in the world. But we are just in our early stages of the research and development opportunity, but we are quite excited about the progress we've made. And our mushroom projects are available on the shelves. And the idea is that enterprise development means we have to share this research with entrepreneurs that would like to start their own mushroom cultivation and biomass projects, and we would like to scale it as soon as we have cracked the recipe and actually have our product certified. So that is Standard Bank's involvement. My team is here to learn and to grow with you and the industry, and we are quite excited about the opportunity that the biomass sector offers in growing Namibia and its people. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gayses, for sticking to the House rules and keeping it short and sweet. The first session, which is the launch of the national strategy, is predated by other activities that took place a number of years ago. The first one, as I mentioned a bit earlier on, was the first Bush Control and Biomass Value Addition Conference that took place right here at Safari in 2015. And that was, of course, also spearheaded by the GIZ, the Debushing Advisory Service under the GIZ. And that's how I, of course, also first met the Chief Executive Officer of NBIG, Mr. Progress Kashundula. Came in the following year as the General Manager of DAS. And immediately when he came in, we worked on the communication strategy. And that was, I think, the first mainstream national discourse or information that was shared with the nation when it comes to biomass and bush encroachment and some of the plans for that going forward as well. So I just quickly want to, Freddie, do you have that video ready? I want to share that video quickly with you, just to reflect back on the last 6-7 years that we had took, the steps that were taken before we got to the actual strategy for today. Can you play back that quickly, please? Can we also just touch the lights a little bit there, just to dim it a bit? There we go.
The problems which you have with bush encroachment, you have less accessibility to your farm because in some areas you can't move because of excessive bush. Bush avoids the growth of grass, which is the main ingredient to our cattle farming. In Namibia, there is a general norm which they say, debushing, you are buying your farm twice when you are doing debushing on your farm. It's like buying your farm twice.
Estimates are that at least 30 million hectares of land in Namibia are bush encroached. This is 1/3 of the country. This used to be a land of open savannas. Why has bush taken over?
We have disturbed the entire nature in one way or another. I think the most important reason is that the grass layer all over the country was overutilized to a large extent, so they've lost their competitive advantage in fact. The other theory is the state and transition theory. It says that savannas are event-driven, where rainfall and its variability plays a much more important role than the intensity of grazing.
The species that form this often thorny and impenetrable bush are mainly indigenous to Namibia, such as blackthorn, bladethorn, whitethorn, redthorn, and sicklebush. Grass cannot compete with these species. It is left with little room to grow and not nearly enough water. Hydrologists find that encroacher bush has a catastrophic effect on Namibia's water resources, drastically decreasing water inflow into underground reservoirs.
Namibia is an arid country. The bit of rainfall that we got is supposed to actually meant for grass growth. And these species are actually competing against grass. And they are not actually browsable to livestock that we are keeping in the area. We try to thin so that we can actually create a room for grass to grow. And that is currently what we have been doing for the past 4 to 5 years. It should be uprooted. We cut and then we dig a bit, we uproot everything to avoid the regrowth.
Obviously, there are a number of private farmers who are doing a very good job out there, harvesting the wood, and they create better rangeland on their farms. And it is our strong belief that if the bush encroachment problem is actually properly addressed, we are going to increase the capacity of our land. We shall be able to produce more, and we shall actually be able to have more people sharing the land to produce.
Bush control is possible. All over Namibia, farmers are experimenting with different methods. Some are investing in manual bush thinning, which is labor-intensive and effective. Others make use of semi-mechanized and mechanical debushing methods. Chemical debushing will kill encroacher bush, but if used unselectively, also nearly all other plants. And there is concern regarding secondary effects. Regardless of the method used, aftercare is essential. Farmers observe that the bush simply grows back. Debushing might provide more grass, but not necessarily better grass. A long-term recovery of the grazing capacity requires active rehabilitation of the grass sward in order to achieve growth of the desired perennial grass.
This is going to be a continuous process. If we touch on these bushes in nature, we create a vacuum each time, and we'll have to do aftercare after each treatment. I think this will need a lot of people coming together and think about the future. Yes, we need a win-win situation. At the moment, it's just a losing battle which the farmers are facing. So I think if we can create a situation where we can utilize the excessive amounts of bush in the country and convert it into something which they can sell.
Bush control will only be effective on a large scale if the woody biomass is recognized as a valuable resource. Currently, encroacher bush is sold as firewood for local communities, made into charcoal for export, and compressed to briquettes. It is used for carving, to make furniture, floorboards, and fencing materials. Bush is being turned into fertilizer and even into animal fodder. Creative and inventive product ideas are developing across Namibia, turning the problem into an opportunity. The biggest chance for upscaling lies in utilizing the energy content of the biomass. Today, wood chips are already being used to produce heat for cement production, and other industries are starting to realize the potential of this resource. Namibia could even use the woody biomass for a decentralized electricity production, thereby rendering its economy and people independent from imports, strengthening the regions, and using alternatives to fossil fuels.
Bush encroachment is a problem, but it can be wisely addressed to increase the carrying capacity of rangeland and also to ensure that we don't destroy our biodiversity. Wisely, we're gonna win.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Freddie, for that. It's so really interesting to just see 7 years ago, I think Mr. Hailwa left the ministry as well. I'm not sure whether Mr. Nico is still a consultant, but just to give you a brief idea of what the language was also like. If you can see from the video, we're still waiting for it to be recognized as a national resource, etc., etc. And plenty has happened over the last 7 years. And that's why I'm proud to announce the next session, the launch of the National Strategy for the Sustainable Management of Bush Resources 2022 to 2027. Just to set the scene and give us a brief overview, please give a warm round of applause to our Environmental Commissioner, Mr. Timo Mufeti.
Thank you very much, Directors of Ceremonies, for giving me the opportunity to set the scene for the next session. Let me also stand by the protocol that has been observed already, but to be at comfort with myself, let me recognize my Honourable Minister, who is with us, Honourable Pwamba Shifeta, the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. Let me also recognize the Head of Cooperation from Embassy of Federal Republic of Germany to Namibia, Mrs. Ulrich Metzner, and the CEO from Standard Bank, also my bank, for helping us to hold this fair and this conference. And many important people have been already mentioned, all the protocol observed. I'm standing here, as you see on the program on behalf of Mr. Ngitila, who is our Executive Director, and as he said, I'm Environmental Commissioner for Namibia. I'm delighted just to say a few words to set scene for the upcoming session, during which, through our Honourable Minister, we are going to launch our strategy for sustainable management of bush resources in Namibia. This strategy, as you know, is in line with the mandate that the ministry has been given through our constitution, which is to sustainably manage our living resources for our generation, but also for the future generation. So it's those building blocks that we are putting in place to achieve or to realize that mandate that our ministry has been mandated to do. And then based on that, the ministry is a key entity responsible for the conservation and the sustainable use of our forest resources, our biomass in the country. I think it has been said before, and we have seen on the video, the biomass-based activities are many. It's a problem when we think about bush encroachment, but as it has been said, there are many, many opportunities to this problem that we are trying as a country to realize and to achieve. And one of these activities is charcoal production, which is one of the main of the activities and the benefit. I think we get information that the Namibian charcoal is becoming one of the famous, not only at the regional level, but also at the global level. We have heard stories about where people in other countries, they don't touch any other charcoal if it's not coming from Namibia. And we are proud of that. Many other people also refer to it as black diamond. And as a country, we really need to work together to get those benefits. In Namibia or in ministry, we see it, the sector, as a renewable sector that if it's done properly, you continue to benefit if you use appropriate procedures and processes to harvest and to get those benefits. But as a ministry, we are also know, or as a stakeholders, we also understand that if it's not done properly on how do we debush, we can also lead to other problems that we need to tackle together. It can lead to deforestation, desertification. We can create failed fires if we don't do it properly. And there are also many other problems that can be linked to the sector, human health risks, etc. But I think these are the issues we want to address together in that strategy that we put together, that we are going to implement together to maximize the benefit that we can get from our biomass, from our unwanted bushes, and to try to reduce those negative impact. So from the ministry, we are looking forward when our Honourable Minister launch this strategy to work with you to implement it. We know the sector is huge, so many people, so many stakeholders that we need to pull our hands together for its implementation. So I can talk on and on, but I don't want to risk to diverge into issues and aspects that the next speakers, including my minister, will speak. So let me end here, and we are looking forward for very good deliberation, for the ministry to work with you as we look forward to implement this important strategy for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our Environmental Commissioner. The relationship that Namibia has with Germany is a very special one. Just about 2 weeks ago at the Green Hydrogen Conference, the Ambassador, His Excellency Beck, was noting and saying that Namibia is now, with 32 years, a grown-up. So the partnership is now on an equal basis. At first it was a big brother, little brother kind of a relationship, but now we are standing on our own 2 feet. But that support, of course, we continue to appreciate as we grow together in leaps and bounds. Here to represent the German embassy and, of course, by extension, the German government, please give a warm round of applause to the head of cooperation, Mrs. Ulrike Metzger.
Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you very much and good morning. I stand the protocol has been observed. Nonetheless, I would like to honor dear Honourable Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, Mr. Pohamba Chifeta. Dear Environmental Commissioner, Mr. Timo Mufeti, and dear Director of Forestry, Mr. Johnson Nokosho. Dear representatives of the civil society, academia, and the private sector, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a pleasure for me to address you today. Germany, as has been mentioned by the moderator, and Namibia have since 30 years a very close development cooperation partnership. And we have a continuous, successful, fruitful, and intensive cooperation. The Namibian-German Development Cooperation is broad. We focus on several core areas, such as, for example, inclusive and sustainable urban development with a focus on the informal settlements. Sustainable economic development with a focus on small, micro, and medium enterprises, development of the financial sector, and vocational training, just to mention a few. The cooperation in the core area, management of natural resources, however, is certainly the broadest and most important in our portfolio. We have been implementing a variety of projects with the aim of improving livelihoods in Namibia, conserving the nature, and conserving natural resources. Within this broader context of cooperation, the Bush Control and Biomass Utilization Project, in short BCBU, which started in 2011, that's 11 years ago, has always stood out as a project that creates synergies between environmental conservation and economic development. Environmental conservation and economic development can go hand in hand. As also this biomass fair impressively illustrates, significant momentum can be generated with academic knowledge when academic knowledge is translated into economic opportunities and when the public and private sector come together to address development bottlenecks. The BCBU project has over the years facilitated the exchange and promoted evidence-based approaches of sustainable bush control. We can now look back at impressive joint achievements. Let me name some of you, and some have been mentioned already. Bush encroachment is no longer perceived as a problem, but broadly recognized as an opportunity. Those active in bush harvesting and biomass utilization are represented now by professional sector organizations, namely the Namibian Biomass Industry Group and the Charcoal Association of Namibia. An important aspect from our point of view is the number of job opportunities. They have doubled in the past 5 years, with a total of around 11,000 men and women now finding employment in bush harvesting and processing. The charcoal value chain contributes significantly to Namibia's trade balance as one of the largest agricultural exports beside meat and grapes. And I can only agree with my previous speaker, also my family loves Namibian charcoal. NEM Power and the 40 megawatt biomass plant has been mentioned before, and the prototype for construction material from encroacher bush has also been mentioned, but it's in the final phase of research, and the so-called acacia fiber board will be presented later today. And I just talked to NAST Research, and maybe this is really a synergy we can find for the core areas: inclusive, sustainable urban development, use this construction material to improve informal settlements. And more than 1.6 million hectares of bush encroached land is certified by the Forest Stewardship Council, which puts in place environmental and social safeguards. So this is just the highlight of what has been achieved in the last 11 years. The positive development of the bush biomass sector shows how new opportunities can emerge from the responsible use of natural resources. For the further development of this emerging sector, a joint strategic vision and agreed principles are of utmost importance. In this context, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism and all stakeholders involved on today's launch of the National Strategy on the Sustainable Management of Bush Resources 2022 to 2027. This strategy is the culmination of 8 years of successful project implementation as it summarizes the broad knowledge generated through project activities on bush encroachment and bush control. Today's launch will provide new momentum and strategic direction to our long-standing cooperation. Against this background, we are glad that a new project phase was agreed upon during the last bilateral government negotiations, and that this third phase of the BCBU project is now in implementation. On behalf of the German government, I thank the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism for the excellent cooperation on implementing the BCBU, but I thank also all other stakeholders. I would like to end by quoting from the strategy document. Sustainability is defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I wish all of you, as stakeholders of the bush biomass sector, the best success in ensuring that sustainable bush control contributes to the well-being of the current and future Namibian generations. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please, for Mrs. Metzger. There are some friends that you have only during good times, and then you have friends like Germany. Whether it's snowing, whether it's windy, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, we can always rely on that partnership. There are two things I know about the next speaker. The one I'm very happy about, the other I'm not very happy about. The one I'm very happy about is that Honourable Pohamba Shifeta is not someone you have to call more than twice to either even get back to you on his personal cell phone, or if he gets an invitation of this nature, to honor that invitation and be present. I think generally we have a very, very good relationship with government, particularly as a civil society and non-governmental organizations. And leadership with the likes of Honourable Pohamba is really an indication of that collaboration. The second thing is, he always likes to dress better than me, and I'm not really happy about that. But Honourable Minister will address this issue during lunchtime today. We'll have to have a serious discussion on that one. But on that note, please welcome to deliver the keynote speech and launch of the National Strategy for the Sustainable Management of Bush Resources, our Honourable Minister Pohamba Shifeta, Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism.
Director of Ceremonies, Ricardo, thank you very much for both sides of your words. Ms. Ulrike Messner, Head of the Cooperation Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany to Namibia. Mr. Theophilus, or Timotheus. There's Theophilus and Timotheus. Yeah. Theophilus in Italy and Timotheus. Always a problem with that. Timotheus Feti, Environmental Commissioner, the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Tourism, senior officials in the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Tourism. I recognize the director here. Representative of local authorities present, and also regional authorities. Mr. Colin Lindike, Board Chair, Namibia Biomass Industry Group. Mr. Progress Kashandula, CEO of Namibia Biomass Industry Group. Mr. Michel Denk, Manager, Charcoal Association of Namibia. Mr. Johannes Love, Team Leader, JZ, Bush Control and Biomass Utilisation Project. Monsieur Kaisis, my CEO, my bank. You have a large contingent of customers here. The clients base here is big. Been with the bank for more than 40 years. Imagine. More than 40 years before I was just 10 years. My father was very meticulous. Make sure that all of us have a bank account, you know, with those small book. And I still keep that. I keep that and I still have it. So, and I won a prize one day. I think it's some 2, 3, 4 years ago. I won a prize because of that consistency, being a member of the bank. So thank you very much for being here, and also for that undertaking to sponsor this Diamond Prize. And I also want to recognize senior Standard Bank officials here. Mr. Venelbeck, our DHG Gold sponsor, and also other sponsors represented here. Professor Elold Norbeb, our Vice Chancellor of Namibia University of Science and Technology. Representative from the World Bioenergy Association and also Bioenergy Association of Germany representative here. Private sector representative, members of farmer organizations, and the development projects, civil society organizations and members of academia, distinguished invited guests as per your title and respective qualities, esteemed members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much profoundly delighted to join you this morning to provide a keynote address at the opening of the Biomass Industry Conference, as well as the launch of our national strategy on the sustainable management of bush resources, 2022 to 2027. I'm also pleased to see the Biomass Industry Conference back in action for the first time post-COVID-19 pandemic, while the hybrid format also allows us to engage with a large audience of international, regional, and local stakeholders. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, I wish to congratulate all parties involved in organizing this event, particularly the Namibian Biomass Industry Group, the Charcoal Association of Namibia, the Namibian University of Science and Technology, the World and the German Bioenergy Associations, as well as the GIZ Bush Control and Biomass Utilization Project. The GIZ Bush Control and Biomass Utilization Project is a product of Namibia-German cooperation in the management of natural resources. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of the Federal Republic of Germany for our excellent cooperation in this area. I would further wish to thank all our sponsors for making this event possible, most notably my bank, Standard Bank, as a diamond sponsor, and the DHAG Group as a gold sponsor. Director of Ceremonies, Namibia faces a number of pressing environmental challenges, which include bush encroachment, biodiversity loss, and the climate change. Bush encroachment involves the replacement of native grasses by encroaching bush species. About 45 million hectares of our grassland savanna are estimated to be affected by the bush encroachment. This has severe negative impact on biodiversity, soils, water availability, the land productivity, and the livelihoods of our people, especially those local communities, which are largely dependent on the country's vast natural resources, especially the savanna ecosystem. Yet, our situation with regard to bush encroachment also offers numerous economic opportunities. The bush can be used as a basis for value chains that contribute to improved domestic economic development, add value to export products, create employment and income in rural areas, and it can also be an innovation driver for future green technologies. In this context, it is notable that today's Biomass Fair is taking place under the theme Discovering a New Decade for Biomass. The United Nations General Assembly has proclaimed 2021 to 2030 as the decade of ecosystem restoration. The restoration of our ecosystem has to be done by all of us. It's a goal that we have to achieve, all of us, just to correct the mess up that we cause. In this context, as a Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, and the ministry that's responsible for regulating the forests and the bush biomass sector, we are calling on farmers, private companies, and other stakeholders to seize this opportunity to restore land, that is degraded through bush encroachment. For us, it is critical this is done sustainably. It is based on application of science and on value addition. We also have to ensure that such process benefits our local communities. Director of Ceremonies, studies tell us that enormous economic benefits exist in the rehabilitation and restoration of bush encroached land. For example, if 15.8 million hectares of land are thinned sustainably in the next 25 years, an estimated 76 billion Namibian dollars could be generated. Various speakers at this fair highlighted impressive during drought years, innovative value chains such as bush-based animal feed, biochar for soil enrichment, and the much anticipated NamPower 40 megawatt biomass power plant. I am informed that in spite of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the bush biomass sector is one of those sectors that continue to grow, and it is a sector with higher economic potential as we recover from the impact of COVID-19. In this regard, I'm not surprised to see a growing interest from the private sector, national and international development institutions to promote bush value chain and build a flourishing bush-based biomass industry. We encourage the further development of this sector. As a ministry, we are committed to ensure that optimal management and the use of bush resources to safeguard the sustainability of these resources based and on sustainability, of course, and the application of science, and to also generate environmental and socio-economic benefits for our local communities. In this regard, we have developed a national strategy on the sustainable management of bush control and also on bush resources, which I also have the pleasure today to launch it on this occasion. This strategy provides a framework to ensure that bush resources are used sustainably with value added. The development of the bush biomass sector benefits all Namibians and the broader environment. I reach out to all of us, stakeholders, both private and public, to join hands and support us in ensuring the successful implementation of this strategy. Director of Ceremony, it is also essential to ensure that our bush control efforts contribute to achieving important international commitments on deforestation and afforestation, land degradation and certification, climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as conservation of our biodiversity as outlined in our 3 Rio Conventions. Adaptation to climate change is a key priority for Namibia, and the restoration of our savanna, bush biomass utilization and value addition are identified as a key adaptation actions in our national determined contribution. In closing, Director of Ceremony, permit me to thank the Federal Republic of Germany, represented here today by the German ambassador, for the financial support by this bush control and biomass utilization project to develop national strategy, which I'm going to launch now. It is now my single honor and a privilege to declare the Biomass Industry Conference 2022 officially opened and also to launch this national strategy on sustainable management of bush resources, 2022 to 2027. Let me thank you for your humble attention, and I wish you all the best in our successful fair and a conference. Thank you very much. Decide.
I'll just call the. So let me just call the Honourable Minister to the front again. Mrs. Metzger, please come to the front as well to come and join the Honourable Minister. Mrs. Kamenye from GIZ, the BCBU. I wasn't going to leave you out. You must come to the front. Mr. Kashandula, please, representing the industry, please come to the front there as well for the launch pictures. Mr. Progress Kashandula, the Chief Executive Officer of NBIG. There we go. On the other end. There we go. I think that gives us the official picture. I think when you're ready, the instruction was given already. We now officially launch the strategy. There we go. Round of applause, please.
National strategy on the sustainable management of our bush.
Another round of applause, please. Ms. Gates from Standard Bank, please also join us at the front for that picture. And grab a copy of the strategy. At the same time, also just like to thank and welcome all our viewers that are joining us online as well. Hope that they can see right now. Comrade Commissioner, please come to the front as well. Director of Forestry, please. Mr. Ndokosho. Do you have a copy there? Just grab a copy. There we go. You can stand next to Mrs. Keisha's on the other side, yeah? So we can just have a complete picture. Why did we cover that? Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, once again for the leadership up front. Just to introduce the content of the National Strategy on the Sustainable Management of Bush Resources, please allow me to welcome Mr. Johnson Tokosho, the Director of Forestry at the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. Round of applause for him, please. Presentation, I think should be on.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, Mr. Ricardo Josep. Honourable Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, Honourable Pohamba Shifeta, Madam Metzger, Head of Cooperation from the German Embassy, my boss, who's the Head of Department, Environmental Commissioner, Mr. Mufeti. I want also to recognize NAST Vice Chancellor, Dr. Naubeb, or is it Professor Naubeb now? Sorry for that. Ms. Gases and the colleagues from the Biomass, Colin and Mr. Kashandula, I stand by the protocol that has been already established. I'm going to basically put you through what is inside this strategy that was just launched now by the Honourable Minister. In fact, I also want to recognize the consultant who helped us to put this strategy together. She is from NNF, Namibia Nature Foundation, and I also want to recognize Angus, the head of NNF here. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm going to quickly explain to you the methodology that we followed. Oh, sure, thank you. The methodology that we followed to put together this strategy, then the overview of the strategy, the rationale, the vision, mission, and objectives, guiding principles, key priority areas, the action plan, as well as monitoring and evaluation, as well as the implementation roadmap. Oh, okay. Well, the methodology that we followed is that there has been a gap that was realized in the sector, and we did a consultative and a participatory process involving a number of stakeholders, including some of you in this boardroom, in this hall today. There was a working group made up of government institutions, industries, members of the civil society, as well as the academia through the University of Namibia, as well as Namibia University of Science and Technology, who has carried out quite a number of research that informed the establishment of this strategy. Of course, then we also came up with a small task team within the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, composed of or comprising of 12 representatives, mainly from the Department of Environmental Affairs and Forestry, the Directorate of Science and the Directorate of Scientific Services, as well as the Directorate of Wildlife and National Parks. And then there were also environmental NGOs, the bush value chains colleagues, as well as the industry representative. From there, we then came up with the vision. What is the vision of this strategy? Which is really that at the end of it all, we would like to have an improved savanna ecosystem through bush control to maximize ecological and environmental benefits and ensure the sustainability of the resource base. That is the vision of this strategy. And obviously, there's a mission, which is also then trying to, you first have a vision, you have a mission, and you have strategic objectives as listed there. And then the key priority areas that include, amongst other, sustainable harvesting, issues of resource monitoring, biodiversity conservation, research, capacity building, and all that. So if we do all these activities as priority areas, we are ensured that we are going to attain the vision of this strategy. I also want to emphasize that this strategy obviously is for 5 years, but at the end of 5 years, we would have monitored, we would have seen where the gaps are, and we would improve and revise the strategy going forward. Then, as I said, the rationale of coming up with this strategy is actually that we have realized that there was a gap in the sector. There's no dedicated framework within our current instruments that is dedicated to guiding the activities of this industry. And hence, we then develop this strategy, first of all, to provide clarity, as well as to guide the sustainable management and the use of bush resources, as well as to guide bush control and development of bush value chains to ensure a positive ecological and socioeconomic impact, and to ensure also that the resources is used sustainably for the development of the bush biomass sector for the benefit of all Namibians. And obviously, as the Minister have said, we also want to ensure that the future generation will continue to also benefit from these resources. Those figures have been already mentioned by the Minister, that there has been a study carried out which estimated that the Namibian economy stands to benefit in an order of $76 billion over the next 25 years if we are to thin 15.8 million hectares of land. If we, of course, have to thin it sustainably. If we do not do it sustainably, the negative impacts or the negative and unwanted consequences that the Commission has mentioned will obviously set in. Technology. Is it here? Oh, it's a beam. Oh, over there. Sorry. Okay. I think I've already mentioned what the vision is, the mission, the objectives, basically just for you to appreciate it in front of you. I mentioned the vision, that certainly the mission is to promote and facilitate controlled thinning of bush biomass, to encourage the restoration of ecosystem and maximize socioeconomic and environmental benefits. The objectives are set out there to provide guidance. I think I've mentioned that already. To also define environmental and ecological benefits, as well as conditions for rehabilitation of degraded land and development of bush value chains, as well as to guide the stakeholders in responsible bush control and bush value chains to ensure sustainable resource base, maximizing environmental, socio, and economic benefits. There are some guiding principles for this strategy. First of all, we would like to maintain ecosystem, the essential ecological processes, as well as biodiversity conservation. Obviously, these are anchored from the Article 95L of the Namibian Constitution. We would like to ensure that the sustainable management of natural resources is the key, because we don't want to deplete whatever resources we have at our disposal. We want to promote economic progression and sustainable development. We want to ensure resilience, to enhance resilience and ensure that we are able to adapt to the negative effects of climate change. Promotion of low carbon development pathway is certainly very, very important at this juncture as we try to reduce our carbon footprint. The other principle is obviously that of equity and inclusivity. That is, it's very important that whatever we do, we observe that other stakeholders are not left behind, being women, youth, and previously disadvantaged. These are all principles that espouse the development of this very particular strategy. Cross-sectoral cooperation nature of this business and the sector, the coordinations and stakeholder participation. Certainly, the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, as you have heard, is a regulator, but is in no way going to be responsible for the implementation of this strategy alone. And therefore, the participation and active involvement of other stakeholders, yourselves, is critically important to ensuring the success of this particular strategy and the realization of the vision and the mission, as I've already alluded to. Key priority areas that are going to lead us to our attainment of our vision are those that involve sustainable harvesting and post-harvesting treatment. I will not go through every sentence, but I think you could see already there that we want to have optimum savanna ecosystem. We would like to achieve land restoration and agroforestry. We would like to, do restoration and rehabilitation, obviously define and all these things. Then we need to move on the other priority area, which is improved resource monitoring. As we've heard that our directorate, the Directorate of Forestry, goes out there to do assessment and see how much resource base is there. For that, for us to be able to take a decision whether to issue a harvesting permit or not. So this is critical to ensure that whatever activities that we are going to be undertaking will not deplete the resources to the detrimental of the well-being of environment. And obviously, another critical area is that of we have a responsibility to ensure that we reduce climate change effects. And certainly Namibia is not one of the big emitters of greenhouse gas emissions, but we still have a responsibility. And as a country, we have committed ourselves to reducing our emissions into the environment. As well as critically, I think the minister also mentioned it, is that we need to adapt to the negative effects of climate change, and this strategy will go a long way in helping us in doing that by putting in place measures that are helping our farmers and our community to cope better with the negative effects of climate change. Okay. Other areas of importance is that of enhancement of biodiversity. We do that by reducing the negative impacts on biodiversity, as you have heard. We certainly would like to embark more on research and development. The head of cooperation at the embassy has already mentioned a number of activities that has taken place. Obviously, Standard Bank also has mentioned those, that we need to continue to research and develop some, and innovate, to come up with some new products, new value chain that are going to be coming out of these resources. Capacity building and awareness raising, public dialogue. Through the BCBU project, for example, we have embarked on a public dialogue, and we are going to have industry players and stakeholders, having discussion, informing us on how we can best implement this strategy, and also to listen to their issues and to try to obviously solve them where we can. Resource mobilization is key. A strategy like this, as I said, it requires a substantial amount of resources to be implemented successfully, and we continue to count on you. Obviously, government will try from its fiscus, but these resources are never enough. And there we look forward to cooperate with you to ensure that we have sufficient resources to implement this. Sector coordination, very much critical. Again, we want to work with you. I mean, there's a saying that says, if you want to go far, you need others. And we definitely need to cooperate and coordinate to ensure that there's a national coordination committee in place comprising of all stakeholders to ensure that we achieve and monitor the implementation of the strategy. And should we find that there's activities that are lacking, obviously we need to find ways to bring it back to where we want to be. Action plan, again, I will not bore you with all the details. Some of these indicators are coming from Namibia's nationally determined NDCs. Contribution. And we want to, for example, restore and control bush in so many hectares, 15 million by 2030 and so on. I think you could read for yourself. However, what is critically important here is that, each strategic objective has got a set of corresponding targets and activities that need to be undertaken by whatever time, by the time framework, by the timeline that is provided there in the strategy. Again, the implementation roadmap, as I said, is to do resource mobilization. Obviously, the strategy has been launched. We are now going to distribute it to all the stakeholders to see what role do they have to play in the implementation of the strategy. And please identify your role and ensure you play your part. If you're not playing your part, the strategy will not succeed. This is not a nice document just to put on your shelf, and then you come back to us 5 years later and you say, let us do another strategy. I think gone are the days that those used to be the practice. Right now, the emphasis really, dear colleagues, is to work together and put into action the action plans that have been already highlighted in this strategy. Awareness creation, certainly this is one part of it, but we'll continue to hold awareness activities. We count on the media to help us in doing that. And we obviously want to engage further. We've been, myself and Progress, to NBC, Good Morning Namibia, already to start with the process. But there's plenty of opportunity to doing so going forward. Stakeholder coordination and the dialogue that I've mentioned earlier will obviously continue. And we look forward to working with you all to ensure that we implement this strategy successfully. I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Please remain on stage. I understand you're also part of the next session. Mr. Ndokosho. Well, thank you very much for that. In terms of the time, I think we're doing quite well, but we'll have a very, very short panel discussion. Just on this, I think about 2 or 3 questions, just to really just zoom in a little bit on the implementation. Who's responsible for what? I don't know, at some stage I felt like Mr. Ndokosho was trying to say that the ministry is not responsible for implementation. I don't know. But we'll clear it up now here on stage. Can I please call on Mr. Progress Kashandula, Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Biomass Industry Group, to please come to stage. Mrs. Peke Kamenye, the Senior Technical Advisor at GIZ Bush Control and Biomass Utilization Project, please come to the front. Mr. Ruli Venter, Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Agricultural Union, of course representing the farmers. I saw also another, NECFU is also present here, the Namibia Emerging Commercial Farmers Union as well. I don't know whether they would say something a little bit later on with regards to the strategy, represented by, I think, Dr. Ngivindaka there. That's good to have you here. Also, finally, Mrs. Mamushka Mutli. Mrs. Mutli, please come to the front from the Forest Steward Council, Southern Africa. So just a very, very short intervention there. Honourable Minister, thank you so much for making time out to join us. Honourable Minister will leave us now to attend to another equally pressing matter as well. I know national leadership is not an easy task, but thank you so much once again for making time out to join us here. A round of applause for you, please. I think I really just want to start with Mrs. Mutli first in terms of just looking at the importance of having a national strategy for biomass utilization. How important is it to have a strategy and a document in place that sort of provides direction to the rest of the industry?
Well, can you guys hear me? Is it on? Yeah, great. Well, it's a guiding document, and I think for the country, it's important to have guidelines established, direction established, and commitment from the government, as well as implementing partners to moving the sector forward. Sustainability is important in where we're going globally, and if we don't implement restoration in a manner that's sustainable and holistic for environmental and social values, it's not going to help the country or Africa.
From a Southern African perspective, really, how are we doing as a country? Who else has really come to the party? I know a little bit earlier on, Mr. Lindike mentioned that we have really been the front runners in this space is concerned. But is this the current practice regionally to set forward and put together a national strategy?
Certainly, and Colin is correct. I do cover Southern Africa, and many of the other countries haven't highlighted invasive species or bush encroachment to the degree Namibia has. Of course, South Africa has highlighted an alien invasive species strategy, as the country is severely affected by alien tree species as well as plant species, which is requiring some addressing because South Africa is also a water scarce country. But of course, Namibia is the leader in biomass utilization, determining value chains, and looking at the export potential of these products.
I was going to ask you to repeat that sentence for the media at the back there. Did you hear that, Brigitte? Namibia is the leader in those are the words that we want to use. A leader, front runner, etc., etc. Really representing, of course, many of the farmers. We know this has been a serious concern for you for many years. I think Mr. Nico also in the video that we watched it earlier on, about 7 years ago, pointing out and saying that, look, it's currently a loss for us farmers. But a lot has changed over the last decade. What are your reflections on actually coming to the point and launching a national strategy?
Yes, thank you. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Is it? It's not on mute?
You want to use mine?
Oh, it's on.
Yeah. Maybe I can just try to speak louder.
To project, yes.
Yes, I think the restoration of the balance between grass and bush on the land is one of the most important factors that will create a growth in our GDP. We know that the beef sector is the beneficiary of our rangelands, and we need grass to grow beef. And we know that beef is more than 50 to 60% of the total agricultural income in the country, that single industry. And we can double that sector if we can restore that balance between grass and bush. So so there's massive potential. But I believe if you want to implement a strategy, a national strategy, the only group that can really make a difference on the ground is the users of the land themselves. We can write documents, we can do very nice things. If we are not able to change the mindset of the user of the land themselves, we will not be successful. And in order to be able to change that mindset, I think we need to realize that every land user is making a business every day. So you need to run a business, you need to survive financially, and in order to implement the strategy, you need to create incentives that will benefit that land users. You need to create a business environment for that land user that will drive change on the ground. That is how you can realize that in the strategy on the land, on the ground.
On the ground. But does it create that confidence for farmers so that we are moving towards a concerted direction and some concerted efforts will be put into place?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a very positive thing, and the NAU is long already supporting this whole change. But we need to realize that we need to reach that land user. We need to change the mindset of the land user himself. That's how we can create.
So the key component for you right now would be basically making sure that there is awareness created and a strategy, of course, is rolled out and made aware, of course, to the farmers, as you were mentioning a bit earlier on.
Yeah, awareness creation is an important part of that, but the other part is to yes, the farmer need to be aware of what is happening in the strategy, what's the plans in place, but if there's an incentive system involved in the strategy, that will turn the mindset of the farmer because he needs to run a business, and that we need to understand.
That question is coming to you, Mr. Ndakosho, the issue around incentives. Please take note of that as well. Mrs. Kamenya, I just want to quickly come to you. We know, of course, that GIZ has been sort of like a front runner in terms of supporting bush control and biomass value addition in the country. Just talk to us a little bit about the importance of having a national strategy at the scale and how that will assist also some of the work that you're already doing with the rest of the stakeholders in the industry.
Okay, I would like to start by stating that as established by the previous speakers, this strategy is quite important for the sector because it has then just collected the knowledge that we have been building for the past 8 years. And we are still front runners in the implementation of the strategy. As it was mentioned earlier, we are now working on the third phase that just commenced April this year. So, and we have up until March 2024. As a portion of our implementation or our activities for this phase, we are kickstarting the implementation of this very strategy. So we have identified activities that we can incorporate in our undertaking, and we are running in collecting, in mobilizing funds already to kickstart the implementation of the strategy.
Well, of course, NBIG is no stranger to the sector, but more so, much of the responsibility will also be falling on the shoulders, making sure that the industry is aware of the roles and responsibilities. Like Mr. Ruli was saying, of course, making sure that the land users are also aware of what role they need to play in terms of this. What will be the position of NBIG in terms of making sure that the strategy is implemented effectively? I think you should be on. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and
clear. Okay. I think let me depart from a point where a couple of speakers have acknowledged the impact of bush encroachment today, but not only acknowledging the impact of bush encroachment, the development within the biomass sector. We acknowledge all these good says about the 40 megawatt plant, the bush feed development, the charcoal sector, which is growing. But very important, I think, it's having a framework to operate within. So I must really mention that the strategy is a blessing to the sector because we have something tangible which we can set goals and work towards to, not like the way it was in the past. I must bring in the aspect of capacity building, which is quite very important. NBIC runs quite a lot of awareness programs through our advisory service, previously known as the Bushing Advisory Service. So we continue contributing our advisory services, capacity building to ministry officials, to the sector, to the members, to strengthen sustainable activities. I think this is what we want to attain, especially when we are acknowledging the economic as well as the environmental benefit which comes out of the process. I must also mention that through facilitation of development of markets, as well as new value chain, we actually bring a space to contribute towards combating climate change, especially in respect of research and development, which NBIC facilitates. Innovative products which have been created, we have seen yesterday through presentation in the symposium, biochar, a lot of developing projects. For this, we'll carry on as an industry, and partly of that we are contributing to combating climate change. Finally, this very platform, the Biomass Conference, that was the main idea to creating the Biomass Conference, to create a networking platform for sharing information in terms of opportunities, but of course realizing that we are operating within a very rough ground. There need to be sustainable activities which are maintained.
I'm talking about those sustainable activities. I'll come back to you just now as well, Mr. Kashandula. I just want to bring in Mr. Ndakosho here. There was a big point being made around incentives for the land owners, the land users, the farmers. Are there any incentives built into the strategy that would assist or encourage or entice, for lack of a better word, the land users to be able to follow the strategy and implement what is within the strategy?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ricardo. As you have seen, the title of the strategy is really to make sure that the resources are sustainably managed. There's no specific incentives that I can think of. However, as a landowner who comes to the ministry to request for a permit to harvest, the incentive is really that you normally don't reject people's permission. Application. We look at whether there's a resource base to support whatever activities that you want to undertake. And really the incentive is there within that you will be able to harvest and you will be able to get a market that our colleagues have been talking about. They've actually gone out there to see what other products can be developed out of the bush. And then you could make money. The incentives really is embedded within the system itself. That's the incentive that we have for the farmers. But perhaps from other angle to say that the government really is there to ensure that we create a conducive environment from the policy development perspective and law or regulations development that will guide the activities of the industry to ensure that whatever activities that we are going to have will not negatively impact on the well-being of the environment, which is for all of us. The environment is there to save all of us. If we take care of our environment, the environment will take care of us. And the responsibility of the government is really to ensure that even though it's on their private land, that we ensure that the resources are used in an optimal way to be there, not only today, but also in the future.
Mrs. Moodley, I think in the interest of time, we quickly just going to zone in on the closing comments from your end as well. Perhaps just to reflect also on the role that FSC will be playing in assisting with implementation and your closing or parting comments.
Okay, to be quick, FSC has been involved in Namibia for the last 20 years, providing certification to land managers, including more recently communal areas. So we will look to support the journey of Namibia in their sustainable bush management strategies. We have several roles to play within this specific strategy. The FSC global strategy is well aligned to the newly released strategy. The guiding principles, the 6 strategic objectives, all have a role to play with the FSC. So we will look to support capacity development, awareness raising. We have incentives already built into the FSC system. And in fact, the first verified ecosystem services claim under the FSC system in Africa was actually done in Namibia. So we have a verified claim for biodiversity conservation through the restoration of bush encroached land. So the incentives exist, and we look as FSC to support the journey going forward.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Moodley. I would have loved to unpack some of those incentives, but I guess we'll make some room for it as we go along during the networking session. Ruli, from your side, I know there are also some 2-3 questions that you might have, especially when you scribble in the book. I know that there are some points that you want to make. What will be the role, I think, particularly from the side of the farmers, in as far as implementation is concerned, and perhaps just your parting or departing remarks?
Yes, the NAU is already actively involved in this since 2008. Our focus is to improve the rangeland, to restore the balance between grass and bush. Thereby, the farmer will be able to increase his stocking rate, and that will drive production per hectare. That will drive GDP. That will drive profitability. Only more cattle from the land can drive profitability. Together, of course, to utilization of biomass, whether it's by charcoal, whatever. that there's a synergy between the two, and we need to drive the synergy. The NAU support the strategy and support government in ensuring that mindsets of land users can change.
Couldn't have said it better. Mrs. Kamenya, I think the role just seems to become bigger and bigger in as far as the work that lies ahead for the industry. What are some of the immediate priorities from the side of the BCBU in as far as the strategy is concerned?
Okay. Like I have mentioned already that we have pinpointed or have identified some of the actions identified. We have been already working, or we've already commenced working with the Directorate to review the legislative framework. That I think is really key. That is the Forestry Act of 2001. As you can hear from the year it was enacted, it's quite a dated one, and it needed to be revised. That is the Act and the regulations. We are also going to be working on developing clear guidelines on how we would like to see the bush control activities managed, and importantly is also to identify innovative monitoring systems, so that then we're talking of things like remote sensing, so that then we're doing things in an updated manner. And I think as a parting shot, I would also like to say that we are advocating for alignment, so that then whatever we're doing is aligned. It's not that we are going to implement a strategy in isolation, but it is aligned with other policies and important national plans, such as NDPs, your national development plans, your NDCs, your drought policies. So just to mention a few. So I think as we go along implementations, we should, as stakeholders, identify those spots where we need to align our interventions.
Well, industry will have quite a number of activities under the implementation. Perhaps as the parting shot, what are some of the priorities or the immediate action that will be taken from the industry side, and your concluding remarks?
I think very important to sum up is acknowledging that employing sustainable bush control is not very cheap. So from that end, from the industry, we will continue developing markets for bush biomass. We'll definitely continue exploring new bush value chains, and very important, these value chains must meet the standard. Yeah, that's the only way we can create a receiving market for it. But at the same time, through these processes, we are able to contribute to what we are hoping an ambitious plan to achieve in 2026 within the strategy. We are noting the 15.1 million hectares to be achieved. So through this process, which the industry is encouraging, through sustainable bush thinning, hoping that we will be able to contribute to attaining that very target. But very important is we still continue in capacity building and awareness creation. We're looking forward to a bigger platform next year that we are able to connect our farmers, as Ruri has mentioned. They are the land owners, they are the resource owners, and I think they need to be closer to understanding these opportunities. So we continue as an industry, promoting the industry, but at the same time working together with relevant authorities to make sure that the activities we are promoting are sustainable.
So basically, in short, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kashandula is saying that we are back to Oshiwa next year. Bigger platform. In conclusion, Mr. Ndokosho, from your side?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ricardo. I think from our side is to say that we're very proud of the work that we have done up to this level with our partners, definitely. We have put out the strategy that the Honourable Minister has launched today. We would like to see, greater involvement of everybody to ensure that the strategy is implemented for the next 5 years. And, we know that there's huge potential in the industry, but the huge potential can only be attained if we work together, if you, follow the guidelines that we are putting out there. And I know, for example, for charcoal production, we do provide guidelines. We require farmers to put certain measures in place, particularly meant to prevent field fire. Because, you know, each year, for the past 2 years, we've been losing about 3 million hectares to devastating fires. And of course, that involves grazing that our beef colleagues depend on, you know, and even the bush itself can get burned. So when we are asking you to please, you know, comply to this and that, we are not trying to make your life difficult, but we would like the industry to you know, to sustain itself. Also, maybe in conclusion, is just to say that we have heard from the German cooperation, the head of German cooperation, that this is the last phase of this BCBU project. And we foresee that, you know, 2024, if there's no other project that is going to support these activities going forward, there will be a gap. And this is, it's incumbent of all of us to really, you know, seize the opportunity and see how we can support the sector going forward, so that, you know, we will not fall back, but we move forward as a collective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. The strategy will be available outside. I think there are copies, the physical copies of the strategy. For those of you that prefer soft copies, they are also going to be available, I think, as soon as tomorrow morning on the website of NBIG. So please just make sure if you Google NBIG or Namibia Biomass Industry Group, you will find the website. And then, of course, you can download a copy for you there. We'll quickly go for a short tea break for about 15 minutes. At exactly 11:20, we'll commence with the second session of our Standard Bank Biomass Fair Namibia Industry Conference for 2022. Thank you very much.
I'm Sakis, the founder and owner of Prime Biochar. I grew up in the northern communal areas where we do a lot of livestock and cropland, but it was specifically my passion for crops that led me to coming up with Prime Biochar. Growing up as a child, I've noticed that over the years when we plowed, the birds no longer come. In the early days when the soils were still productive, healthy and alive, people would plow, the eagles, the crows, the birds will come and eat from the earthworms and all the microorganisms that have been unearthed from the soils. The farmers often do conventional tillage, which means they turn the soil over and over again exactly at the same depth, and we mostly plant the same crops year in, year out. And over time the soils become depleted, they become poorer, and that's why came to say, can we restore it to the former glories that they were? If you put in biochar into the soil, it will hold the water and the fertilizer within that root zone of the crop, and that is what is needed for the crop to essentially produce a bountiful yield. I think currently nothing more excites me than biochar. One Christmas, and it was essentially during December, on Christmas Eve, and that was in 2011. I sat in bed and thought to myself, if only 1,000 people who went to bed hungry yesterday could essentially have a meal today on Christmas Eve, I would be much happy. And that is still a dream that I would like to see being brought forward, and that comes into terms of food security. So that is where my passion comes from. In the end, it's about food security for the country, but then the added bonus is also about putting carbon into the soil, locking it in, and essentially contributing to reducing carbon emissions into the soil. Biochar is an investment into the future.
Every farmer in Namibia knows the problem. Previously productive land becomes more and more covered with bushes. Instead of rich grazing areas which act as a food source for animals, bush-covered savannas arise. As prolonged drought increases, the animals run out of nutritional sources and thus farmers need to buy expensive fodder. Tourism suffers from these changes as well. The answer to this problem is the thinning of the scrubland. This provides many advantages for farmers, nature, and the economy. The bushes are being harvested with the help of machines. They are dried locally under the sun and will be chopped as well. Afterwards, they are being transported to a processing facility, a so-called Biomass Industry Park, for short, BIP. In here, the plant biomass is being weighed and sorted. Afterwards, it will be processed into logs or wood chips of various grain sizes. This provides the basis for widely varying products. By the help of a retort, charcoal and briquettes are being produced for the international market. In addition, a press is used to produce wood pellets. Even the finest pots are used for the local production of fodder and compost, as well as biochar, which is produced by making use of pyrolysis. Biochar and compost can be used as a fertilizer for the scrub-cleared surfaces. The regrowing grass could then be used to produce paper. In the process, the proteins are extracted from the grass fiber and processed in the form of fodder, so that the nutritional value is retained in the country. The produced heat is used to further produce a wide variety.
The Bushfeed Formulation app. Create.
Check, 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 check. Check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, check, 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 check. 1, 1, 2, check, check, check. 1, 1.
My name is Mati Toivandevahoma. I'm from Okongo constituency. Keeping cattle, goat, donkeys, and few horses. We are experiencing very difficult when it comes to animal
Just wait,
feed.
just wait.
We need to do something
1,
with our
2,
farms.
check, check. 1, 2, 1,
I have
1,
learned a lot.
2,
I
1.
didn't know that a
1,
lot
1,
of these
2, check,
bushes
check.
I
1,
can
2.
mix them
1, 1,
and
2,
then
1,
do
1, 2.
animal feed.
1, 1, 2,
I
check,
have
check. 1,
cattle
2.
headers.
1,
I have
1, 2.
an old milling
Check, check.
machine.
1,
I
1, 2.
am going to use from now and start making something for our livestock.
Two, 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 1, 2, check, check. 1, 2.
Edzina langa amendapone kwa pahangwa shimwe. Ondelio nkalima omungalulu Farmers Cooperative. Mondelihongamo pefe kucha ihwailipi tuno kukufa moi hatuduru kufidzinga imuna yetu. Notahongwa yona tango imongwa tunu kukala talumbakanifa mumwena ni ikulia ngenge tuno kuka ninga ni ikulia talumbakanifa mumwapo tupe imuna yetu. Ngash meplaka tamu ngahamu omichedi dzili mwatu duru kulongifa ikulia otunamo ongete oyeyi, otunamo engono oleli, otunamo onhu oyowu, otunamo omwolo owu. Chongoshilio shongalulu Farmers Cooperative. Ohatu kenda bala tukonge eshina olo taliduru kukalala lunga ikulya. Tingashi pifeshe pamono madeonga itatuka ningapo hanzimwe nde ohatu kaninga ongo vanu veli kumwe ongo ngalulu Farmers Cooperative.
Farmers are normally venturing into thinning practices to restore the woody versus the herbaceous balance. And in this way, there are some wood becoming available, which is in the form of wood biomass or bush feed, or wood chips, which is available, which can be used in further value chains in the market, in the biomass industry. So in order to harvest biomass sustainably, the bush biomass quantification tool was therefore developed. It is an easy to use tool and it can fairly accurately estimate biomass for the resource.
I find it so useful because at the farm we are also doing charcoal production, and I realized that this model is going to be worked perfectly. It's useful, I can tell the farmers to use.
Very, very interesting. I'm a farmer myself, and it's always good to learn new techniques, new ideas, especially with this big issue that we have in Namibia, the big challenge of bush encroachment, and how to utilize bush to be able at the end of the day to make some profit out of that.
This is very useful because the whole region like Omaheke is up to 40–50% encroached, and in many parts, especially communal areas, we don't have the answer to even go to an extent of addressing the issue, because with these tools that we learn today, it has become clearer that you could easily assess and harvest or do something to your rangeland after you know what to go for in terms of harvesting.
I'm Sakis, the founder and owner of Prime Biochar. I grew up in the northern communal areas where we do a lot of livestock and cropland, but it was specifically my passion for crops that led me to coming up with Prime Biochar. Growing up as a child, I've noticed that over the years when we plowed, the birds no longer come. In the early days when the soils were still productive, healthy and alive, people would plow, the eagles, the crows, the birds will come and eat from the earthworms and all the microorganisms that have been unearthed from the soils. The farmers often do conventional tillage, which means they turn the soil over and over again exactly at the same depth, and we mostly plant the same crops year in, year out. And over time the soils become depleted, they become poorer, and that's why I came to say, can we restore it to the former glories that they were? If you put in biochar into the soil, it will hold the water and the fertilizer within that root zone of the crop, and that is what is needed for the crop to essentially produce a bountiful yield. I think currently nothing more excites me than biochar. One Christmas, and it was essentially during December, on Christmas Eve, and that was in 2011. I sat in bed and thought to myself, if only 1,000 people who went to bed hungry yesterday could essentially have a meal today on Christmas Eve, I would be much happy. And that is still a dream that I would like to see being brought forward, and that comes into terms of food security. So that is where my passion comes from. In the end, it's about food security for the country, but then the added bonus is also about putting carbon into the soil, locking it in, and essentially contributing to reducing carbon emissions into the soil. Biochar is an investment into the future.
Every farmer in Namibia knows the problem. Previously productive land becomes more and more covered with bushes. Instead of rich grazing areas which act as a food source for animals, bush-covered savannas arise. As prolonged drought increases, the animals run out of nutritional sources, and thus farmers need to buy expensive fodder. Tourism suffers from these changes as well. The answer to this problem is the thinning of the scrubland. This provides many advantages for farmers, nature, and the economy. The bushes are being harvested with the help of machines. They are dried locally under the sun and will be chopped as well. Afterwards, they are being transported to a processing facility, a so-called Biomass Industry Park, for short, BIP. In here, the plant biomass is being weighed and sorted. Afterwards, it will be processed into logs or wood chips of various grain sizes. This provides the basis for widely varying products. By the help of a retort, charcoal and briquettes are being produced for the international market. In addition, a press is used to produce wood pellets. Even the finest pots are used for the local production of fodder and compost, as well as biochalk, which is produced by making use of pyrolysis. Biochalk and compost can be used as a fertilizer for the scrub-cleared surfaces. The regrowing grass could then be used to produce paper. In the process, the proteins are extracted from the grass fiber and processed in the form of fodder, so that the nutritional value is retained in the country. The produced heat is used to further produce a wide variety of products in a meaningful and synergetic way. The BIP as well includes a workshop containing a spare parts depot for the machine's maintenance and residential houses for the employees. The BIP is powered by photovoltaic systems. Thus, the product's carbon footprint is reduced to the minimum. Export products such as briquettes and pellets will ultimately be transported by making use of a functional logistics chain and can, amongst others, be sold on the international market. Whilst pellets serve as an alternative and nearly carbon-free fuel in Europe, in order to help leaving the charcoal production, the production itself provides plenty new jobs in Namibia.
The Bushfeed Formulation app. Create more nutritious and economical bush
My name is Mati Toivonde Bahoma. I'm from Okongo constituency, keeping cattle, goat, donkeys, and few horses. We are experiencing very difficult when it comes to animal feed. We need to do something at our farms. I have learned a lot. I didn't know that a lot of these bushes, I can mix them and then do animal feed. I have cattle headers. I have an old milling machine. I am going to use from now and start making something for our livestock.
Edzina langa mendapone kwa pahangwa shimwe ondelio nkalimo omung'alulu pharmacy cooperative mondelio mopefe kucha ihwailipi tuno kukufa moi hatuduru kufidzinga imuna yetu notahongwa yona tango imongwa turi kukala talumbakanifa mumwena ni ikulia ngenge tuno kuka ninga ni ikulia tulumbakanifa mumwapo tupe imuna yetu ngati plaka tamu ngahamu.
Hello. Can you please be seated? Please be seated. Please be seated. Please take your seat. Take your seat, please. We are starting. Thank you very much. Take your seat. Take your seat. Thank you. Take your seat. We are about to start. Hello? Can you please take your seat? Hello, can you please come in? I'm closing the door.
Short break. If it is like this during the break, I wonder how it will be like after lunch. Maybe we should only feed you at the end, Johannes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Johannes. Mrs. Kaliameno, thank you very much. Is that Asela sitting next to her? Oh, okay. All right, thank you very much. Welcome back. What we're going to do now is I just want to open up the floor quickly for a short Q&A. I know that we, of course, announced the implementation of the strategy. The Director of Forestry is still here with us. During the break, I got comments from one or two folks that said that they really want to see if they can add a comment or ask a question. So I'm opening up the platform for that for about the next 5 minutes or so. We can take about 2-3 questions, and you can ask any one of the panelists that were sitting here. But I urge you, please, to ask more questions to the Director of Forestry, who's sitting in front here. Do we have any takers? Okay, questions or comments? Can we have the microphone, please? The roaming mic? No, here in front. Can you bring the mic, please?
Testing? Yeah, now it's working. My question is, and it's specific to forestry, I'm from the charcoal industry, and we know how much it takes to monitor, to go out into the fields, to see. We work very closely with forestry. We are actually colleagues. So we go to them, there's, let's say, a challenge on a farm. We notify them, they go out, they fix it. How are we going to do it? We're already limited on resources with the 15.9 million that we want to do for the next 5 years. It's very positive. I must say I'm not against it. We must do it. But we need more resources. And we just want to know from forestry, how do they plan to do that?
That's an important question, monitoring and evaluation. Do we have any more questions or comments on the strategy? We've got to take it on this end.
Brought some of
Thank you.
them in there. So
My name is Salma. Mine is not a question, I guess more of a comment.
Osama, can you please stand for the audience that's viewing on the live stream? The camera should be able to pick you up. There we go.
All right.
See, you're famous now.
Okay, so I was just jotting down a few, keynotes and key words as I was listening to the panel earlier. And it's also related to the question on the resources, but mine it's more of a comment rather, to say that it's really worth applauding to see all the efforts that are taking place into developing the sector, and also to see the number of players that are involved. So some of the keywords I kind of jotted down is, the connections, because, different players, collaboration, innovation, so all of these things. But in terms of, I'm a sustainability practitioner, and we talk about sustainable development. A lot of the guiding principles in the framework talked, I think probably 70% of the word sustainability was in each principle. But when it comes to implementing sustainability, it's not always so evident. It's not very clear how it is being implemented. So my question, my comment here is to say, I see a big opportunity in using this buzzwords of connection, collaboration, innovation to actually create more robust support networks, because if we are not able to deliver efficient services to supporting this industry, chances are we are going to fall back again. So looking at, basing that question back to the ministry, I would say ministry look into this ways or opportunities to connect and collaborate in order to actually mobilize the resources more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Do we have another question or comment? Just on front here.
Morning, everybody. My question is...
Name and institution, sir.
I'm actually a freelance coordinator, event, press, and media. My question is, when it looks at the contracts of the players in the sector, I have a problem there. I understand guys are getting short contracts, which is going for 3 years or 3 months. And then the other question is the logistics. We have our rail, our transport, and our harbor. So in the 5 years and where we are now. Is that also included in the documents? And then I'm happy for the government for the hard work, and I believe that book will never go to the archives. It will be a working book. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you. Do we have a question, comment? Nekfo over there.
Oh, you are here. Okay. No, thank you very much. I'm from the Namibian Emerging Commercial Farmers Union, and I was just briefly looking at the what should I just launched this strategy, and I felt somehow, or maybe it was deliberately done, that Namibian Emerging Commercial Farmers Union is just not included, not even acknowledged. But as far as I know, the time of the former director, Mr. Joseph Hairwa, we were partner in terms of drafting and giving the information and in the area. And I think this is really very bad if we can only be asked to come and contribute, and we are not acknowledged. So the new director of Forestry, please take note that, you know, our participation, it has much to it. One is that the time, the resources that we put on when we organize our regional coordinator to make sure that they participate in the drafting of all the policies. And please mind you that the project that was by the Minister of Agriculture and Environment, and also with the European Union, it was entirely implemented with the assistance of the Namibian Emerging Commercial Farmers Union, and maybe the deputy chair to that implementation. So please don't take for granted. This is very hurting, seriously. And as you can see me, as old as I am, I'm here from the beginning, not for fancy. I'm taking it up to my member, and this is very serious. Please, that Ndogoso, take note of that. We are excluded. We are excluded in this document, but we have been part and parcel of the process of drafting, and that should be taken care of.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Dr. Ngivinaka.
sorry to complain, but I don't like it.
The platform is here. The platform is here. Mr. Ndokosho, you want to start with that perhaps first, and then go down to the second question. The microphone.
Thank you very much. Doctor, your point is well taken. In fact, it was not deliberate that you feel left out. In fact, we say we acknowledge the Farmers Union inclusive, but I think next time we have to be more specific and talk about them name by name. But you are certainly not excluded, and we look forward to engaging with your members, to working with your member, and your input has been valued from the beginning up to now. So be rest assured that you are not at all excluded from this process. Then there was a question about M&E. How do we monitor the 15 million hectare that's going to be restored, if you like? This is really a target, as I said, coming out of the NDC. And as we speak now, there's a consultant that is looking at the action plan and how these targets are going to be measured and the activities around that. So we will certainly be partners. Your organization, the Charcoal Association of Namibia, is very, very important. will obviously help us to see how much hectares in your members' lands has been, restored, but we will also rely on other stakeholders, and inclusive of what is going to come out from this consultant that I'm talking about on how we are going to measure that target. But certainly from our side, Forestry, the Directorate of Forestry will also be trying to employ measures to do the monitoring and evaluation. But in the end of the day, I think we have to come up with an instrument that is agreeable by all of us as stakeholders. Thank you very much. I think the other one was just a comment, and we appreciate the comment. Obviously, we will continue to attempt to mobilize resources to ensure that the sector continues to be supported and to stay afloat.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndokosha. Round of applause for him, please. We'll move on to session number 2, where we're looking at the biomass industry updates. This session will focus a little bit more on the international biomass market and trends. We'll have some reflections from the South African bioeconomic strategy. And of course, we'll also take a look at the local setting, Namibia's national bioeconomic agenda. Where are we and what is the way forward? That is from the NCRST. And finally, of course, a national dialogue on bush biomass that will be led by the Namibia Chamber of Environment, Dr. Chris Brown. Always a pleasure to listen to him speak as well. So without wasting any time, let's get into the first speaker for today. The first 2 speakers will be joining us virtually. And I just want to please implore them that we have only allocated about 15 minutes to each one of you. So please, let's stay within the allocated time. I will keep a timer on this end as well, so that we make sure that everybody has their chance to share the information. The first speaker, Mr. Malte Trumpa, will be replacing Dr. Reiner, and we'll be focusing a little bit more on the international biomass markets and trends. Mr. Trumpa, are you online? Thank you very much, Mr. Trumpa. Your 10 minutes start now.
Okay, so I will share my presentation with you. Did it work?
Just we're about to put it on this side. Yes, we can see your presentation and we can hear you loud and clear. Please continue. The audience is yours.
Industry see that graph. So these are different wood energy prices for wood chips, pellets, and so on. And you see the trend is significant. So I have a lot of members, they are calling me and say, who can deliver now? And at the moment, the market is empty. So everybody is looking for wood fuel, but there is no one and nothing available. So this is a huge opportunity for Namibian companies, as also for German companies. Yeah, but I'm not only speaking about wood for energy uses. Also, the prices for particle boards are very high at the moment. So later, Carsten, a colleague, will speak about particle boards. So this is also a huge opportunity for Namibia. So we have to look also on that topic. Yeah, going back to the energy consumption. So now the picture from the European Union. So you see 78% of our energy for heating and cooling is from fossil fuels. And our goal is to reduce that to zero in 2045. So this is not a long time. And you see, solid biomass is the biggest portion of the renewable energies for heating and cooling. And we need much more biomass in Europe to replace this 78% of fossil fuels in this sector. And when you want to know what are other renewables, that are technologies like heat pumps or solar thermal applications or geothermal energy. Yeah. Here you see the different sectors in Europe. So at the moment, the use for residential is the biggest portion, but it will change. The industry sector will increase their use of biomass significantly because at the moment they are highly dependent on natural gas. And as you know, because of the war in the Ukraine, we have a lack of natural gas from Russia. So everybody is looking for different sources. Yeah. Here, the table you can have later a look on. There is listed what each country is consuming at the moment and how the growth rates are in different sectors. Yeah, going to the pellet market. So pellets are very, the markets in Europe 20 megawatt. So that's not too many plants, but they will change this law, and they're discussing to reduce the limit to 5 megawatts. So, and many of the industrial smaller power plants are in this range. So, to export certified biomass is key, and we are working together with SURE. So, this is company who is creating certifications, and yeah, we are discussing with them to work together with NBIC to formulate a few forms for farmers and others, so self-declarations that we can say, okay, the biomass harvested in Namibia is sustainable. So there is risk assessment we have to do for Namibia, and we want to do it together with NBIC so that we can use it for this certification process if you want to export. And also, I guess there are a few or many companies who were interested in corporations to invest in Namibia, so I'm in contact with a few ones who are looking for partners to create some businesses together. Yeah, I think if you want to export material, then such a certification offered by SURE is very important. Yeah, and if we are looking on the global map, then you see, and you are looking on your country, you see, they have Namibia not on their map. So I think we also have to do some lobby work on that to say, hey, that's a huge potential to deliver biomass. So, yeah, I guess, so we have different things we have to work on, and also we have to highlight the situation in Namibia more to say we can deliver. And also, of course, you can use this material inside your own country. There are projects ongoing, and I think in the future we will see more of them. Yeah, so I'm coming to the end. So we have a cooperation together with NBIC. So we were working together on a project, on a association cooperation project, so that we can work in the next years closely together on that topic. So we want to have a marketplace where companies can meet from Germany, from Namibia, to do some businesses together. So this is our big goal, to support the sector and to create business opportunities for everybody. Yeah, thank you for your attention. I guess I'm in time, so do you have some questions or ask later?
Thank you very much, Malte. You are definitely in time, first thing. And second thing, we will need you to stay online. That's for the panel conversation that we'll have. So we'll allow the presenters to speak, 3 more presenters, and then we'll have questions for all of you at the same time. Is that good?
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Malte, for that. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Malte Trumpa. He's representing the project manager at BBE, and just talking to us about some international biomass markets and trends. When we're talking about markets and trends and obviously the overall industry update, it's also important to know what others in the region are doing. And to give us more details on that, of course, we'll be joined by our counterparts from South Africa, the Regional South African Bioeconomy Strategy. And the Chief Director for Bioinnovation at the Department of Science and Technology, Mr. Ben Durham, will be joining us alongside the Deputy Director for Industry and Environment, also at the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Siyavuya Bulani, to just give us insights on the South African bioeconomic strategy. Mr. Durham, are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much for making time out to join us. Is Dr. Bulani also with you?
Yes, he is. He's there, yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, the audience is yours. We can hear you loud and clear, and we can also see your presentation on this end. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks very much for the invitation to participate. And good morning, good afternoon to the honourable delegates and distinguished guests. I'm going to be talking on the South African bioeconomy strategy, and then Sia will take over in the second 10 minutes to give a more detailed overview of our industrial and environmental support under the bioeconomy strategy. So the origins of the strategy were following democracy in South Africa in 1994, where we were looking to develop science and technology and innovation for the whole of South Africa, not just for the white minority. So there was a new strategy, the white paper on science and technology. In 2001, we developed biotechnology strategy, which I will talk about just now, and various other developments, including the development of the bioeconomy strategy in 2013, and we are on the verge of launching our new decadal plan for the department this year, later on this year. But what we're looking to do is harness both our biodiversity wealth and some industry strengths, using our strong academic foundation to focus on developing solutions for the poverty, the inequality, and the unemployment in South Africa. Next slide. So the biotechnology strategy, which was launched in 2001, we didn't have a good idea of what the potential was for biotechnology. So we developed instruments to fund biotech innovation. We were supporting the development of capability and capacities in biotechnology and developing platforms that would be able to support that. We created a variety of different institutions and supported things. Carry on, next slide. What we don't, though, is absolutely critical. Technology push, in other words, the development of new ideas, is not adequate. You must have technology pull too, where the market actually dictates what should the focus be. So it's absolutely critical that you're not just pushing academic ideas, but there is a very close link with industry. Science commercialization requires different skills from academic scientific development, and academia does not necessarily equal entrepreneurship. You have a different skills set, and both of these are required. You absolutely must have focus and coordination. By doing too much, you are going to dilute your efforts. Biotechnology is highly regulated. Government has a strong role in making sure that the products developed that affect human lives are safe and sustainable. And the last point there is biotechnology is not a quick turnaround thing. It takes time. Perhaps a point to emphasize, though, is in driving the development of any one area, you need to look at the full value chain. The previous speaker has mentioned the different markets in Germany that have an interest in biomass. So you can't just focus on primary production, you can't just focus on agro-processing, you can't just focus on the market, you can't just focus on skills and technologies, you have to focus on all of them. And so in the South African strategy, we've adopted the National System of Innovation approach, where we are seeking to coordinate all the activities associated with the full industry, international partners, funding bodies, governments, and the academia and entrepreneurs together to make sure that we are addressing that full value chain. Next slide, please. So this is really the basis of our bioeconomy strategy. There are three main legs: agriculture, health, and industry and the environment. But we have recognized a fourth opportunity, indigenous knowledge-based innovation, which cuts across agriculture, health, and industry. And we have mapped the various contributions that government and industry make, striving these various value chains under the bioeconomy. And I'm not going to go into the detail there, but obviously we will be talking more about the industry and environment section next. Next slide. So this is my last slide before I hand over to Dr. Bolani. The South African, second last slide. The South African bioeconomy is approximately 8% of our GDP, and it's employing a good number of people, not all of which are highly skilled. That's often a challenge with a science-based emerging industry, is that it requires high skills, but as you see there, the numbers are not only for highly skilled people. There's a significant portion that are semi-skilled or low-skilled, and the informal sector is also quite significant. And what we're looking at really is increasing the value addition that we can derive from biotechnology and increasing the contribution of biotechnology to GDP in South Africa. Next slide. And perhaps to notice, innovation is only one input to the broader economy. Obviously, there are land issues, there are financing issues, there are a whole range of other issues that are supportive of the bioeconomy. And my department, Department of Science and Innovation, is driving the innovation aspects. So this is my last slide, recognizing that the bioeconomy is constantly evolving as things change. The previous speaker also mentioned the energy prices in Europe, which has changed dramatically in the last 2 years, well, last year particularly, because of the Ukraine-Russian crisis. We recognize in South Africa very clearly that the biotechnology and bioeconomy has significant socioeconomic outputs that contribute to the sustainable development goals, and therefore it is well worth pursuing. And we recognize that partnerships are required across the continent and the globe because of the climate change impacts that are happening, and because we want to ensure that we are developing sustainable production methods. So I will hand over now to Sia, who will be talking to the industry and environment aspects of our bioeconomy strategy. Over to you, Sia.
Thank you very much, Ben. I will start exactly where you started and end somewhere you ended in terms of the first slide. It's important to just indicate that when you indicated right at the beginning that the evolution of the South African biotechnology, you also made quite emphasis on biotechnology strategy and bioeconomic strategy. So these strategies, together with a number of studies, seek to inform policy in the country. We have a number of studies that have been undertaken from the biomass sustainability for future of biorefineries to understanding biochemicals, biomaterials, and also the bioenergy atlas, which are some of the country's documents that seek to understand the country's position in the development of biorefineries, production of bio-based chemicals and materials, including the provision of information on processes for energy production from biomass and the likely impact that these have on social, economic, and environmental indicators. So the studies have provided insights into what South Africa needs to develop such, efforts have to be made to develop a skilled workforce and capabilities for pilot and demonstration facilities that are coupled with access to financing to large-scale refineries. And in addition, efforts have to be made to expand opportunities for feedstock producers, exploring a novel biomass usage and improve bioconversion of technologies. So the industrial and environmental sector of the bioeconomy, as Dan indicated, is one of the three directorates in the department that is indicated in the bioeconomy strategy. It is regarded as one of the major contributors to the achievement of economic and environmental targets as articulated in the bioeconomy strategy. So its focus is basically on two areas, that of industry and environment. And in terms of industry, the focus is on bioproducts, bio-based chemicals, biomaterials, bioenergy, and the component of environment using environmental and technologies. So it is important to just indicate that as the department, what we have done, we have a response strategy to what I've indicated earlier in terms of our focus areas. We have a strategic approach which looks at both vertical and horizontal approach. And as part of this vertical approach, we have identified 5 key areas which are integrated biorefinery, which I will be talking to you in this event, bioconversions and manufacturing, microbial bioprospecting, industrial biocatalysis, and bioirrigation. And along this horizontal intervention, the important aspects of it include human capital development, which then indicated that it has to be holistic. There's a consideration of scaling and demonstration. Entrepreneurship also forms part of the aspect of horizontal approach. So the strategy that we have as the directorate currently is using an implementation tool that we refer to as the Strategic Industrial Bioinnovation Partnership Program, which is used to drive both the vertical and cross-cutting interventions that I indicated. So this instrument is used to develop a critical mass and world-class competencies throughout the industrial value chain, and also it is aimed at facilitating access to national infrastructure. And the program is very important in providing support for business development and innovation, development of prototypes, support of national platforms that are available in the country that we are using to support universities, SMEs that would like to get into product development. So when one looks at the South African forestry bioeconomy, for example, one can note that the South African bioeconomy, particularly in terms of forestry, its value chain consists of primary, secondary, and tertiary processing. So this ranges from raw materials, biomass, milling, manufacturing, and the country has made huge investment in terms of this very important aspect of the bioeconomy. As such, we have developed a cluster that we support as the department that is called Forestry Bioeconomy Cluster, which seeks to address both upstream and downstream value chains, and is based at 2 institutions. One is based in University, University of Pretoria, which undertakes the upstream processes, and the CSIR, which takes care of the downstream processes of the development of products from forestry. So the department, in addition to just making the youth investment in developing the cluster, it has also made a huge investment in developing a national biorefinery platform. And the platform is aimed at consolidating research on valorization of biomass and biomass waste undertaken by different stakeholders in the country. And also, in addition to that, the platform also provides SME development and support in the production of high-value products from waste to wood waste biomass. It is very important that to make that emphasis that in the country we are moving towards circular bioeconomy. We acknowledge and the fact that we do not have enough biomass, and emphasis are made to move towards total valorization of waste. So the platform also supports a consortium-based approach in the development of bio-based products. In this approach, we involve both universities, science council, and also we involve SMEs that can benefit from the capabilities of the platform. Since the platform is also a national facility, it provides this innovation support that I mentioned through piloting technologies and incubation of SMEs. It is one of the platforms that we use in the country for incubating SMEs, product development, upscaling, and we have calls in the country, for example, for those that would like to participate and benefit from the expertise that are coming from the platform. Over and above the development of biorefineries on waste and biomass stock, is also a very important component in the country that we are supporting, and it's that of biorefineries. The country is also supporting this in order to develop capabilities in the development of bio-based products. I think, as I mentioned, I will end where Ben ended in terms of his first slide, and that is the indication on the work that we are currently doing as the department in terms of developing an improvement plan. We have as indicated in terms of our focus areas, these focus areas are quite key in developing and strengthening biomanufacturing in the country. And as such, there are three critical areas that the industry and environment contributes towards, and that is agriculture through biorefineries and development of bio-based products, and energy. And I think the theme of this event has largely been around energy and renewable energy. And the last, which is very important to us in the department, is that of circular bioeconomy. And in that, we ensure that there is value in using biorefineries in order to produce products from waste, not only chemicals, but also energy and other bio-based products. So we have a wide range of products that are produced by entrepreneurs around the biorefineries. I think another important aspect that is very important to us is the consideration that the biomanufacturing has to tackle three aspects. One of those is enabling a small business to adopt high technology. And some of the platforms that we've put together or support as the department ensure that we do exactly that in terms of biomanufacturing industrial development center. I've mentioned, for example, the bio refineries is one of those platforms that we've put in strengthening biomanufacturing. But also a second important aspect is that of a new thinking for new industries, and the idea of biorefineries talk to the new thinking for new industries in terms of producing waste products. And the last one is that of new thinking for mature industry. And one of the challenges is that South Africa has got a number of old industries, and some of which are aging. So there has to be a new thinking in terms of mature industries, and biorefineries in this case are a very important way of bringing new technologies, new ways of doing things, and more importantly is the work that we're doing around sugar diversification to look at potential products that can come from sugar. Let me end there by congratulating the Namibian government and its people for the development and the launch of its strategy. We look forward to work with the Namibian colleagues in various platforms in the world in strengthening biorefineries and the use of biomass.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Please a round of applause for our colleagues from South Africa. They say Namibia and South Africa are joined by the hip. I'll explain later. Maybe this is not the right audience for that joke. Malte, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Malte. We'll have one more presentation, or two more actually, before we get to that panel discussion. The next one will be focusing a little bit on the local setting, Namibia's national bioeconomy agenda. Where are we? And of course, what is the way forward? To do that, we are now joined by a Senior Inspector for Biosafety from the National Commission for Research, Science and Technology, NCRST, Ms. Hilde Amputu. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you, Ricardo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I'm Hilde Amputu from the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology. And now that we have heard from the international and regional perspective, I'm going to take you through the local agenda as to where are we with the bioeconomy national agenda. Next slide. Just to give you a bit of a background, bioeconomy has been a priority area in the National Program on Research, Science and Technology, as well as in the Science, Technology, Innovation Policy 2020 to 2030, because it has been excluded from the Biotechnology Policy of 1999. It was then until 2018 that the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology, together with the focus groups from industry, being private industry, non-governmental organization, and private sector, they came together and facilitated the development of our national bioeconomy strategy, 2023 to 2028. In 2019, the NCRST has partnered with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, whereby they plan to conduct a stock-taking and analysis report. Then through this, it was then initialized that there's a need to constitute a multi-sectoral working group, of which it consisted of different role players from the industry, be it from government institutions, private companies, non-governmental organizations, and research institutions. This regional, from here we conducted regional consultations that were done in the 14 regions. This took place last year, 2021, and a stock-taking and analysis report was then concluded from this. We had a final validation workshop, which took place on the 22nd of June. And from here, we currently want to forward this strategy that has been validated by the stakeholders to to the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation before cabinet approval. Just to dive into the definition of bioeconomy, this is a definition that has been adopted in 2018 first by the Global Bioeconomy until it was revised in 2020, which says then that bioeconomy entails the production, utilization, conservation, and regeneration of biological resources, including related knowledge, science, technology, and innovation, to provide sustainable solutions, be it information, products, processes within and across all economic sectors, and enable a transformation to a sustainable economy. From this, we can then conclude that bioeconomy is really a synergy of different policies. The policy that has been launched today, the National Strategy on Bush Resources, was also considered in developing this bioeconomy strategy. The video presented today, as well as the research symposium yesterday, did most of the work in then explaining how bioeconomy relates to biomass. And in here, maybe I would like to touch on the feed that has been produced from the bushes, but there's other products that we have seen outside as well, including a very upcoming and exciting one, biochar, which can also be used per se in pharmaceuticals, as presented by the presenters yesterday. Next. Our national bioeconomy strategy, we are calling it the Namibian Sustainable Bioeconomy Strategy, with a vision of a vibrant bioeconomy that drives innovation, conservation, and sustainable utilization of all biological resources in Namibia. The mission is then to promote and accelerate the deployment of innovations and the sustainable use of biological resources for growth and sustainable development in Namibia. As mentioned, this sustainable bioeconomy strategy will definitely be submitted to the cabinet probably by this week or next week. It's just upon its final graphic alignments. With respect to how we came about the focus areas, a benchmarking with a focus group in 2016 to 2018, of which I'm happy to announce that some members of the multi-sectoral working group are also in this room today. They are the ones who came about the 3 priority areas, also aligning to the 2 countries in Africa, Tanzania and South Africa, because we have noticed that they are in line of what we mostly want to do, although other countries, regional and international, have also been benchmarked, the ones that have developed their bioeconomy strategy. In SADC, Namibia will be the second leading to develop its bioeconomy strategy, second from South Africa. So the 3 priority areas are then agriculture, health, natural resource management, with value addition that also came out as a cross-cutting issue, although South Africa and Tanzania has it as its main priority area. Looking at our strategic objectives, the first strategic objective is then value addition and employment creation. Second one being environmental sustainability. The third one is research, development, and innovation. And then the fourth being improving awareness and promotion of bioeconomy activities in different sectors. Just to dive into a few initiatives that have been suggested to contribute to this strategy. being maybe to start with the first one, to increase seed funding for value addition in agricultural produce with a focus of neglected and underutilized crops. We have seen that we have products that require mainly funding, and this strategy will also encompass our buy-in from the government of Namibia and also other private sectors, which are really key in providing key funding mechanisms, including our local banks. Also to develop bush biomass value chain, which includes communal farmers, because we really want to make this strategy an inclusive strategy that accommodates not only a small segment of the biomass industry, but also going to our local deep communities that can also benefit equally and who have the equal opportunity to benefit from the market. Also to support the development of sustainable value chains based on non-timber forest products and wildlife in conservancies and community forests, as well as to increase markets, because we have established that we do have the market here. We have heard that Namibia is also part of, is also leading in the biomass industry. Some activities could be an activity like the one we are having today, business fairs and conventions, and also to initiate dialogues in retail shops. We want to see products in the biomass sector, perhaps also displayed on our front benches before you enter a shop for marketing purposes, and also to organize training for SMEs and entrepreneurs, as well as to include our communal farmers, as I've previously mentioned, and also establish trade relations with regional. This strategy could also give rise to opportunities to create an integrated SADC strategy, whereby we'll see how we can integrate what different countries have, or perhaps look at what we could trade with each other in terms of either regional or international. And then we have another strategic objective for environmental sustainability, of where we are saying the initiatives we want to restore agricultural land through sustainable bush thinning and biomass utilization. This has been stressed also yesterday, and also to introduce technologies that capture carbon for local industries. Yesterday we have also seen some monitoring tools to detect different species of plants per se. We also want technologies that can capture carbon emissions so that we can just sustain the environment, and also support community-based organizations for sustainable use and commercialization of natural resources. Also to safeguard the environment through development of ecosystem-based monitoring tools. And cross-cutting issues under here can also be the promotion of certification schemes within the private sectors or industry role players, or the ones involved, and also to restore agricultural land through sustainable bush thinning and biomass utilization, mass trees plantation or campaigns. Within the discussions also, we have seen from the research symposium that research and development was also coming out strong. In this strategy, we have it as an objective to then do research, development, and innovation to really prioritize it. And some of the initiatives that the multi-sectoral working groups with other industry players came up with is then to strengthen this research, because investments in research and development are really the key to also upscaling our biomass industry per se, and also to strengthen research efforts to create the next generation of products in partnership with rural communities. There have been a lot of complaints from our engagements with the rural community to say that researchers will always go to their regions, take information, but they never come back and give them feedback or help them in adding value to their products. So also in developing innovative digital value chains, we have learned from COVID-19 that we might have to do most of our activities virtual or online. You could also monitor through your computer or other IT technologies from an office that is far away from the bushes or where the harvesting takes place. Also, another initiative is to strengthen research efforts to monitor and improve bush thinning practices to ensure environmental sustainability. We are talking about a sustainable bioeconomy strategy for Namibia. The cross-cutting under this also could be promoting sustainable utilization of bioresources in protected areas and communal areas, and also training in product development for target youth and women groups. Yesterday, I think there was a presentation of saying that the specific research project has also benefited the community in Okonjatu, whereby they also just cascaded the information down to the local communities. That is the bioeconomy strategy that we envisage for Namibia. Also to establish partnerships between private sector and research institutions to fund applied research science. This will be done in collaboration really with universities and private sector, not just, let me say, private sector going to hunt for their own, but it will be through mechanisms through our local universities that will really drive this. Some activities then could be fostering partnerships between researchers and rural communities, and then also patenting of intellectual property and innovative discoveries. Most of our upcoming biomass players need to have knowledge per se on how to patent their innovations or products, and also brought to the same level with the main industry players. Also to establish and enhance national R&D centers or institutes of excellence in bioeconomy. I'm happy to hear that there's a research center or institution in Waterberg or Baragvattel. So we are planning to have similar stations throughout the country just to make sure that everybody is brought on board. The last objective, which is really key, is to create awareness and promote bioeconomy activities in different sectors. And these are really cross-cutting issues within all the three priorities, the health, agriculture, and so some of the initiatives under this strategic objective is then to upscale capacity building through knowledge dissemination and training, as I've also previously stressed in the previous presenters, and also to equip communities with training and research, raise brand awareness with social media campaigns, and also to protect indigenous knowledge and protection of natural resource through the amendment and promulgation of relevant policy and legal frameworks. Training on negotiation skills and intellectual property rights is also key in creating awareness, and also awareness programs for producers on technology readiness and available tools for value chain development. I'm just going to go through again some of the activities. I think the first one is a similar one also to this one. We would like to have more of this. Regional trainings, strengthen and expand the mandate of National Botanical Research Institute to serve as a national biomass resource observatory. We also want to have a biomass laboratory here in Namibia. We don't only want to be sending our products per se in Europe or in South Africa per se. Dissemination of bioeconomy concepts in education and training courses and school programs, to include it in the curricula, because biomass could be discussed under a few modules like biotechnology, but it's not really stressed at its own level to understand it on a deeper level. And also to develop and design tailored awareness initiatives for key policymakers and government bodies of bioeconomy. We want our ministers and also our government at large to be in line with this strategy, to say that if we are at a stage of having, let me say, either north to south or a north to north agreement per se, we know that we could do it at a government level, and this could also create opportunities for trade. Also, to raise awareness to key policymakers and government bodies, and organize training on bioeconomy with farmers and marginalized communities. Youth groups and are also critical for strategic impact. Just to give how this will be done, this strategy encompasses an implementation plan and monitoring and evaluation, whereby the bioeconomy multi-sectoral working group will then be the one under the NCRSC to be the leading coordinating agency. The BMWG will be the main implementer to oversee that activities are implemented to plan, and also monitoring process will imply a monthly continuous data collection of different performance indicators. And then at the end of each semester, which is after 6 months, there will also be another M&E, as well as after 2 years, and then an end term and evaluation, of which you can then leave it for further opportunities for the next generation or the current to further proceed with what can be improved from the current strategy per se. In terms of the funding strategy, we're saying that the government of the Republic of Namibia will then be the main funder per se through its support, either through multilateral or bilateral partners or existing and new partnership agreements, and also grants will be provided through grant writing in partnership with United Nations agencies, the European Union, USAID, DFID, and other bilateral partners. We are also talking about banks in Namibia, of which Standard Bank could also be highly recognized, and then Agribank and Development Bank of Namibia. As for the project milestones of this project, just to refresh your minds again, the bioeconomy stock taking and analysis report has been done and concluded. The draft bioeconomy report has also been done, and then the bioeconomy strategy was presented to the stakeholders in 2021. All their inputs were incorporated, and then we had a final validation workshop this year, 22 June, and then the next step will then be to forward this strategy to the Minister of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation for vetting before cabinet approval. This comes to the end of this presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Just get the mic.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samputu, for giving us that detail. I wanted to encourage you to rush a little bit, but the information is so critical that we have to just give you those extra 2 minutes to finalize the presentation. Nonetheless, looking at the National Dialogue on Bush Biomass, the Chief Executive Officer will be represented by the Executive Director, Mr. Angus, from the Namibian Nature Foundation. So please give him a warm round of applause.
Great, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I guess I stand between you and lunch, so let's crack on. Actually, I'm not really here to give a presentation, I'm here to give a pitch. I'm giving the pitch on behalf of Chris Brown, who couldn't make it today. And for those of you, I'm actually quite used to following Chris Brown. He was the former director at the NNF, and people still ask me when I say that I work there, whether I still work for him. So in a way, I'm still working for him. The platform which I'm about to present, and on behalf of Chris, will be run through the Namibia Chamber of Environment. The Namibian Nature Foundation is a member of the Chamber of Environment, and we've been, I can say, very involved in the various processes that have led up to the strategy for biomass that was launched this morning. So, I don't, where does this, okay. Point to the back. Still not working. Oh, okay. The context, I don't need to talk too much about the context. I think the speakers before me have highlighted this. But a couple of things have come out. The one is, I think somebody, was it the minister, said we've kind of messed up and we have to intervene to fix the problem that we've created. But of course, by trying to fix problems that you've created, you start creating other problems. The general agreement within Namibia is that intervention is more desirable than non-intervention. So as we go forward, we need to also understand that there's not going to be perfect solutions, but we need to try and get the best that we can. And I think that's the basis of what we're dealing with here when we're talking about dialogue. So what we do know is that it's multi-sectoral, it's cross-disciplinary, there are a lot of different aspects that will be involved. Those of you that were here yesterday heard a lot. Already this morning we've heard a lot. When you look at the bioeconomy strategy, it involves a lot of different actors, all of whom will be engaged in this biomass process. Okay, eventually, maybe. Next slide, might be easier. All right. So the link to the strategy is quite specific. It fits in a very small part of the strategy under Objective 6, which is to create a platform. I should say that the wording here is about a platform of responsibility for coordination. I think that lies more with the ministry. And in fact, we are more the platform down here to promote cooperation and integration. And you can do that through dialogue. You know, in the conservation sector, you go to these big meetings and there's always some, let me say, clown that stands up in the audience and says, too much conversation, not enough conservation. And actually, I say clown because good conservation requires very good conversations. And in the biomass sector, that's no different. So what we're aiming to do through this platform is to ensure that there's an independent space for discussion. We had a question earlier from the lady somewhere in the back there, middle, around the question of sustainability. And I think essentially this is what the platform is there to try and get some consensus around. You know, when we talk about sustainability, we're talking about the needs of the current generation, and we're also talking about future generations. And how do you balance those? My perspectives on my needs today versus my children's needs, a single person's perspective of their needs today, a young person, an old person, These are all very, very different, and you can't get anywhere if you don't have a dialogue around those. In the national context, of course, we need to talk about national development. How do we go about that? Which areas are developed, which areas are not developed? And then, of course, Namibia has international obligations or commitments to climate change. In the developed worlds, there's an obligation towards mitigation because they've stuffed it up for us. In our reality, we have to adapt in Namibia. So we have to balance mitigation and adaptation. We have to balance land degradation versus restoration. And we have to balance biodiversity loss versus biodiversity gains. So all things for healthy discussions. Oh, that was so good I got there. Okay, so I hope you get from this, we need to talk. Talking is good. And if we have a constructive dialogue, we can get towards consensus. We saw with the Hamburg Initiative, for those of you that recall, the Choose Caller Initiative, maybe they should have called it the Moin Moin Gazprom Initiative, but anyway. So with that initiative, there was a lot of discussion, and it also surfaced discussions within Namibia. I said right at the beginning, nothing here is perfect. We're not imagining that this is the silver bullet. And if we don't discuss the issues and surface them and get consensus, we're not going to be able to move forward in the most sustainable manner possible. And I think we need to focus on that, the most sustainable manner possible. So, important note now, you can forget everything else I said, just remember this part. The first meeting is going to be next week on Thursday, the 15th of September. For those of you that haven't registered, we have had good registrations, I might add. For those of you that haven't registered, please contact Miria, her details are there, miria@nnf.org.na to register, to be part of that process. If you don't get to this first meeting, don't worry, it'll be an ongoing discussion. So in that meeting, we're going to be asking the stakeholders. It's not our discussion as the Namibia Nature Foundation. It's not the discussion of the Namibia Chamber of Environment. It's our discussion collectively. So we're going to be asking, what do we need to talk about? And what are the things that we need to get to grips with? So I thank you.
Thank you very much, Angus, for that presentation. That brings us to the end of the second session. But first, of course, we have to indulge all our speakers in the panel discussion. Malta, are you still online?
Of course.
Dr. Bulani, are you still with us? Mr. Durham?
I'm here, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, gentlemen, there, I see you. Some good-looking gentlemen there. All right. We're going to open up the platform just for the Q&A. So I'm not going to ask any questions. I really just want the audience here to engage you on your presentations. Do we have any takers? Angus, please come and join us on stage. Mr. Maputo, please come and join us on stage as well, so you can take any of those questions. On that. Okay, apologies for that. Do we have any takers? In terms of the questions, the platform is open. Johannes, I saw your hand was moving there. Do you want to? Okay, we've got one question here. Do we have any more? Okay, we've got two.
Hi, thanks, Angus. Colin here from NBIG and Carbon Capital.
Colin, if you can just speak a little bit louder and just hold the microphone closer.
I'm going to swallow it soon.
There we go.
Colin here from NBIG. I wanted to ask, with regards to the dialogue, what is the outcome? How do we capture that consensus? Is there going to be minutes kept for the meetings? Is there sort of a recap? What are we aiming for there in terms of capturing that useful dialogue?
We had a hand up there as well. Do we have any more takers in terms of questions? Right here.
Sorry, Dave Lillo from Ikazi Energy in South Africa, in Cape Town. I was very interested to see that there are two strategies here, one from South Africa, one from Namibia. I don't know how common they are, but I'm asking, is there any platform, if we go across Southern Africa, bush encroachment, alien trees is really common across. Is there any platform for dialogue between Botswana, South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe to actually address these problems in a common fashion?
Regional coordination, regional dialogue, continental dialogue eventually. Do we have another question before we bring it back to the panel? No questions, no comments? Well, then, okay, there we have.
Hi, Salma again. Just a quick question on the logistics to actually branching our products into the European markets, which are quite exciting, I think. I'm not really into the space, but I'm just thinking that regarding standards, audits, just that facilitation, what are the preparations? Perhaps it's something that's already, working smoothly, but I just wanted to find out that, are there any potential risks or showstoppers to accessing European markets when it comes to being prepared on our grounds? Thank you.
Barriers of entry to the European market. Best believe there will be barriers. It's the European market. That's what they're popular for. But they also pay on time. So let's throw it back to Malta. Malta, I think let's start from the back. The question is, are there any barriers of entries that businesses need to look out for, or industry players in Namibia need to look out for if they're trying to access the European market? And perhaps if you can highlight one or two of those that we need to be on alert for.
Of course, there are a few. Oh, I hear you double. Okay, now it's better. Of course, there are some barriers. As I said, we have this sustainable criteria, and also the public in Europe is very critical. Probably some of you know the discussions which were happened in Hamburg. So yeah, you have to prove that your product comes from a sustainable source. I guess that is key. And such certifications like SURE can prove that. And yeah, I think from the economical side, there are not so huge barriers. I guess the best thing is when you work together with partners in Europe. So please feel free to contact me so I don't know what exact product you want to sell here. So probably I can link you with somebody.
Thank you very much for that, Malta. There was a question on those regional dialogues. I don't know, Angus, whether you want to get in there or whether I should throw that to our colleagues in South Africa. Are there any platforms, I think, in terms of creating synergies and having conversations on strategy, now that Namibia has one and South Africa has one, how do we involve the rest of the region? Ben, perhaps you can take it, and Dr. Bulani, either one of you can join in on that one.
So let me kick the ball off. Thanks very much for the question. I think there are only a handful of countries in the world that actually has a bioeconomy strategy. But most countries have some kinds of strategy that deal with certain parts of a bioeconomy strategy. So, for example, an agricultural strategy, an agricultural innovation strategy, an industrial biotechnology strategy. So the fact is that bioeconomy is looking at driving the development of all technologies that have an origin in bio. And this is a common feature and needs to be encouraged. So South Africa has provided some input in there are processes underway, but the bioeconomy is a fairly recent development, and it's definitely to be applauded that Namibia is exploring this option and hopes to be launching their strategy soon, and we would want to encourage that kind of dialogue.
Dr. Bulani, perhaps you can take over. We're having some difficulty there with Ben.
Just to add on what Ben was saying, I must say it is quite encouraging to have Namibia, in this case, launching its bioeconomy strategy, because one important positive aspect about this is the fact that not too long ago, our colleagues from East Africa have launched a regional strategy. And I think the question that Dave was asking about regional coordination really talks to the idea of maybe this is an opportune time when it is not just South Africa who have a strategy, but we move beyond just country strategies to a regional strategy. So I think what we should be doing with Namibia is to work together and be putting together a regional strategy. Because once you have a regional strategy, even those countries who do not have a national strategy, they will be encouraged to start developing their own national strategy. So it's lessons that we need to learn from the East African colleagues. So as we speak, unlike the East African colleagues, there is no platform, but I think what we can do is to move towards that direction. That online asked a question around invasive plants. As far as the strategy from our end in the department, we have an understanding that if one considers the issues that we have as a country, limited, we're having constraints around arable land, rainfalls, and all of that. Biomass is a huge issue, and therefore any use of available biomass, including invasive species, would be very important. And as a department, we take a very bottom-up approach in terms of the use of available biomass. At this point in time, because we don't have sufficient biomass in the country, one of the things that we strive towards is along the lines of circular bioeconomy and making sure that there's a use of waste and generating products from that waste. We have quite a number of projects that are ongoing in the country along those lines, but I think some of those could venture also into invasive plant species. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Dofi, in terms of online questions, do we have any questions online, maybe in the chat, etc.? You can just get those ready while we have a response from Angus on the dialogue question and input from Ms. Amputu.
I've got to speak louder. Okay. I don't know, the people online can't hear me, but that's okay. All right. Okay, so thanks, Colin, for your question. At the first step, of course, we'll capture records of the meetings themselves and the discussions there. I'm not sure whether they'll be minutes as such, but certainly summaries of those meetings. But further to that, we will also be looking to gather knowledge products. There's been a lot of, NBIG have gathered a lot of knowledge products, particularly under DAS. You also have Namibia Chamber of Environment with Environmental Information Service. So we want to find a way to link those different sets of products and bring new products in. And finally, there's a possibility to develop new products, so policy papers and position papers as appropriate for the dialogues that will take place.
Any input from your side?
Colin, for that question, and I just want to touch on the monitoring of how we are going to capture this information and monitor it as well. From the national bioeconomy perspective, I think in the MNE, there are performance indicators assigned to each initiative, and all these activities that will be done by different sectors per se will be then captured under those indicators, of which most we don't have a baseline now, but also considering that the industry is new, 5 to 4 years, I think by now we should have a baseline after the second year after we capture it, which will be done monthly and then after 6 months and also annually, in addition to minutes as well when the multi-sectoral working group meets. And also I would like to touch on the question of the standards. There is also initiatives that has been allocated to come up with national standards in alignment with international standards, to say that with respect to biomass per se, yesterday we have seen wood being graded per se, grade A and B. The Namibian Standards Institution is also on board to also assist in developing these standards, and also creation of biomass laboratories per se to test these products. So it will be well accounted within also the national and international, aligning to international standards as well.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any more takers from the floor? Or the gentleman from the press wants to. Any more questions, or is that the last one? While we're waiting for him to speak, Dofi, do we have any questions online?
Yes. Can I go for them?
Please go ahead.
So the first question is to Dr. Bulani and Mr. Duham. The participant is asking, I've missed the role of invasive alien species, specifically plant, in your strategy. Please, can you comment on this? And then there's a next one to Mr. Tumpa. Is SURE an umbrella body for all of Europe, or is it pertinent to Germany only? Also, how does FSC, for example, relate to SURE? Now, this one has been answered. I just want to quickly read the answer. The SURE certificate is valid for the whole EU. FSC is not listed by the European Commission for the sustainability certificate required for energy recovery in power plants. And my last question, the last question from one of the participants is, of the 45 million, how much has been mapped for actual biomass utilization in light of the fact that it should be thinned and not eradicated?
Who's that question directed to? Is it
No, it didn't say. I suppose any of the speakers can
any of the
probably...
speakers can take it?
Yeah, can take it.
I think perhaps maybe we'll start with Ben and Dr. Bulani on the invasive alien species, yeah?
I think I answered that question. It was from Garth.
Oh, from Garth. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's the Garth question that you answered.
And of course, then provide educational information with regards to that.
100%. Thank you. All right, well, that brings us to the end of the conversation for now, since we don't have any questions on the floor. Can you please provide our panelists with a warm round of applause? You see, that is now the applause of people that are happy that lunch is finally here. I'll see you exactly in 1 hour, 5 minutes past 2. Thank you so much for making time out to be here.
Before you go, I've got some announcement. Ricardo, if you allow me.
I was going to allow you just now.
Oh, okay. Allow me then.
But go ahead.
Okay, lunch is served not where we were yesterday. So you pass the place where we were as if you're going to the toilets, and then immediately on your right there is what they call Safari Grill. That's where we are going to have lunch. And before you leave, please make sure that you've got a meal ticket. Thank you so much. Back to you, Ricardo.
Thank you. Just follow the ladies in the gray, expensive-looking and big jackets there. They will give direction. Thank you, Progress. I'll give you my size at the end of the day. Thank you. You've got the information.
Am I too stressed?
Yeah, no, that's why I wanted to bring the water.
I'm Sakis, the founder and owner of Prime Biochar. I grew up in the northern communal areas where we do a lot of livestock and cropland, but it was specifically my passion for crops that led me to coming up with Prime Biochar. Growing up as a child, I've noticed that over the years when we plowed, the birds no longer come. In the early days when the soils were still productive, healthy and alive, people would plow, the eagles, the crows, the birds will come and eat from the earthworms and all the microorganisms that have been unearthed from the soils. The farmers often do conventional tillage, which means they turn the soil over and over again exactly at the same depth, and we mostly plant the same crops year in, year out. And over time the soils become depleted, they become poorer, and that's why I came to say, can we restore it to the former glories that they were? If you put in biochar into the soil, it will hold the water and the fertilizer within that root zone of the crop, and that is what is needed for the crop to essentially produce a bountiful yield. I think currently nothing more excites me than biochar. One Christmas, and it was essentially during December, on Christmas Eve, and that was in 2011. I sat in bed and thought to myself, if only 1,000 people who went to bed hungry yesterday could essentially have a meal today on Christmas Eve, I would be much happy. And that is still a dream that I would like to see being brought forward, and that comes into terms of food security. So that is where my passion comes from. In the end, it's about food security for the country, but then the added bonus is also about putting carbon into the soil, locking it in, and essentially contributing to reducing carbon emissions into the soil. Biochar is an investment into the future.
Every farmer in Namibia knows the problem. Previously productive land becomes more and more covered with bushes. Instead of rich grazing areas which act as a food source for animals, bush-covered savannas arise. As prolonged drought increases, the animals run out of nutritional sources, and thus farmers need to buy expensive fodder. Tourism suffers from these changes as well. The answer to this problem is the thinning of the scrubland. This provides many advantages for farmers, nature, and the economy. The bushes are being harvested with the help of machines. They are dried locally under the sun and will be chopped as well. Afterwards, they are being transported to a processing facility, a so-called Biomass Industry Park, for short, BIP. In here, the plant biomass is being weighed and sorted. Afterwards, it will be processed into logs or wood chips of various grain sizes. This provides the basis for widely varying products. By the help of a retort, charcoal and briquettes are being produced for the international market. In addition, a press is used to produce wood pellets. Even the finest pots are used for the local production of fodder and compost, as well as biochar, which is produced by making use of pyrolysis. Biochar and compost can be used as a fertilizer for the scrub-cleared surfaces. The regrowing grass could then be used to produce paper. In the process, the proteins are extracted from the grass fiber and processed in the form of fodder, so that the nutritional value is retained in the country. The produced heat is used to further produce a wide variety of products in a meaningful and synergetic way. The BIP as well includes a workshop containing a spare parts depot for the machine's maintenance and residential houses for the employees. The BIP is powered by photovoltaic systems. Thus, the product's carbon footprint is reduced to the minimum. Export products such as briquettes and pellets will ultimately be transported by making use of a functional logistics chain and can, amongst others, be sold on the international market. Whilst pellets serve as an alternative and nearly carbon-free fuel in Europe, in order to help leaving the charcoal production, the production itself provides plenty new jobs in Namibia. The employment of women in marketing and distribution is particularly promoted. Also, the farmers benefit since their grazing areas recover and since they do not have to invest into expensive fodder anymore. Thus, the livestock can grow again, groundwater is replenished, biodiversity increases, which at the same time comes in useful for tourism. Biomass Industry Parks, a bundle of synergies for the optimal use of bush biomass in Namibia.
The Bushfeed Formulation App. Create more nutritious and economical bushfeed rations to feed your animals with confidence. Bushfeed is revolutionary in aiding to restore rangelands, boosting the local economy, and offering livestock farmers a solution for an affordable feed supplement, especially during recurring, extreme challenging seasons. One problem remains in these early bushfeed stages: the need for accessible tools and reference as guidance to formulate correct and safer proportions of milled bush within animal rations. To resolve this problem, the Debushing Advisory Service has initiated the development of a digital app which auto-generates suggested nutrition rations featuring an exclusive milled bush library of Namibian encroacher bush. With the help of the agri-tech company Farm for Trade and reference libraries verified by animal nutritionists, a free version of the web app is here. How do you create your custom ration? It's easy. The first step is to select your animal's parameters. Secondly, you can confirm our choice from the proposed daily nutritional requirements. Then you may select 3 to 5 desired ingredients from the local libraries that you want to include in the ration. All ingredients are tagged with main nutrient types to help you ensure that there is at least one protein, energy, and fiber ingredient. Finally, the app will propose some options, namely lowest cost ration, most nutrient and best match, which balances cost and nutrition. You may browse the suggestions and save your desired formula choice. Access the free version at https://ffa.dasnamibia.org.
My name is Mati Toivandevahoma. I'm from Okongo constituency, keeping cattle, goat, donkeys, and few horses. We are experiencing very difficult when it comes to animal feed We need to do something at our farms. I have learned a lot. I didn't know that a lot of these bushes, I can mix them and then do animal feed. I have cattle headers. I have an old milling machine. I am going to use from now and start making something for our livestock.
Edzina langa amendapone kwa pahangwa shimwe ondelio nkalimo omungalulu Farmers Cooperative mondelihongamo pefe kucha ihwailipi tuno kukufa moi hatudulu kufidzinga imuna yetu notahongwa yona tango imongwa etu nukukala talumbakanifa mumwena ni ikulia ngenge tunokuka ninga ni ikulia tulumbakanifa mumwapo tupe imuna yetu ngashime plaka tamu ngahamu omichedi zili mwatu dulukulongifa ikulia otunamo ongete oyeyi otunamo engono oleli otunamo onhu oyowu otunamo omwolo owu chongo shilio shongalulu Farmers Cooperative ohatu kenda bala tukonge eshina olo talidulukukala lunga ikulia tingashi pifeshe pamono madeonga itatukaninga po handimwe nde ohatukaninga ongo vanu veli kumwe ongo ngalulu Farmers Cooperative.
Farmers are normally venturing into studying practices to restore the woody versus the herbaceous balance. And in this way, there are some wood becoming available, which is in the form of wood biomass or bush feed, or wood chips, which is available, which can be used in further value chains in the market, in the biomass industry. So in order to harvest biomass sustainably, the bush biomass quantification tool was therefore developed. It is an easy to use tool and it can fairly accurately estimate biomass for the resource.
I find it so useful because at the farm we are also doing charcoal production, and I realized that this model is going to be work perfectly. It's useful, I can tell the farmers to use.
Very, very interesting. I'm a farmer myself, and it's always good to learn new techniques, new ideas, especially with this big issue that we have in Namibia, the big challenge of bush encroachment, and how to utilize bush to be able at the end of the day to make some profit out of that.
This is very useful because the whole region like Omaheke is up to 40–50% encroached. And in many parts, especially communal areas, we don't have the answer to even go to an extent of addressing the issue. Because with these tools that we learn today, it has become clearer that you could easily assess and harvest or do something to your rangeland after you know what to go for in terms of harvesting.
I'm Sakis, the founder and owner of Prime Biochar. I grew up in the northern communal areas where we do a lot of livestock and cropland, but it was specifically my passion for crops that led me to coming up with Prime Biochar. Growing up as a child, I've noticed that over the years when we plowed, the birds no longer come. In the early days when the soils were still productive, healthy and alive, people would plow, the eagles, the crows, the birds will come and eat from the earthworms and all the microorganisms that have been unearthed from the soils. The farmers often do conventional tillage, which means they turn the soil over and over again exactly at the same depth, and we mostly plant the same crops year in, year out. And over time the soils become depleted, they become poorer, and that's why I came to say, can we restore it to the former glories that they were? If you put in biochar into the soil, it will hold the water and the fertilizer within that root zone of the crop, and that is what is needed for the crop to essentially produce a bountiful yield. I think currently nothing more excites me than biochar. One Christmas, and it was essentially during December, on Christmas Eve, and that was in 2011. I sat in bed and thought to myself, if only 1,000 people who went to bed hungry yesterday could essentially have a meal today on Christmas Eve, I would be much happy. And that is still a dream that I would like to see being brought forward, and that comes into terms of food security. So that is where my passion comes from. In the end, it's about food security for the country, but then the added bonus is also about putting carbon into the soil, locking it in, and essentially contributing to reducing carbon emissions into the soil. Biochar is an investment into the future.
Every farmer in Namibia knows the problem. Previously productive land becomes more and more covered with bushes. Instead of rich grazing areas which act as a food source for animals, bush-covered savannas arise. As prolonged drought increases, the animals run out of nutritional sources, and thus farmers need to buy expensive fodder. Tourism suffers from these changes as well. The answer to this problem is the thinning of the scrubland. This provides many advantages for farmers, nature, and the economy. The bushes are being harvested with the help of machines. They are dried locally under the sun and will be chopped as well. Afterwards, they are being transported to a processing facility, a so-called Biomass Industry Park, for short, BIP. In here, the plant biomass is being weighed and sorted. Afterwards, it will be processed into logs or wood chips of various grain sizes. This provides the basis for widely varying products. By the help of a retort, charcoal and briquettes are being produced for the international market. In addition, a press is used to produce wood pellets. Even the finest pots are used for the local production of fodder and compost, as well as biochalk, which is produced by making use of pyrolysis. Biochalk and compost can be used as a fertilizer for the scrub-cleared surfaces. The regrowing grass could then be used to produce paper. In the process, the proteins are extracted from the grass fiber and processed in the form of fodder, so that the nutritional value is retained in the country. The produced heat is used to further produce a wide variety of products in a meaningful and synergetic way. The BIP as well includes a workshop containing a spare parts depot for the machine's maintenance and residential houses for the employees. The BIP is powered by photovoltaic systems. Thus, the product's carbon footprint is reduced to the minimum. Export products such as briquettes and pellets will ultimately be transported by making use of a functional logistics chain and can, amongst others, be sold on the international market. Whilst pellets serve as an alternative and nearly carbon-free fuel in Europe, in order to help leaving the charcoal production, the production itself provides plenty new jobs in Namibia. The employment of women in marketing and distribution is particularly promoted. Also, the farmers benefit since their grazing areas recover and since they do not have to invest into expensive fodder anymore. Thus, the livestock can grow again, groundwater is replenished, biodiversity increases, which at the same time comes in useful for tourism. Biomass Industry Parks, a bundle of synergies for the optimal use of bush biomass in Namibia.
The Bushfeed Formulation App. Create more nutritious and economical bushfeed rations to feed your animals with confidence. Bushfeed is revolutionary in aiding to restore rangelands, boosting the local economy, and offering livestock farmers a solution for an affordable feed supplement, especially during recurring, extreme challenging seasons. One problem remains in these early bushfeed stages: the need for accessible tools and reference as guidance to formulate correct and safer proportions of milled bush within animal rations. To resolve this problem, the Debushing Advisory Service has initiated the development of a digital app which auto-generates suggested nutrition rations featuring an exclusive milled bush library of Namibian encroacher bush. With the help of the agri-tech company Farm for Trade and reference libraries verified by animal nutritionists, a free version of the web app is here. How do you create your custom ration? It's easy. The first step is to select your animal's parameters. Secondly, you can confirm our choice from the proposed daily nutritional requirements. Then you may select 3 to 5 desired ingredients from the local libraries that you want to include in the ration. All ingredients are tagged with main nutrient types to help you ensure that there is at least one protein, energy, and fiber ingredient. Finally, the app will propose some options, namely lowest cost ration, most nutrient and best match, which balances cost and nutrition. You may browse the suggestions and save your desired formula choice. Access the free version at https://ffa.dasnamibia.org.
My name is Mati Toivandevahoma.
let's check where it is, because the people are really struggling. Where is it? Yeah, but where do they point then? But the people were really struggling. Can you point there as well? Yeah. Oh, you point there then. Yeah.
Okay, so if I've got this thing, then I've used it.
Straight there, yeah. Let's just check. What's the one? Anything on you? Just any thought.
There we go. Did I push something?
Yeah, yeah. Yes. Are we too quick? Just press it once. Just one.
I'm going to go. Okay, which one is which? Okay, so this one, this way.
Forward is the one that's pointing on your right. Right. Yeah.
Got it.
The one that's on your left.
And then this thing. Okay, got it.
You got it. Okay. It's Huskus. Okay.
Hello, hello. Can you please take your seat? We are about to start. Take your seat, please. Settle down. I don't know who are these people. Hello, can you take your seat, please? Take your seat. We are about to start. Can you please settle down? Settle down, please. Come inside. Ricardo, I think you should just start and then the people will come. Just start. Just call your panelist and you can start. The people online are waiting for us to start. So we should start now, please, to honor those who are here on time. Over to you, Ricardo.
Are you ready? Justice, I must use all the titles. Welcome back, welcome back. Good afternoon. Oh, I see. This is the lunch group. I see now. It's a lot of white chairs still open, but hopefully it's still coming in. But thank you so much once again for coming back for the third session of the Biomass Industry Conference at the Standard Bank Biomass Fair. We've had a pretty solid first half in the morning, and we want to continue with that tradition. We will be providing you with much more platform, of course, to engage in questions and answers, etc., with some of the speakers. The third session will be focusing on the bush value chains. Because of the fact that there's so much that comes under that third session, we have divided them into 2 sessions. So it's basically 3.1 and 3.2, just so that we can allow for more room for discussion, etc., with enough panelists on the stage, and not to really just fill up the stage with panelists. So the first half will be first by carbon credit markets, bush biomass value chains. Professor Siska Terblanche will provide perspective on that, one of our international speakers. Immediately after that, we'll have Mr. Timo Herbrandt, the Managing Director, international speaker also from Pyronam. He'll provide an online presentation, and that will focus more on biochar. I know the CEO of NBIG had mentioned biochar in his contribution a little bit earlier on when he was on stage here. So we'll get a little bit more detail in terms of biochar and some of the technology that's required for production, because it's basically a high-tech production project. Immediately after that, we'll have Mr. Perry, the founder and director of Steam Bio Project, also one of our international speakers. He'll be talking to us about carbon credit markets and bush biomass value chains as well. After that, Mr. Michael Dejay, manager for the Charcoal Association of Namibia, will of course also be coming in for that contribution on session 3 and talk to us about the future of charcoal production. They also had their AGM, I think, last week, so he should have some good information from the industry to share with us during his session. Mr. Werner Berg will also join us from DHG. Presentation completely taken off. He will just come and speak to us off the cuff. So I'm quite looking forward to that intervention as well. And finally, they will sit down for a quick panel discussion where we will be looking at what are some of the opportunities and challenges for consolidating Namibia's bush value chain, and perhaps some opportunities that could be out there internationally. So without further ado, please allow me and assist me in providing a warm Namibian welcome to Professor Siska Terblanche. Got the pointer, yeah?
I do. And I just point to the back, right?
You just point to the back?
Yes.
And just speak
into the mic. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to share some of my experience in carbon markets with you. I'm not part of the academic world for some time now. I've joined the private sector many, many years ago, basically focusing on carbon trading and energy conversion projects for many, many years now. So let's start. They say there's a delay, and I should be patient. There's it. Okay, so just a quick background. This is nothing new to any of you. You know all of this. But just to give some perspective to the presentation, the background where carbon trading originates from links with climate change, right? Carbon trading exists because of climate change. So the background is that just by burning fossil fuels, cutting down forests, farming livestock, all of these activities impact on climate change. It exacerbates climate change, basically. Research shows now that carbon capture and storage and sequestration, that these activities can play a significant role going into the future and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Forests provide a carbon sink, and recently there's been these figures that's been published that shows that on a yearly basis, at least up until 2019, a net 7.6 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide are stored per year in biomass pools. And now there's a lot of recent research that says that figure is now diminishing quite fast because of deforestation. But at least it is a large amount of carbon that's being stored on a yearly basis in forests and carbon pools. Quickly jumping now to carbon credits. What it is, it's often also referred to as carbon offsets. A carbon offset represents 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent it's either absorbed, stored, or reduced, or avoided. So any one of those activities can give you a ton of carbon dioxide mitigated, and that is then referred to as a carbon credit or a carbon offset. These carbon offsets or carbon credits then can become a tradable commodity. And we'll talk about that a little bit more now, but that's essentially what you end up with, is a tradable commodity. It's something that you can sell and that you can earn an income from. So just to summarize, 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent is equal to 1 carbon credit, as we refer to, or 1 carbon offset. Carbon trading, the principle, very, very simple. Because climate change is a global issue, it theoretically does not matter where you reduce the carbon dioxide. Whether you reduce it in Namibia or whether you reduce it in Germany, doesn't matter, because it doesn't have a local impact as much as it has a global impact. The main principle also is that one should aim to reduce it at the place where it costs the least, right? So that was the whole idea about the Kyoto Protocol when it was formed or ratified in 1997. Let's call them the developed world, recognize that there has to be something put in place to ensure that the path that we go forward in terms of energy consumption and the way that we do business, that path needs to be more renewable and cleaner and less amount of greenhouse gases emitted. But for some industries, it is very, very expensive to reduce their carbon dioxide emissions. They can do a lot themselves, but there's always a limit. And that's why you now experience, for example, this biomass market in biomass pellets, for example, where a lot of your biomass pellets are literally taken, halfway around the world to other countries in the Northern Hemisphere, and it's burned there because they have done all they can, and now they're starting to import biomass. They've reduced their coal consumption, they've gone renewable, and now they have to do make other efforts, for example, to take biomass pellets from Namibia. So the idea is that you reduce carbon dioxide at the place of lowest cost. That's the principle on which carbon trading is based. So theoretically, any entity, typically a business, would emit carbon dioxide as part of their activities, and they may have an interest, or they may be legally bound to reduce their carbon emissions. So in the Northern Hemisphere, again, or the developed countries, most of them have targets that they have to achieve, but legally achieved. And if they don't, then they get penalized, right? For the developing countries, we haven't ever agreed to legally binding targets. We've done it voluntary, and every year at the COP, and the COP is now in November, you'll hear about it again. Namibia's got targets, South Africa's got targets. Many of the developing countries have targets, but they're not legally binding targets. So although in your philosophy you aim to become more cleaner, if you don't, then there's no penalty involved in that. It's different for the developed countries who's underwriting the Kyoto Protocol. They actually have penalties. So you have a business on the one side, and on the other hand, this thing is sleeping. Okay, thank you for that. So on the other hand, now it's going faster. But okay, let's look at this picture. It's basically a summary, very simple. So on the one hand, you have an industry with a carbon dioxide emission, and then on the other hand, you have an industry who is reducing its carbon dioxide by some other means, maybe by fuel switching from going, for example, NamPower, from coal to biomass, or you are implementing renewable energy on your grid or off-grid, or there's an activity that you do that reduces carbon dioxide from calculated based on a baseline. And the entity who is emitting the carbon dioxide can purchase a small amount of their targets they can purchase from you. It's not a lot that they can purchase. They have to do, on their own account, they have to implement activities to reduce their carbon dioxide emissions, in some cases as much as 90%. And then 10%, if they can't achieve that last 10% of carbon dioxide reduction, or it's very, very expensive, it costs them $800 a ton, then they can purchase those emission reductions from another entity, for example, an entity in Namibia, who is reducing its carbon dioxide emissions beyond the baseline. That's the principle. Let's move on to carbon markets, the basics. The carbon market exists now. It's been up and down, and it hasn't been very, very active up until about 2 years ago, I would say. But it exists, and it provides a platform for buyers and sellers to negotiate prices and volumes of emission trading certificates being sold. There are two types of markets. The compliance market, that's the market that exists mostly in the EU, for example. All the developed countries that have signed the Kyoto Protocol, they have a compliance market. They have a legally binding target, and that forms the compliance market. Then there's the voluntary market, and that's where you see a lot of these biomass types of projects and renewable energy and those type forestry projects. These projects participate in the voluntary market. So it's these two different types of markets that exist. Offsets generated through voluntary markets are known as VERs. We refer to them as VERs. It stands for voluntary emission reductions or verified emission reductions. Then in forestry, for example, broadly there are two types of projects that you can implement, two categories of projects that are eligible for carbon trading. The one is the group that increase your carbon storage, for example, afforestation, reforestation, improve forest management, etc. And then there's the second category that looks at the avoidance of emissions. So there you're looking at conservation of existing carbon stocks, etc., called the RED. It's the RED projects as they refer to. This is very specific to the forestry industry at this stage. And then there's carbon sequestration, which differs from avoidance or the reduction in credit since it physically traps carbon in a stable form for longer periods, right? And that's where you've apparently heard a lot about biochar yesterday, but that's one of the industries that falls into this category. It's a form of carbon sequestration. And let me just put it to you this way. The biochar is a very new thing, also in the carbon world when it comes to carbon trading, because there's now only very recently a methodology published whereby you could calculate your footprint and then your reductions and then register your project under a carbon registry, and thereby you could now do trading. It's very new, but people like it. They love it because they see it as a more permanent way of reducing carbon. Forestry has always been a bit contentious because this whole thing about permanence. How long do you actually trap carbon for in a forest? Now, this biochar category is quite interesting and very exciting because people like it a lot, I think, and it's also scientifically the case that if you trap the carbon in the biochar and you use it for purposes that's more permanent, then the carbon is actually trapped for a long term and not only for 10 or 15 years or whatever. So biochar production. Then just on the carbon project cycle, it is tremendously bureaucratic because essentially it was designed by the United Nations, and I sat on one of these panels as well, and you are trying to put together a system where developing and developed countries have to sit around a table and agree on a process, and it's never easy. They can't agree on anything. So it was a miracle that this whole system was actually happening and working. But the carbon project cycle in summary, is involved. It's not quick, it's not easy, it's not that cheap either. If you have a project, it goes through a whole process before you actually, in the end, get to a stage where you can sell your carbon credit. Project requirements, there are methodologies and standards to which the project has to adhere to. And these are really essential because they need to be robust so that the whole system can have credibility. The offsets must meet a number of criteria, and this is detailed, but this is really applicable once you start looking at the project, right? Then you have to see whether the project complies with all these different types of requirements, and that's usually done during a sort of a feasibility stage. There are a number of criteria, and I'm not going to go into the detail here, but they talk about, for example, things like additionality, verifiability, the permanence of the credits, and in the end, enforcement. So the type of biomass projects that we see in the carbon sort of world range from methane avoidance projects, for example. They stretch to projects where you reduce deforestation, where you avoid fossil fuel use also, for example. Fuel energy conversion is by far the most common one that we see. For example, where you would just switch from a fossil fuel to a more renewable resource, whether it is something like solar or wind or, for example, wood biomass that you would burn in a boiler and generate electricity, put it into the grid or not. That's the type of biomass projects that's been very common in the carbon world and have been successfully implemented, and there's been successful trades for these types of projects as well. Anaerobic digesters, maybe not so common in the biomass, but there has been, it's more in agriculture that they have those types of projects, and now recently a biochar production project. Now, just, where are we now? Thursday. On Monday, I've met with people in South Africa, a company that is now doing a biochar project, going through the carbon project cycle at the moment. It's going to be one of the very first. I know that there's been biochar projects across the world, but these ones will be some of the first ones that's now being validated through and then put on a carbon registry where you could then sell the carbon emission reductions from it. It falls under sequestration. There's been research, and they say biochar can reduce carbon dioxide emissions something like 1.36 to 3 gigatons by 2050. When buried, you know this, it sequesters carbon long term and potentially then enrich the soil. It's primarily used in our agriculture to reduce water consumption, fertilizer use, etc. The project in South Africa, for example, they are going to use the biochar in the pharmaceutical industry, just for interest's sake. It's also used in construction materials. Okay, so more information on where is carbon actually traded and how much and what are the prices. I thought you may find that of interest. At the moment, the voluntary market is by far the more active market. The compliance market is a bit dead. But in terms of, and that's for various reasons. So the compliance market, let me give you background on that, is very quiet at the moment because all of the production facilities in Europe have lessened their production. Due to economic reasons and other reasons, they're just not using that much fossil fuel anymore, etc. So their demands for carbon emission reductions have gone down, and therefore that market is just slumped. But on the voluntary market, there's been a lot of activity for the last 2 years, and we're going to have a quick status overview on that. 500 million credits were traded in 2021. The value of these credits exceeded $1 billion US. That was more than double the amount for 2020. So you can see how quickly it's picking up at the moment. Forestry and land use made up 46% of the amount traded in 2021. 21 types of projects. I'm not going to go into these details. If you want this information, I can provide it to you. But 60 countries are now participating in, or they have last year, in trading carbon. Most of them, of course, in the developing world. The 21 types of projects range from, forestry projects, biomass types of projects, renewable energy projects. It basically covers all the different types of categories. The price that was offered last year, on average, was about $7.90 per credit. So it's per ton of carbon dioxide removed or reduced or mitigated. And that could significantly change the income for any project activity. So who buys at the moment? You may have heard this race to net zero. Everyone is committed to be sort of carbon neutral somewhere in the future, whether it's in 2025 or 2050 or 2060. Most countries, and not only countries, many regions, cities and companies have now committed to be net zero somewhere in the future. So for example, you can track this actually on internet. 763 countries of the largest, companies of the largest 2,000 listed companies in the world have committed to a net zero target in the medium-term future going forward. So those are, it's companies like Google, Microsoft, Apple, Goldman Sachs. Some cities have committed to a net zero target. Cape Town is one of them. I'm not sure about Namibia. But many cities have committed to being net zero somewhere in the future. And this is the market. These guys are the buyers of the voluntary carbon credits. The transactions that happened 2020 and 21, that's just a summary of the transactions that occurred, and sort of the average prices. Forestry and land use, renewable energy is also a big sector, waste disposal, etc. Agriculture is probably the sort of the sector that's represented the least. But as you can see, there's been large amounts of trades that happened in 21 and also in 2020. I just put this in as an example, but it's not really applicable, I think, necessarily. It's more of a forestry project. It's a very recent one, and the reason I've picked this one is because they have actually now, again, received real cash. Because a lot of these projects, if you go onto internet, there's a lot of information, but few of them have actually gone the whole way. It's been implemented and actually have been verified and have received money. So there's a large pipeline, but not so many of them have actually been executed. And also a lot of the trades that we see online are forward sales, which means the project owner forward sold a lot of his carbon emission reductions. He hasn't actually implemented the project, but he's already sold a number of those emission reductions, and then that sale shows up as a sale, although it's not actually there hasn't been physically a transfer of money. But this project, small project, was done in Senegal, and these guys have actually earned money with their project, and they will do so up until 2026. The period over which you can earn money for a carbon project is on average 10 years. So if you implement a project for the next 10 years, that's the lifetime of a carbon project. You can earn on a yearly basis, or every 2 years, or whatever you decide, you can earn money for the carbon emission reductions from that project. they also use the gum from these trees as stabilizer in the food industry. So this is quite a success story. Finally, we've done at CMO, we've done over 30 carbon trading projects since 2004. We've also compiled a number of methodologies. We've done validation of at least 16 projects. And now we have 7 projects that's already earned money. These were actually renewable energy projects. And they are, fair enough, they're easy to implement. But yeah, they've gone through the whole process now, registration, implementation, verification. Now they're actually in a position where they are selling their carbon emission reductions. Thank you.
The professor is very efficient, used the exact amount of allocated time. Thank you very much for that, Prof, and for giving us that detailed insights. Of course, please just step to the back so that they can put the microphone on for you for the panel discussion in a bit. There are 1 or 2 changes on the program that I did not announce a little bit earlier on. Mr. Werner Berg is not going to be joining us. In fact, some of the information that he was going to be sharing will, of course, also appear on one of the other presentations. So he will not be able to join us for today's session. And there's also a slight change. Mr. Michael Deje himself will not be here. He'll be replaced by Dr. Sabine Spear, that will do the presentation on behalf of the Charcoal Association of Namibia, the future of charcoal production in the country. But for now, much talk has been, shared about biochar. Some of you are aware of what it is. Others will probably be introduced for the first time here today as well. But it is a very, very, like the professor was also mentioning, high-tech production project. And that's the insight that we're going to get now from Mr. Timo Herbrandt, who is the Managing Director of Pyronam. He'll be joining us online to speak to us about biochar high-tech production project. Timo, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We could hear you a little bit louder. If it's just a little bit louder, then that'll be good.
Okay, I try to speak louder.
100%. Oh, that's beautiful. Can you share your presentation so we can just make sure that it all is well there?
Okay, can you see it?
I think it's still coming up. We'll see it shortly. Just a reminder, of course, for you as well here, please do make sure if you will be leaving to sign the register at the entrance. It's very, very important that we sign that off as well. We'll be sharing some of the information going forward on that contact details. So we just want to verify that everything is in order. So please do make sure to just ask for your name as you head out. There are 2 ladies in front, and then you just sign the attendance register for us. Is the presentation shared?
Yes, I did it on my laptop.
Okay, so
can you see it?
We can't see it. Yes, it's a screen share.
Okay.
Timo, we can share your presentation from here and just let us know the slides to skip, when to skip it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Maybe I have it. Let's see.
Yeah, he said I must wait for a second.
Okay.
I think we should have something going just now. Oh, okay. All right. I think what I would suggest is if Mr. Perry is here, perhaps. Okay.
Can you see now?
I can see now, yes. Thank you. All right, the audience is yours.
Okay, great. Okay, my name is Timo Herbrand. I'm representing Pyronam as the managing director. And Pyronam is the Namibian subsidiary of a German climate tech startup that has got the vision to make a significant contribution to the fight against climate change by implementing the biochar strategy. So Pyronam is still at a very early stage to implement its biochar strategy. And so we are more like in a prototype and a pilot plant phase, so to speak. And therefore, I'm very grateful to the organizers of the event, and especially to Progress Kashantula for giving us the opportunity to present our strategy in this exclusive forum to you today. And it's great to see so many different ideas and projects to exploit the potential of Namibian bush biomass. The potential is great. You all know the numbers. Right now, not even 15% of the annual growing of bush biomass is harvested and processed. So to begin with a few remarks on the framework conditions that all bush biomass entrepreneurs face in Namibia. So because the Namibian domestic market is comparatively small, the bush biomass product must be exportable. Otherwise, marketing cannot be scaled to an impact. And exporting products means long and expensive transport routes to the major markets around the world in the EU or US. So the most successful bush biomass product, the so-called the export champion, is the charcoal. And let's see, the next slide. Oops, where is it? And that's fantastic because a lot of the value creation of the value chain actually is in Namibia. And it's not the raw material that's exported, but it's a refinement by producers that's done. And so a lot of jobs and revenue opportunities could be created in rural areas of the farms and also in the industry in the whole. And a fantastic infrastructure has been built over the last years. And so right now, Namibia is one of the leading charcoal exporters in the world. And this position also comes with some risks because the whole bush biomass sector is depending on the success of one export commodity. So, and this export commodity is a low-tech bulk product, also suffers from long and costly transportation if there are any containers at all. So the the current charcoal production, at least the one on the farms, are emitting greenhouse gases that are worse than CO2. So there's also the risk that environmental regulations tighten, for example, in the EU, then a lot of producers would be out of business. So why am I telling you all this? It's because the Pyronam strategy addresses all those risks and the problems that I mentioned earlier. And Puronam offers the charcoal producing farmers complementary additional revenue opportunity, and so makes it possible to diversify from charcoal into biochar. And in the agenda, it states that concerning my presentation, that it's a biochar high-tech production project. Well, the Puronam pyrolysis technology isn't high-tech. It is very robust, easy to handle, and made for the decentralized operation on farms. Yes, it's environmental friendly, but it's not high-tech. What is high-tech is everything that comes afterwards. I will show you here, because the Puronam pyrolysis systems produce charcoal in biochar quality. And if biochar is charged with nutrition, it can be incorporated in local soils to make them more fertile. And those Namibian soils that get more fertile are then carbon sinks, because the CO2 from the atmosphere that's in the plants are going to be captured by the pyrolysis process in the biochar and then stored in the ground. So this whole process is a negative emission technology, or a carbon removal technology, called pyrogenic carbon capture and storage. So this carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere that's in the plants gets into the local grounds, makes them more fertile. And this is the negative emission technology that we are using. So if this whole technology, if this whole process from the harvesting of the biomass through the pyrolysis process until the sequestration into the ground is done by the highest standards, the professor mentioned some of those, and all these processes are documented and are certified by these standards, then the carbon sinks can be generated, and carbon sink certificates, like negative emission certificates, can be generated and sold to international offsetters, can be exported. And like it was said, the market is massive and it's going to grow. We will need until 2020, until 2050, we will need to take 10 billion tons of CO2 actively out of the atmosphere. So it's a massive market, and it's slightly a different market than the avoidance market that most of the other projects are dealing with. But these are negative emission certificates, and it's like an own market in the voluntary carbon market itself. So in order to do this, like I said, all the processes have to be certified. And in order to do that, the capabilities have to be built. And that's what Puronam is doing right now, together with NBIG, with the GIZ, with NUST, and with ECC. We are building laboratory capacities and also auditing capacities so that this certification processes can be done in Namibia. And of course, we need farmers to team up with us. And so we need and boots on the ground to build our structure. And we get a lot of help from the NCA, or the CAON now, So many thanks to Michael DG. He's doing that, supporting us on a daily basis. It's really fantastic. So you see, we can have even more than the whole value chain in Namibia. We can also have the product, like the charcoal is going to be exported, but the biochar is ideally incorporated into Namibian soils to make them more fertile. And then the created C-Sync certificates and sold C-Sync certificates finance the process. So the revenues that can be made with the C-Sync certificates are or is the revenue opportunity for the farmers, because with that we can purchase the biomass from them and finance the whole process and the investment. So all the resources and the value chain stay in the country, and exported are going to be virtual C-Sync certificates, high-tech services that don't need transportation time or cost, which is one of the problems in doing business or creating products out of bush biomass in Namibia. So let me turn to the next slide. It states how it is done, how we are going forward with PureNam. We are offering a PureNam farmer partnership. That means that if there is a farmer or a group of neighboring farmers that can deliver enough biomass over a period of time, then we, PureNam, can lease a piece of land on their farm and then constructs and operates the producer's plant on its own expense. The farmer doesn't have to invest and doesn't have to take care of it. So for the farmer partner, this whole partnership is pretty simple because he is delivering the biomass to the plant and gets paid by weight, and only has to take care of the harvesting of the biomass and does what the farmer does best, harvesting and then bringing the biomass to the plant. And PureNam does the rest, meaning the pyrolysis, the sequestration, the certification, the generation of the C-Sync certificates and the sales. That's all done by PureNam. Then it's secure for the farmer because the market for those C-Sync certificates is growing, is massive. So there always will be enough demand, and because there is a long-term supply contract, there's also some planning stability for the farmer for the next years. And it's also sustainable for the farmer because there is no more burning of charcoal burning with a lot of smoke on the farm, but it's gonna be cleaner air. The biochar is gonna be incorporated into Namibian soil, makes Namibian soils more fertile, and so the whole project is a sustainable project. So our claim here comes into mind: cleaner air, healthier soil, and better business. So let me give you some data about the one plant and the outlook. Well, one PureNam plant has an output capacity of around 1,000 tons of biochar per year. That's an equivalent of about 2,000 tons of CO2 that is sequestered every year by one plant. And we need about 15 workers, supervisors and workers, for the operations at the plant. So those jobs get created. So, and there's enough potential, even more, for 1,000 plants. We have planned to build 400 plants up to 2028. And 10 years in 2033, there could be 1,000 plants in Namibia. That would mean 1 million tons of biochar produced every year. You could make 50,000 to 100,000 hectares of degraded soils in Namibia fertile with that every year. You would have 2 million tons of CO2 net sequestered every year. That's roughly half of the whole output, CO2 output of Namibia. And there could be about 15,000 jobs created in rural areas at the plants, plus, of course, people harvesting and all the industry around it, sequestration and so on. And so there's a lot of job creation opportunities here with our strategy. So we have a mission, because if in 10 years Namibia can sequester 2 million tons of CO2 net, then Namibia is one of the leading net negative nations of the world. And that's our mission. We would like to make Namibia one of the leading net negative nations of the world. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Timo, please just make sure to stay online so that you can participate in the panel discussion in the next few minutes here. Thank you very much once again to the Managing Director of PIRUNAM, providing us with that perspective on biochar. We're going to continue as we reflect on the bush value chains. For those of you that are joining us online, please do make sure to also send in your questions during the panel discussion. We will make sure to read out some of those questions as well. And good afternoon to you, and of course, welcome and thank you for staying with us online. Our next presenter, Mr. Hugh Perry, is the founder and director of the Steam Bio Project, also an international speaker that will continue to reflect, of course, on the conversation around the biomass value chain. So quickly give him a broad round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. The slides come up. Right. What I want to talk about is a couple of European-funded projects, and I can't mention a European-funded projects without fully acknowledging the support of 15 million euros of European taxpayers' money that's come to basically help us go forward. What we're looking at is long-term, large-scale transformation of a problem of bush, which we've been talking about, into a valued resource. We're looking at incentivising bush harvesting. Earlier someone talked about where's the incentive to bush harvest. What we believe is by the work we are intending to do and that can be replicated in 3 years' time, we will create sufficient incentive for bush to be harvested. Now, where do I point this? Where do I point this? There. There. Right. Going forward, I need to acknowledge that this is a collaborative effort. There are 15 partners from Europe and Africa. It is a truly transcontinental adventure. It's not about we Europe, you Africa, you listen to us, we know best. It's a collaboration between continents. We have 4 partners from Namibia, all of which are represented here. We have a partner from South Africa who is also represented here today, and we also have a partner from Botswana. Right, I'll try and go the right way, actually. Come in, mission control. like to put it in where we're coming from, the context of it, in two ways. First off is in a global status of bioenergy. Bioenergy is the only renewable that's available on demand. No other renewable is available on demand. You compare the global markets of wood pellets and even charcoal, industrial charcoal, and you compare it to coal. The comparison is enormous. There is so much coal still being dug, still emitting carbon. So therefore, there is an opportunity to tap into that coal market. We've heard about carbon credits, tapping into that coal market and replace it with biomass. However, in doing that, we've got a number of challenges. Wood pellets don't naturally go into boilers that are designed for coal. If you look at what was the largest coal-fired power station in Western Europe, Drax in northwest England, 6 massive boilers have been there. They spent absolutely millions and millions of pounds transforming those so they could handle biomass. They had to put in new supply chains, or their transport had to be weatherproofed because it's standard biomass is prone to water ingestion. It can go off. The boilers needed changing because the boilers have to cope with a different feedstock, different calorific value, different handling procedures. Now look at the context of Africa, and hey, I've been to Africa 3 times, so I absolutely know much more about the continent than you do. Sorry, no I don't. Just looking at it on a macro level, you've got an energy supply issue. It's actually one of the reasons this project was funded. Clean, secure, affordable energy. Those were the 3 themes that the European Commission came to us and said we had to address. We've got energy supply options which are by and large heavily polluting. You've got, for both industrial use and the domestic household or the catering outlets, you've got coal, you've got firewood, you've got charcoal. They're expensive, they're polluting, they're unreliable, they're not secure. You've got an electric grid. You've got the best electric grid in southern Africa across the whole continent, and it's completely unreliable. It's falling to pieces. I was in South Africa in March this year, and most industry have separate boilers because they can't rely on the grid. So you've got a complete unreliable status. Then you've got open fire cooking. We've all heard the statistics. Across sub-Saharan Africa, it's estimated that there's 600,000 early deaths every year, typically women and young children, and that figure's magnified. If you look at it globally, there's 4 million deaths, early deaths every year. That's much more than malaria. So Bill Gates should invest in this. If we then look close to home, encroached bush isn't just an issue in Namibia. Last week, along with Colin, we were in Botswana for a project meeting. We went out to a game drive. You couldn't see the animals. The bush encroachment was so large, it was like looking around saying, oh, I think there's a giraffe there. Or maybe it's a zebra. I can't quite see, I'm not quite sure. The bush encroachment problem isn't actually really recognised in Botswana, but that's another story for another day. If you look at it statistically across southern Africa, you have at least 120 million hectares of encroached land. And that's not just farmland. It impacts, as I've just indicated, on your ecotourism businesses, which is a significant earner. And it's not low-value visit tourists. They're typically high-value tourists which spend a lot of money. I wouldn't go to that game reserve again because there's no point. Couldn't see anything apart from bush. Therefore, there's got to be a driver. It goes back to incentivisation. People are not going to clear bush because it's a cost. It's like in any industry. Costs are a burden. What you want is income. What you want to do is invest in revenue generation. I know that from historical background, whereas worked in industry, whereas the costs were always stamped down. But if you generate revenue, you're more likely to invest in. So what we need to do, and it's just not, it has to be done on a large scale. We need large-scale stimulation of bush removal to create jobs and wealth here in Africa. Not in some faraway office in London. It's here in Africa we want to create the jobs. Now, this is a nice thing of mine. Any development, any concept, look at the squiggle. This came to me from a guy, university lecturer in business studies, which sometimes is an oxymoron. You start off not knowing where you're going. You've got little ideas, and progressively you eat your way through, and therefore, theoretically, you have clarity. Can I assure you, that line's never straight. It's always got a few bumps and tweaks in it. We look at the drivers for us. The themes driving our clarity. First off is our enabling technology, and I must admit, it's an enabling technology. It is not and will never be a technology push, and I'll come back to that later. We have a novel adaptation of a technology, and we have the global bioenergy markets. We've got the wider bioeconomy. It's not just bioenergy that we need to be looking at. There's the emerging bioeconomy. If we're replacing fossil fuels, we also maybe want to be replacing other fossil applications for oil and petrochemicals. We also have agroforestry waste challenges, and that's a global issue. So I was brought here, I was invited here on a couple of occasions, which I'll talk to, because there are big opportunities here in Southern Africa. If we look at 120 million hectares, say 10 tonnes a hectare, that's 1,200 million hectares. What's that? 1 billion hectares, 1 billion tonnes, whatever you say. It's a big number. Now we have to go. I'm never very good at technology. I talk about it, but I don't do it very well. Right. If we look at the science and technology, yesterday our colleague Nicholas from the Swedish University of Agriculture gave a presentation, an overview scientific presentation to some of you who are there. I'll do it in a more simplistic term. What we are looking at is the lignocellulose within woody biomass. Essentially, they're all different forms of carbohydrate chains, principally sugar chains, but they're different and they will differ according to different species. There will be differences. The principal three components, three principal groups, hemicellulose, lignin, and cellulose. As you heat those up, there will be changes. Now, if you make those changes in an inert atmosphere, you will not get any oxidative reactions. The core area we want to look at on this chart is in the region between 200 and 280 degrees C, known as torrefaction, from the French meaning to toast, a mild form of pyrolysis. These changes create interesting changes to the material. Right. This is where we go back to the earlier slide about why there are limitations and costs to replace coal with biomass. Here we overcome a lot of these. Compared to raw white pellets, this torrefied material is, first off, it's hydrophobic. You don't need to invest in heavy, costly infrastructure. It's got a low moisture content, it's a high calorific value, it's microbiologically inert. It's fairly good to put through a coal power plant. It needs to be verified. So the objective of what we're doing is that you can, at some extent, you can put it into a coal plant without massive costly investment in either the logistics infrastructure or in the boilers. Now, there has been a lot of people in this area, and I'll be generous to them. They've put a lot of effort in. Lots of clever designs, much more clever than I could achieve, but essentially they have failed. All of them have been technology push, that none of those systems have been commercially replicated. They have big issues. Process stability, they're not reliable, questionable safety, and they've also tried to say, right, we've got an expensive process here, let's make it even more expensive by trying to form pellets out of these. You created a hydrophobic material that doesn't easily bind, and now you're trying to make pellets out of them. So, in summarising, they've had inherently weak economic viability. So why am I special? Well, I think I am. We're coming at it with a destructive approach. Superheated steam is not novel. It's been used in various processing applications. In fact, it's been used for drying. They were using it to dry lumber in the Pacific Northwest in 1906, apparently. So it's quite established. It's got very efficient heat transfer, and it doesn't form a crust on the surface, whereas many drying techniques do. So if you imagine baking a bread, the crust that forms, that typically happens in a lot of air-based drying systems, and that crust creates a barrier to further drying, which makes your drying inefficient. Superheated steam is inherently, you think of steam, you think, oh, that's water, it's wet. If you superheat it, it is actually dry, and it's a very effective drying medium. It creates an inert atmosphere. You do not get reaction compounds, which is another potentially interesting area which we'll be looking at. So what's our approach? We're taking the steam is actually generated from the water within the substrate. You have biomass. It's inherently, it has some water in it in some format or another. And it's just not the free water. As you break down the hemicellulose, you also release chemical water. We're continually pulling water out, but as that water comes out, it starts to saturate the atmosphere. So therefore, the drying will stop. So we actually continually pull out a condensate. And that condensate isn't just water, which is a nice asset to recover. It also contains some very interesting biochemicals, which, as I said, aren't reacted. So they're quite chemically inert, and it's a further area of exploration which we've looked at but need to explore further. What are we doing that's clever? Because we have to do something clever. We're taking the temperature above drying. We're taking it up to torrefaction conditions. So we're creating a stable system. It's a continuous process. It's not a batch process. We can control the outputs by varying the processing conditions. We produce a clean burning biofuel, and we produce a condensate from which we can recover biochemicals which have potential platform use. I'm deliberately being vague about that because we don't actually know a lot about what they are, except as a university colleague, associate of mine at Aberystwyth University said, well, if you could produce a lot of them, they'd be worth lots of money. But at the moment, there's not sufficient produced to actually create a market for them. I think I understood what she meant. Now, I'm not going to bore you with the times and the whole timeline of where we've come from. Essentially, the work we're doing now, I could actually go back a further decade when I first came across the superheated steam technology, drying ceramics in a company in Stoke-on-Trent. Essentially, I identified the concept in about 2012. We validated at a concept level, and this is where the generosity of the European Union came in. Thank you, European Union. We secured an initial grant of nearly €6 million for the first steam bio project. As part of the commercialisation strategy, I know someone talked earlier about protecting IP with patents. That's the last thing I do, because if I patent something, I tell everyone all the intricacies of how I do it. So my best form of knowledge protection is not to tell people. Registered Steam Bio Limited as a business in 2016. I shortly afterwards gave 3/4 of that business away to other people because I needed clever people with technical expertise, which I lacked. I knew what I wanted to do. They had the engineering technical competence to make that happen. We produced in that original steam bio project a demonstration facility that ran for a period of time in northern Spain. It was using assorted woody biomass, typically pine, because it's pine forest there, very resinous pine, but the output was very clean burning, and also people from the plant took it home and cooked with it. Now, you don't normally do barbecues or braai with pine because of the resin. They even took it to the local restaurants, so they're cooking in commercial restaurants with this material because it gave quite nice cooking, which was interesting. It was a side thing. In that project, okay, I'm running out of time. Sorry, I'll hurry up. Fast forward, we presented at the European Biomass Conference and Exhibition in 2017, which is where I met NBIG. NBIG invited me to come out to the Ottawa trade show here in 2019. We then progressed to the second project, which was where we are now. So we have a plant that's going to be deployed at CCF in March, hopefully next year, which we invite people to come and visit. That plant will be processing and producing over 500 tonnes of clean burning biofuel, which we will be looking to demonstrate across the region. We are then looking in 2024 to commercially run out the project across the region with first applications. Looking at the original project, it was a superheated steam. We're drying and processing up to 230 degrees C. We produced techno-economic validation. It was clean burning, viable business model, but unfortunately, we went for investors too late. Here's some pictures of the system. So it's a substantial demonstration model, and that's the product. And that's as in EUBC in Sweden. What we're doing now, we're advancing the steam bio platform. We're optimizing the process. It's a robust and resilient design, important in deploying in rural locations with semi-skilled workforce. We're taking the temperatures up to 260 degrees C. We're going to confirm the benefits in Africa for Africa. Profit and value, stimulate bush harvesting, clean burning, soil restoration, socially and economically sustaining. And one of the important things we're looking at is not transferring the burdens, so we don't create a benefit in one area and transfer it somewhere else. So we're making sure that there is a net positive benefit. And most importantly, this is at the end of the day research and development final stage. This is the final stage prior to commercialization. We want to progress now for commercial post-project rollout. These are pictures of the system that you can see being built now and soon to be deployed. There's a general arrangement of the plant, steelwork being fabricated here. Long term, we're looking to the fabrication of the system here in Southern Africa. Next stages, we're going to complete and deploy. We're going to demonstrate, and then we're going to develop. We want to enable large-scale rollout. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hugh Perry. You can see that Mr. Perry has been doing this for a while. I'll keep indicating the time. He acknowledges that I'm indicating the time, and then he continues confidently, you know. Some other people will skip a couple of slides, but you can see he's an expert in this space. Thank you very much, Hugh, for that one. We'll call you back to the stage. I think the gentleman at the back will just assist you to put on the microphone. Gentlemen, please put on the microphone in preparation for the panel discussion. And the final contribution for this session, Dr. Sabine Spear is here, and she was speaking on behalf of the Charcoal Association of Namibia, the future of charcoal production. I'm very interested in this one. Please give her a warm round of applause. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much. It's actually a hopper spear. Okay. So the future of charcoal, I'm honored to be actually presenting on behalf of KON, Future of Charcoal. So why I am chosen is because I have a PhD degree, and so I was like maybe the best candidate because I'm actually a farmer. So I'm actually here also on the behalf of the farmers, and my speciality is climate change and anthropogenic impacts. And what do we farmers do? We do impact. So I think it was a very great opportunity because you don't need a PhD to be a farmer. But I like to speak in a kind of a context because, I mean, I'm a passionate farmer. So I like to promote sustainable farming practices. And I think it is really hard, especially if you live in areas where farming is the main thing is like to make money. So currently I'm farming on 12,000 hectares in the northwest of the country, where I'm experiencing more frequent below average rainfall years. So we are very hard hit, and I have been farming full-time now for 10 years, and even with the fluctuating rainfall patterns, I have noticed that bush thickening has increased directly and impacted the grass production as well on rangelands and wetlands. Because most people don't know that there is a lot of habitats on your farm, especially the farmers. So I'm currently rehabilitating and reducing selective bush species on my farm, and it's like an experiment which I can share then to neighboring farmers because it's the same area, but I also can maybe do it like in a bigger scale at a later stage. Excuse me. As a farmer, I also have seen that this biomass utilization is very important. This is talking about charcoal in particular, in the times of drought. No, that's fine. Yes, thank you. And we have learned that thank you very much, that in 2019, it has become more and more important to us. And I'm, like many farmers, turned to charcoal in order to survive. And so Michael has asked me, in behalf of the Charcoal Association of Namibia, to do this presentation because I have a point to make as a farmer that we live in the Kamanyap, I am from the Kamanyap area. So we call the Kamanyap Uchu Road the Kamanyap Charcoal Uchu Delan because it's like a soap opera. And it's quite interesting because I am from both sides. I'm a scientist, but I'm also a farmer. So I've got the best of two worlds. So also, I like to also say the importance of this charcoal to us farmers, because as I said with the 2019, we have learned that we cannot do without charcoal. And also understanding the way that we have farmed in the past will not work anymore in future. We have to adapt to climate change, to fluctuating rainfalls, to not really predictable cattle prices, and also we have to adapt to different income streams to the farm. Okay. So which one is it now? Okay, thank you. So talking about the charcoal industry and KAION, it is the oldest wood biomass industry in Namibia and dates back to the 60s. So it's pretty old, and we can acknowledge that. And the biggest milestone for the Charcoal Association is to actually get the FSC certificates. Previous presentation told you all about the FSC certificates, so I'm not going to touch much on it, but it is quite important for the Charcoal Association and for export especially. Okay, the growth in the industry accelerated with the foundation of the association in 2016. And we want to also acknowledge that the GIZ was a very, very big contributor in this association founding and also in the support that they gave to them. And the membership also grew with the foundation over the years from 2016 to recently, and you can see the big numbers on the screen. Okay, the Keynote also supports, as I said, FSC, but also non-FSC. And unlike myself, I'm non-FSC. I don't want to advertise it too much. But for us, some of our farmers, we don't want to provide the certificate because it has no value to us, or past didn't have value to us, except money, because it was a driver to have bigger income, or you get more money for FSC charcoal. But there's still a lot of processing plants that accept non-FSC and not FSC. But for me, I am a farmer who apply responsible management practices and can easily convert to FSC if I wanted to. And I know of a few farmers that are the same. However, we don't support members who do not follow our own guidelines. These guidelines are actually to protect the association, but also to have a future in charcoal production. Why FSC? As I said before, it's easier and it's better for the environment. And I didn't mention it on the slide, but it's also for export purposes. FSC has become more important, especially in the last few years, and you can see there's also been an increase in area per hectare over the few years. Okay, so I almost said NCA, the Charcoal Association of Namibia, new name, has been involved in a lot of technology improvement. These improvements have helped members, so members can benefit from it. The one thing I can also vouch for, we have been applying that on our farm, and the one-day method is awesome. We have been burning in the past 3 days to 4 days for 1 kiln. And now we're doing the one-day method, we get much more benefits. And it's also, you can see that we had training. Our people know what they're doing. So Charcoal Association of Namibia, KAON, is actually providing this training and also supporting the members, which is the farmers, to do proper burning methods and to see that all the requirements are met. So the benefits of these new techniques is that there's less smoke. So you have up to 60% less smoke. You have better quality because you don't burn your wood. You actually you don't lose money through that. So you have a better conversion rate, so the carbon gets better fixed. So you have carbonization where you actually have now a better quality wood. And I know that because the processors, the people that buy your charcoal actually tell us, listen, you have done much better than in the past. I have even after I've been starting now, gotten my charcoal up to 80% good quality charcoal. And the nice thing is with this one-day burning method, you have better control over your workers, you have better control on how they start and how they finish, and do they do everything right. We also train, KAON trains, and the training program emphasizes on proper wood harvesting. We don't want people to just take out big trees, even if it's in the requirements of the Forestry Act. We want them to take smaller, so they get trained that they actually have to take smaller bushes, which have a certain size, that make better charcoal. This is now a picture that you can see. On the left-hand side, you can see it's more burned, and on the right-hand side, you can see it's better quality. This is a typical one-day burning program. It has been proven to be very successful, and in many cases, better fixed carbon, and exceeds the EU norm that is of 75%. And also, what we like to know is that, or I'd like to share, is that we reduce the amount of biomass needed in the past to now much less that we get 1 ton. So the conversion ratio has reduced, which is very big. So there are some stats. What is without sharing some stats? So this is now reported charcoal. We don't have the data for non-reported charcoal. And you can see over the years, it has increased quite a bit. This is my favorite, biochar. KAON is very involved with biochar. It has been closely working with NBIC, NAST and UNAM on the production of biochar. We are working closely also with a private German company, which you have heard, Pyronam, who are currently investing in Namibia and building biochar plants. This is then on the farms. And they are also testing biochar, I'm talking about KAON, to use maybe in livestock, because we farmers know that our animals need certain feed and stuff during the year. And I know because of plants that's growing or because of some digestion problems. And biochar is proven to actually not bloat animals, and animals eat more, so the production is higher. And it's been proven also that biochar is just like activated carbon, increases productivity in your livestock. Then plans are underway to test also to biochar to use maybe in feed that you buy. So Feedmaster is a big driving force in that. That is also a future thing for that. Then wood vinegar, that is a byproduct, or it's also known as wood acid. KAON is partnering up with individual members, that's farmers, that are developing wood vinegar for Namibia as an industry, so that it actually can be sold as a product. And wood vinegar has proven to be so successful with used as pesticides, has been used for plants to enhance growth, has been used for improving soil. There is so many benefits. And so intensive research is still needed to make it viable for a product to sell. And it has been also has been tested as well, but there's still more to be done. So the opportunity is there for the farmers to use this product on their farm and also reduce emissions, because the way the kilns capture wood vinegar is actually reducing smoke, because you capture the smoke. And with the smoke that is, then it's distilled in a way, it's cooled, you get the vinegar. So actually it is very environment friendlier, and you don't have this terrible smoke everywhere, and you can make money. So that vinegar can be potentially a product for future, but it still needs quite some money and investments to do like a small distillery where farmers can, can be supported, no? Oops, one back. Okay, this one is just to show you on a world map where charcoal is exported to. And you can see that Europe and the eastern countries and America and Australia, but the next slide is actually more interesting. This is actually showing you how much gets exported. So we have this now as a world graph, and you can see Indonesia is the biggest one, and then China and Poland. No? That is charcoal that exports worldwide. And then also, if you can see, Namibia is number 6, not number 5, number 6, but it's still a world leader. And if you look at in the table form, we are actually 3.8 in the percentage, where other countries are much higher, but 3.8 is not bad, hey? We are really going there. Maybe soon we will be one up and more. So if you look at the Namibian exports to Europe, you can see UK is the leader, where we can actually say UK, Germany, and Belgium, and then the other countries, but you can see how much UK actually takes, so they are very important for us. And then this in percentage of the world, you can say most of it is going to Europe, then South Africa, and then the Middle East. I know most of it that is going to the Middle East is non-FSC, but to Europe it is FSC. So this is why FSC is pretty important to us. Okay, the production trend summary. Namibia is very, very high on the list. The fastest growing export markets of wood charcoal of Namibia has been between 2019 and 2020. That shows you that the drought had a significant impact on the charcoal production. Farmers needed to survive. And if we can convince to do it sustainably, we do have a future in charcoal production. And I think only if we get them to do FSC, or even if it's just sustainably, then we will definitely have a future in it. And if you can see, there is a growth, when you look at the other side, on the right-hand side, now, there has been a fastest growing market. There's been United States, Switzerland, and Poland. You can see in the United States almost 50%. No? But then it has been a growth of charcoal of almost 10%, which is huge. And then you have a reduction of exports to South Africa, which is quite, because it was the most important to us in the past, now the Europe is becoming more important. And I think also, I think there is a decline in South Africa because maybe they are using different methods. But Namibia, I think, because it's growing, I think we should just consider it's still growing. So the takeaway story, after my nervousness, charcoal is here to stay. And I fully support it, even as a climate change, anthropogenic person, scientist, farmer. I think charcoal is really a lifesaver for many farmers. But we have to create more awareness. And I'm passionate to be able to be a tool, maybe to create even in my area, because as I said, my road that is 190 kilometers, every second farmer almost does charcoal. So if I can do a little bit of an awareness and an impact in getting them to be more responsible, to actually put back to nature, to care about nature, then I think we have a future. And then we have to get producers to implement enhanced techniques like the biochar addition or the acid where we capture smoke, or we can even do the tar and stuff and do byproducts with it and sell it. Enhanced techniques, adapt, and using also different mechanization so that we can increase production and also be more sustainable in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hopper-Spear. I see that, okay, can we all please stand? Can we just do a quick exercise, just a very quick one? It doesn't require, because the red eyes in here, huh? I know there were some comments about the food, but it was finished, so. All right, so we just follow my movements. Yeah, first just spread your arms wide, and then we just do a bit of like a dove motion, and then just up in the air, and then at the bottom. Then you just shrug your shoulders. There we go. See, that already feels much better. Thank you so much. Can I ask my panelists to please come to the stage? If I can just have my... So the doctor will present and you'll answer the questions. Okay. Please come and join me on stage, Prof. I just want to make sure, Timo, are you still with us online? Mr. Herbrand, are you still with us online?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll start with the Q&A session, so please just listen out for questions that might be coming your way. Okay. Where do we start? Do we have hands in the air? Questions? Okay, we've got the first one here. Can you please bring the microphone for us? You must sit in front here so that that microphone remains close by. Just here. Colin, there we go. Do we have any more hands so we can know where to move the microphone to next? Okay, just behind.
Hello? There we go. I have two quick questions for Pyronam. Firstly, pyrolysis is a carbon positive process. So do you require your suppliers, the farmers, to adhere to a certain sustainability standard for the biomass? Because of course the maths doesn't work out if that biomass that they harvest and pyrolyze for biochar doesn't regrow again. Then secondly, what is the plan to incorporate the biochar back into the soils? Because of course Namibia has limited agricultural soils. They will only sustain a certain amount of biochar in there. And the whole point of biochar is it doesn't break down, so it's not going anywhere after you've applied it to soil. And of course, applying it to natural rangelands is both going to be very costly and also cause a lot of soil disturbance in the process. So what's your plan there in terms of how to distribute that biochar into Namibian soils? And that will definitely come at a certain cost, but I'm sure you've also considered that.
So we've got 15 million euros, eh? Mr. Lindeke, we have 15 million euros, so don't worry about the cost. Oh. See how they're leaving me out. Do we have any more questions? Any more takers? There we go. Just move the microphone there. Oh, yes. Let's start with her quickly first, Ms. Kunyama, and then we can...
Okay, mine is for... Did you say Professor Siska? Yeah, okay. No, you mentioned $7.90, is it US dollar per ton? And okay, I don't know, is that per year or per? Okay, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the numbers. And you mentioned that for the projects that you managed to push through the carbon market, 7 of them have made money. Is that is after how many years? And if it's not a secret, like what is the value? How much is that? Is that really something? Just to have some practical.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gonzalo, thank you very much. Can we have one meeting, please? Thank you, gentlemen. Just, yes.
Yeah, Dave Lillo. My question is also for Professor de Branch. You spoke about the advanced market, but I do know there's quite heavy discounting in the advanced market, so I'd like you just to discuss a little bit about what the discounting is. Projects often are by third party, so somebody in a foreign country actually owns the carbon and not the person doing the carbon reduction or the carbon putting it back in the soil. And just maybe you need to discuss the difference in the pricing between carbon reduction and the other type of carbon, because there's quite a big difference in the price between carbon reduction and the other carbons.
Thank you very much for that one. Just a reminder to perhaps just your name and organization for the panelists to have a bit of context. Thanks.
Okay, my name is Michael Guilfoyle, and I'm from PPC International. For Period NAM, I just want to know, you mentioned 10,000 plants on farmland. Well, each of those plants require EIA separately. That's the first question. Second question is for steam bio. First of all, there was black pellets, and then it came torrefication, and you working on a similar system. There was I've got no idea where your market is generally predominantly going to be your market, but if you're going to supply big power stations or industrial, are you going to store this product outside? That's the first thing. And if you are, how are you going to, if you are susceptible, is your product susceptible to leaching? Because I'm speaking from experience on the leaching factor, that a couple of years ago, about 10 years ago, there was 130,000 tons of similar product supplied to a Paris power station, and they kept it on, you know about it, and there was a huge amount of leaching. I just want to know if your product is susceptible to leaching.
Solid questions there. We've got one more, and then, Timo, we'll just take one more question and give you a chance to reply to the questions that came your way.
All right, Paulus Weather from NAST. Excuse my uninformed question, Kayan. I just wanted to know, when you make charcoal, maybe you have these small particles and the powder that you don't want to include in the bags. I just wanted to hear, what do you do with that? Do you just let it pile up and go with the wind, or do you have other uses for it, like maybe like biochar?
Thank you very much, sir. A student in the house. Encouraging. Timo, are you with us online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you got your questions. You can shoot with a response. Please keep it short and sweet. Thank you.
Yes, okay. I'll try, even though I, two questions, the last two, it was not, I didn't understand quite correctly or not very well. Well, the first question was if the bush biomass should be FSC certified. Yes, that's, it should be FSC certified because FSC certifies the input material for the producers in the European biochar certificate standard. That's the standard that we want to achieve, that we want to be certified with. And so FSC certified biomass is required for that. So the second question was about the sequestration and where it's going to be done now and prospectively. Well, right now, the production of our pilot plant isn't that enormous yet. So we have sold this biochar to a local biochar dealer who then gives it either to the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia or to farmers that have already done projects with biochar. So, and we will have to see where and how rising amounts of biochar will be charged with nutrients and also where it's going to be sequestered. And of course, it's an exponential growth. So in the next years to come, there won't be a problem finding enough sites in Namibia where the sequestration is useful. But yes, of course, in 10 years or 9 years or 8 years, then maybe we have to think of other possibilities. But I would say let's cross the bridge when we get there. Then there was one question about what do we need? I didn't understand, some kind of permit if we do 10,000 plants. Well, we were only talking about 1,000 plants, and it was like more like a vision. Nobody knows what's going to happen in 10 years. So, but maybe the person that asked the question can say again what kind of permission
we can do that. I'm actually trying to get him the microphone to just maybe elaborate on that quickly. Maybe a little bit louder this time.
Okay. What I'm asking is that when it comes to combustion and new products, I mean new industry going up in Southern Africa, you've got an environmental impact assessment. Now, basically, a large part of yours is pyrolysis, your system's pyrolysis. Now, that is going to attract an EIA. What I'm asking is that does each plant that you propose to put on separate farms, do each one of those need a separate EIA? I'm just asking the question because in South Africa, where I come from, that would be necessary.
Same here in Namibia, actually.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, environmental clearance certificate. Well, we actually don't know yet. Right now we must plan with that we need one for each plant, but maybe other possibilities are open later on because it's very standardized. But we will have to see. Right now, we think that every producer's plant will need an environmental clearance certificate. and as the farmer that's providing the biomass needs as well. And we are working here on a joint tool to do all the requirements and getting done. And so, yes, right now we are thinking that we need one for each plant, actually.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that, Timo. I think that will be the case according to the Environmental Management Act also here in Namibia, 2007. Each site would require a different environmental impact assessment. We can bring it back to the podium for some of those questions. I know there was one for steam bio, and then we walk our way back.
Where's my microphone on? It's okay. Right. In terms of the question, it was specifically related to the Paris plant, and I had 3 days of my life which I'll never get back again when I went to a trade conference on torrefaction. We are actually quite reluctant to use the term torrefaction because it's had such bad press, but fundamentally the thermochemical processes that we're doing are torrefaction. The plant in Paris, I think it was Suez, was described as producing black on the outside, white inside. The way it was produced, it was actually torrefying. My understanding of it was that it was torrefying existing pellets. We are not going to produce in pellets. The process we do gives a uniform product. We are at the last stages prior to commercialisation. We will be testing. We have NUST undertaken quite a range of scientific tests along with other people to validate things. Previous work we did in Spain, which, as I said, only heated up to 230 degrees C, which in many respects didn't give the hydrophobicity that we will be achieving because we'll be going up to 250, 260 degrees C. Therefore, I'm relatively confident that we won't have those issues, but we will validate them. Does that answer your question?
I think we'll keep it there for now in the interest of time.
We can talk
and then
later.
We can have a networking session. I'll give you some 10 minutes after this. I was told not to say professor. But I was raised, African culture doesn't permit me not to use the title. But Siska, please go ahead and respond.
No. Is it on? Okay, great. So regarding the price of say $7.90 or $8 is quoted. It's a price per credit. So essentially, it is a price per ton of carbon dioxide. So if you hear $9 a ton or a credit, then it is equivalent to 1 credit, which is equivalent to 1 ton of carbon dioxide that you've either reduced or avoided or mitigated. In terms of the projects that we've done that are now verified, and issuance will happen shortly, I guess before the end of this year, those projects, the earliest of them started in 2014. It was implemented and commissioned. The last one was done towards the end of 2016, say 2017. And at that stage, there was really no carbon market. The carbon market fell flat in 2012 completely. So now that it has picked up again, that is the main reason why we've done the verification. We started last year. The amount of credits, it's about 6 million credits that are being traded. And that's, every project has a 10-year lifetime. So these are 7 projects, so they continue up until 2027 is the last one of them. Will be finalized then. So that's kind of the amounts that we're talking about. They're all renewable energy projects. So that's that. And in terms of the legal ownership of the credits, it is absolutely true that legally the ownership sits with the entity who is doing the activity, who is reducing or mitigating or avoiding. But what happens very, very early on in the process in most cases, because in many cases the project developer or that entity may not have sufficient capital to do the project, and he wants cash injection into his project. And then in that case, you find that potential buyers would target those guys and say, well, we will give you some, we'll fix a contract with you for a long-term contract, maybe for 10 years or whatever, and we are prepared to pay you a certain amount for your credits, but then you enter a purchase agreement with that entity, and you sign your rights to the credits away, of course. So, and there are various mixes and combinations. Sometimes the owner will keep 50%, I'll sign 50% away, or you get whatever you do. And in some cases also, that would be a middleman who then at a later stage sells the credits. And you asked about, there was a question about the price differentiation in whether it's a mitigation project or avoidance project. The reason for the price differentiation is historical. Initially, when all the negotiations started about carbon trading and mitigation, it was felt that you should invest in projects where the carbon reduction is permanent. It is very sure, it's very credible, and therefore there was, at the beginning, there was a selection to opt more for projects where there's a certainty. And that's why forestry projects were just, nothing happened in forestry for many, many years, where if you build a solar plant and you generate electricity and that goes into the grid, you're definitely offsetting electricity from power stations. So, and that's why there was a price differentiation. But that is swifting now very quickly towards, now we see that renewables is now seen as business as usual. And that there's a feeling that they should not really benefit from these income streams anymore, which is fair, because the shift in technology has happened in many countries. Some countries still have really high barriers to renewable energy, and those countries should continue, getting that sort of income. But many countries haven't. So now there's a shift towards, again, biomass, forestry types of projects. Yeah, I hope that answers the questions.
I think that's a fair game. I'll give a chance to Michael just to give us a response on that, particularly on the issue on the byproducts of the charcoal production.
Yes. Just very briefly, we're referring to the fines there. Now, the fines you can use for briquette making, number one. Number two, it's a very high energy source. Orongo Cement uses that as well to fire their stations. It's really, really good. We see also in the rainy season, if the processing plants have the sand and the ash and the fines, that little bit of moisture, it will combust itself. We had it at Jumbo 2-3 weeks ago. The fines just started burning. So there's a lot of chemical things happening in it. And I think in many cases, not everything's still explored, but I can summarize and say briquettes, energy source, and do not use it as biochar. Because the big thing about biochar is you quench it with water. And when you quench it with water, adsorption and absorption can take place. And that's what you want. That's a big difference between charcoal, the production process, and biochar. So if you quench charcoal, it becomes brittle, and you'll see the process in the room also thought they don't want it because it loses its quality. But the big thing there is if you quench it with water, absorption, it can pull nutrients into it, it can absorb poisonous things. That's a big difference between the two. Does that answer the question?
I think that's fair game. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you, Timo, for joining us as well. I know that tree in the background. I can recognize that one. But thanks for making the efforts. We'll take a quick 10-minute break, just a very, very short one, and then we'll come back and continue with the second half of the program. Thank you so much. 10 minutes, and then we're back in the hall. Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please proceed with the final session. You can refill your coffee, huh? Can we start with the final session? Thank you. We're starting now. Can you please take a seat? I see the networking is working.
That's my number. You will call me, then we can talk. Okay. I have to go back to work. All right, thanks, Tawanda.
Hello. Please settle down. We are starting with a few people who are in the hall. Because we're running out of time, we want to release you as promised. Ricardo, can you please just take the podium and start with those who are here, who respected the time? That's fair. It's fair for those who are here. Start.
Is the good professor in? If the professor is here, then we can commence. Thank you very much. Welcome back. The last session, of course, will continue with bush value chains. This one will be a very, very short one. We'll have Professor Christopher Mora, a principal architect at Standard Bank, talk to us about bush to building material. And then we'll also have word from Dr. Inge Karstenberger-Willinger, Head of Innovation Center at INM, that will speak to us about bush to building material, the acacia fiber board. He will talk to us online about that. And then after that, Mr. Tangeni Shivute from NamPower will join us as the project manager for biomass power plant, the plant that everybody's been talking about this morning. He's the big man, the celebrity. So he'll chat to us a little bit about bush to energy and biomass to electricity. And we know, of course, when this conversation started in 2015, NamPower is getting a lot of pressure. And it's really, really exciting to see how far NamPower has really come in terms of bush to electricity. But we'll speak about that a bit later on. And finally, we are supposed to have Mr. Rino Muranda that's supposed to join us for the Manager for Marketing and Communications. He'll be replaced by Mr. Philemon Nangonya, Public Relations Officer, to still talk to us about finance. That's Agribank's Biomass Fund. Very, very exciting times. Agribank has been making a lot of exciting and innovative financing products over the last 3-4 years, and I'm glad that they're going to be speaking to us as well today. So for now, please give a warm round of applause to Professor Christopher Mora, Principal Architect from Standard Bank, Namibia. Round of applause, please.
Are you able to hear me? I hope so. My name is Chris Maurer. I'm an architect. I'm working on the project called MycoHab. That is a project to bring Namibian encroacher bush to turn it into materials and mushrooms. So hopefully you all were able to see Christine's presentation yesterday and know all about mushrooms and mycelium from her talk. But if you don't, what you're looking at in the background there is mycelium growing. So this is a time lapse. It's sped up, but it is a very fast growing organism that can do a lot of work for us. And so I'm going to be talking about the MycoHab again. It's an initiative by Standard Bank and is in conjunction with MIT Center for Bits and Atoms and my company, Red House Studio. So I'm going to start with some numbers. I'll try and go through them quickly. I know we all want to get to drinks and dinner. 100 billion tons of building materials are made each year. 3 of those building materials are responsible for about 11.5 billion tons of carbon emissions every year. And most of that is due to just the raw extraction of the materials. So looking for a circular material or a reusable material, recyclable material eliminates this need for this raw extraction and a lot of the carbon footprints. One point I want to make from the offset, our buildings are big. There is about 230 billion square meters of building right now, and that's expected to double by 2060. So imagine every building in the world and then just double that. So buildings are big. That's one thing we want to get across here. Oceans are huge, land is big, but buildings are about the third biggest thing that we can do, the third biggest place we can put carbon dioxide. And the way that we can do that is to use plant-based materials in our building because plants have a carbon drawdown through their life cycle. Everyone here knows that because we've been talking about it for the past 2 days probably. But including the blackthorn bush, all materials draw down carbon through, or all plant materials draw down carbon throughout their life cycle. A lot of them re-release that at the end. If you turn it into charcoal, then it's going to be re-released. If you turn it into biochar and put it in the ground, it's going to be stored. These are, even the release mechanisms are better than fossil fuels, of course, but if there's any way to store the carbon, then we have a process that can actually help the environment. So to figure the carbon net storage, you take the carbon drawdown and then you subtract the carbon emissions from the processing of materials. One way to give a carbon dioxide equivalency is to take the plant-based material, look at the organic carbon that's in it, and you can do that through laboratory testing to find out how much organic carbon is in anything. And then you have a multiplier effect of 3.67, which is basically the large molecule of the CO2 molecule over the carbon atom. So there's a multiplier effect. So for all the organic carbon, that equates to about 3.67 times the carbon dioxide that's been drawn down through its life cycle. If you leave that in the material, it can be stored for decades, generations, potentially centuries. If it's a building that stays around for a long time, if it burns or if it's sent to landfill and decomposes, then those materials that carbon dioxide gets re-released into the environment. So that's your baseline you're working with. The additionality of storing that carbon is the effect that you're putting this into a building material and storing that away, or you're burying it in the earth in the case of biochar, or sinking it into the ocean in the case of a lot of carbon storage methods that look at using algae, microalgae and macroalgae to send carbon to the bottom of the ocean. Interesting fun fact here that just using the straw waste in the United States would offset all of the transportation emissions. That's going to be challenging. Okay. In the U.S. would So MycoHab is a company that's turning Namibia's encroacher bush, which again is this carbon drawdown, into food and building materials. What you're looking at there is our demonstration project, a rendering of our demonstration project that's in Windhoek, Namibia, that is taking the building materials that we're making and turning them into prototype housing that then can be used for humanitarian housing, whose cost is offset by the production of the mushrooms and the sale of the mushrooms. So everybody is familiar with Namibia and how areas used to look compared to how the encroacher bush is taking over now. Some estimates put that there is 330 million tons of encroacher bush that can be harvested sustainably every 15 years. So a very huge resource of material. And what we're looking to do with MycoHab is actually to turn that resource into a multiplier effect, where from every kilogram of encroacher bush, we could convert that into a kilogram of mushrooms, a kilogram of building materials, and 1.5 kilograms of carbon storage. And my colleague on this project is a physicist, so I assure you there's no laws of conservation being violated here. The extra material comes from the air, comes from water, and comes from mycelium, which hopefully you learned about yesterday, which is the root-like branching hyphae of mushrooms that can grow and bind the substrate of the Acacia mellifera together to make a building material. So along the top line there, you see mushrooms being harvested and sent to export and to communities. And then on the bottom there, the waste material from that mushroom cultivation is turned into building materials that then become part of the buildings. This is our work site where we're cultivating mushrooms and turning them into building materials. It's in Brackwater, just north of Windhoek. And this is the process in a nutshell. So on the left, you see a column that is a large column of material that has biomass in the inside of that is then inoculated with mycelium. Mushrooms grow out of holes that are drilled into the column and are easily harvested. They're sent to market. I think there are some available for sale at the conference you're at right now. And then the waste material you see there, what's left over in that column, is put into a press and is pressed into a metal box and baked, and then you get the material that you see at the right. So the custom grow columns allow easy harvesting of mushrooms as well as the mycelium byproduct that is pressed and baked into a structural material from the cultivated waste. I don't know if Penda is in the audience now, but this is our very unscientific test showing the impact resistance of the material as compared to a concrete block. It has about the same mass of a concrete block, but you can see it did take the impact much better. The compression strength that we're getting in Namibia now is about half the compression strength of a concrete block, but here in Cleveland, we've made materials that are actually double the compression strength. So we're working to optimize that to be at least equal, but ideally superior to the strength of concrete. The bending strength is much stronger, and that's kind of what is illustrated there in the impact resistance. It does have much more flexibility. It's more ductile than concrete, obviously. And then the last thing, as far as material performance, the insulation value of it is more than 10 times the insulation value of the concrete block. So you have a multifunctional material here that is both structural and insulative. The construction of the BioHab works like this. So we have developed ways of creating inflatable formwork that are reusable. This is in part through my research with NASA, where we're using inflatable technology. And then the bricks are piled on top. Once the bricks are set in place, the formwork can be deflated and used over and over again. A mud lime rendering is added on top, and then a protective layer, a roof layer that is ideally recyclable, reusable is put on top of that. So the reusable top can be removed, and then the material that's underneath that is available for compost at the end of its life cycle. So if it's a temporary structure, say in the case of a refugee scenario, the material can literally be composted on site and turned into soil and fertilizer once the buildings are done. If the protective layer remains on there, the materials can stay indefinitely. Here are some photographs from the site. There's a photograph of the blocks that we're making and some of the test arches. We've built a few test arches at this point, but we build them up and wreck them down. We're basically finding what the structural capacity of these are and loading them to the extremes that they'll actually break to prove that they are safe. So we've done that several times, and we're in the process of gearing up to do the final construction pretty soon. So we consider this boundless growth, and the reason why is the byproduct from doing this process creates food, creates housing, and ecology. Whereas most materials are carbon emitters, MycoHab uses circular resources and regenerative biofabrication to provide food security, bolster water security, regenerate wildlife ecologies, provide low-cost shelter, and store carbon. So one important part to mention here is these mushrooms are building homes, but the homes are not made out of mushrooms. So to be very clear here, all of the food that is produced during this process goes to market and is sold as food. It's the waste material that is converted into building materials. So every pound of mushroom that is sold equates to 1 pound of building material for humanitarian houses in Africa. And here are some very, back of envelope equations or, numbers that show that if we were to use 1% of that available Namibian encroacher bush, we could produce 1,600 jobs, 16,000 or more mycohabs, and produce 82 tons of mushrooms with 520 tons of carbon dioxide stored. If we were to look at 10% of that, we could produce as many as 165,000 mycohabs, which would be enough to house the 500,000 or so housing insecure people in Namibia. And through Standard Bank Namibia, we're working with the Shack Dwellers Association to look at ways to provide housing using this model to sell mushrooms, convert that profit into money for R&D research at the beginning, but then humanitarian housing following, and actually make an impact not only on ecology, but personal and societal and sustainability as well. So as I mentioned, this is a project by Standard Bank Group in conjunction with MIT Center for Bits and Atoms and my company Red House. We have a whole lot of supporters that are listed there at the bottom. And this is my contact information if anyone wants to reach out to me afterwards, and I will leave it there. Thank you.
Of our session, we'll have the CEO of Standard Bank, of course, share some parting shots on this as well when she comes back in on stage. That much I'm sure of. We'll still stay online with the second online presentation by Dr. Karsten Becker-Willinger that will be sharing with us Bush to Building Materials Acacia Fiber Board. This is a very, very interesting project as well. There will be some information in terms of pamphlets available outside. Landi was just shoving those in my face when I walked back in after the tea break. But Doctor, are you online? Dr. Willinger, are you online? Okay, so while we're still trying to get Doctor online, who we know is here, as a matter of fact, of course, is the project manager for the Nampower Biomass Power Plant, Mr. Tangeni Shivute. He will talk to us about bush to energy, biomass to electricity. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and I must say this whole symposium, this whole workshop has been very informative, and I know earlier you said that, you know, mine was the main speech, why we're all here, but I think the last presentation quite blew me away because I was never really seeing such a imaginative future for our bush biomass, and I think this industry has a lot to be excited for, not just the NamPower biomass project. So basically, I'm going to be presenting to you the progress of our project. It's not easy to summarize everything in 15 minutes, but I'll try my best. So I'll give you a project overview. So
sorry, we can't hear you. It seems you are muted.
Is that the online people? Sorry. Okay, am I okay? Okay, I understand they can hear me now, sorry. So I'll give you the project overview, so basically what the project is all about. And then I'm going to give the historical development timeline. I quite often hear, you know, NamPower doing nothing, where's this biomass project? So today you'll find out exactly where it is. And then we'll touch on some of the key EIA findings. The EIA is one of the reasons why this project took so long. Something like this has not been done in Namibia. And then I'll touch on the fuel supply strategy, which has been seen as one of the key risks, and also touch on some of the topics that were discussed earlier when we were talking about incentives for farmers and so forth. And then lastly, I'll give some of the project benefits. I think everyone in this room understands the agricultural benefits, but I'll be touching a little bit on the electrical benefits. So the biomass power station is 40 megawatts. It's going to be situated in Tsumeb, so in the Oshikoto region. And essentially what it does is it acts exactly like a normal coal-fired power plant, but with the exception that we use wood chips instead of coal. So we are planning for what we call a capacity factor of 60 to 85%, which means 85% capacity factor means you run it as a base load operation, so it's running 24 hours, with the exception of your planned maintenance, which is planned to take place in the rainy season. And then also, in the event that we have very high rainfall years, for example, if the Raukana power plant is operating at full capacity, the good thing about this plant is we have the capability to just switch it off at such a time, and usually at that time of the rainy season is also when the harvesters are struggling the most to actually provide wood chips to the power station. So it's quite a plant that fits well within the climate of Namibia, particularly as the plant is in a high rainfall area. So the power station is planned for a lifetime of 25 years, and our EIA, or harvesting radius, covered 100 kilometers around the Tsumeb areas with specific sort of exclusion zones. So some of those exclusion zones are areas, for example, the Etosha National Park is within that harvesting area. We don't want to harvest there. Some areas are too steep. And then other areas, it's not that we won't harvest there yet, but we know that the laws are still a little bit difficult in terms of some of the communal areas, but we are still working on that in some aspects to include those areas as everything develops. Importantly, for not just funding purposes, but to ensure that we follow environmental best practice, we will be following the FSC principles in terms of the harvesting of biomass to this power station. And this also helps with regards to getting funding, getting grants and so forth. International lenders and donor funds want to know that you are doing something credible. So I think in terms of the industry, it'll be probably one of the largest, well, the largest, because it's the only wood chipping exercise that will be on this scale FSC certified. We know there's some smaller scales, but it will be pioneering. So we are looking at roughly 180,000 to 245,000 tons per year. And to put that in perspective, within that whole harvesting area, not considering any form of regrowth, only 12 or 13% of that area will actually be harvested in this 25 years. So as much as it seems that 180 to 245,000 tons is a lot. It's still a drop of the ocean in terms of the biomass potential that's within that radius. So if we look at the approvals and development timeline, obviously NamPower is a state-owned company. We are regulated by the Electricity Control Board, and there's various approvals that we have to go through from step to step. So these sort of projects, especially these mega projects with multiple stakeholders, they definitely take time. And the biomass project is the one project that went through all the full project phases. So I know Ricardo earlier mentioned 2015, but this project started all the way in 2012 with the first pre-feasibility study sponsored by KfW. Then in 2016, we went from pre-feasibility to feasibility. In the pre-feasibility phase, we identified all the various sites where such a plant could be implemented. So 6 sites were identified. And in the feasibility phase, we essentially took those 6 sites and found the one site which was sort of the best based on the project, and that's how we came to Tsumeb. So in 2016, we started doing the business case and presented it to the Minister and the ECB, and the Minister of Mines approved this project as part of a 150 megawatt rollout with wind projects and solar and so forth. And then the EIA started in 2016, and I think we only got our environmental clearance in 2021, mostly because of the time and the stringent requirements of our EIA. It's aligned with the IFC and World Bank guidelines and is also tested for FSC compliance. In April 2021, I think we also hit another major milestone where the AFD, the French Development Agency, I see Camille from the French Development Agency is here. Welcome, Camille. And they are the lenders for the project, and they've really assisted us in ensuring that they've helped the development go forward, and also with specific grant funding for technical assistance, and further helping us get more grant funding. Okay, in July, we appointed our owner's engineer consultants to help us with the specifications of the power plant. And then in October 2021, we pre-qualified various contractors. We went through quite a few rounds of due diligence, and we issued our bid to the market in March 2022 of this year. The bid to construct the power station is closing at the end of September. Then we will begin the evaluations and we'll see the price. And obviously, if the price is good, we will go to the ECB to look for, to approve the tariff before we sign loan agreements with AFD. We also did grant funding applications to help with capacity building funds for small and upcoming farmers, and also our long-term fuel supplies. And in July of this year, the ECB approved a conditional tariff, which is basically once we get the prices, we will then go for a final tariff. And then an important milestone, which I think the industry have been waiting for a while, which is probably nice that I get to announce this today. The bid for long-term fuel supplies, and I'll explain what that is in a little bit, was published and is on our website and was basically open today. I'll explain a little bit what we expect from the different type of fuel suppliers we have, but I think the industry's been waiting for this for quite some time. So based on what I've seen today, I don't think I need to spend a lot of time on the slide, but basically it was just the key EIA findings. And I think for this maybe platform, the one that I need to highlight is that NamPower is looking to do bush thinning and not bush clearing. So we're adhering to basically the national guidelines, and we are trying to ensure that we restore rangelands, but in a sustainable way, in a way that helps the agricultural industry. I have a little bit of a sweet spot for it. In my previous job, we used to design and oversee construction of abattoirs, so I know how important this industry is to Namibia. And for that reason, we are combining harvesting of bush, but also with aftercare. So our long-term fuel suppliers will be required to do the first round of aftercare, which we found is obviously a problem with a lot of farmers. It's very difficult to control that regrowth, and it's to help sort of alleviate the financial cost for the farmers to do that first process. Another thing of interest is our ash that's produced after we burn the wood chips. We tested similar ash from Namibia breweries, and it was found that it actually has very good fertilizer properties. So the idea is that obviously from the farms which we are receiving the bush biomass, that we must look into opportunities to send the fertilizer back, which also helps these farmers when they participate in our program. So basically, when developing our fuel supply strategy, because it's obviously the key component to operating our power station, we did a couple of market surveys and we realized that the farmers really fall in two distinct categories. Obviously, there's still differences between them, but we need to make sure that we have a minimum supply to the power station to make sure that the tariff is affordable. And to do this, we need certain contractors to provide large volumes. The large volumes obviously create the economies of scale to bring the price down, and also give the long-term fuel suppliers the ability to raise capital. So we will be offering a 7-year contract term, which I think is probably the biggest or the longest in the industry at the moment, so with monthly payments. And these long-term fuel suppliers would then be responsible for providing the bulk of the fuel, and they'll be expected to take up performance obligations. So they'll have performance securities, there'll be penalties, and so forth. But it's also expected that they'll have to make significant investments in order to guarantee us the supply. So we've created a fuel supply agreement, which we've tested with some of the banks, and we've also created what we call a harvesting agreement for these long-term fuel suppliers to have some form of standardization between the landowner and themselves, just to help ease that process. So they will obviously have to sign up certain farmers who would like to have this service, enter into agreements and supply wood chips to us. So the first category of farmer that I was speaking about, some of them really want the land, for example, the large cattle farmers or the large commercial farmers. And then we get the other farmers who are probably more interested in the opportunity. Maybe they don't do much on their farm at the moment, but they see the bush as a big opportunity to create extra revenue. And for there, we are offering individual farmers the opportunity to contract with NamPower directly. The idea with this is we call them emerging and ad hoc fuel suppliers, is to stimulate the industry and to give them the additional opportunity to make revenue. And NamPower will also assist them by assisting with chipping at the power station. So to put this in perspective, as I said, NamPower, we need a minimum of 180,000 tons, and that's the bar on the red with the long-term fuel supplies. The 70% capacity factor is the ideal capacity factor, which takes into account the rainy season and so forth. And what we want to do is we want to build the block on the right, the orange block, which means it's the SMEs, the farmers, to build capacity so that if this plant is successful, we have a bigger pool of fuel suppliers to look at. So if I just quickly, it's my last slide, just to go over the benefits. I think I've spoken a lot about the agricultural benefits, but from an electricity perspective, this plant is quite important. I think we saw a presentation earlier which showed how much of Germany's power grid is still sort of fossil fuel based, and one of the reasons for this is electricity grids can only have a certain threshold of renewable power on their grids. This is because of the intermittency, the fluctuations, and it's very difficult to plan with only renewable energy. So at this moment in time, we are importing a lot of our power, and that's the firm dispatchable power. And the idea is that this biomass plant, if successful, can be replicated elsewhere so that we can have that firm power on our grid. One of the other things with sort of what we call power stations with mechanical inertia, that's power stations which work with turbines. They help us defer some transmission investments so that we can actually incorporate more renewables onto our grid. So this plant is not just being done for agricultural benefits, but there's a real benefit to NamPower. In terms of direct and indirect deployment, during construction, we're looking at creating about 300 jobs. The power station itself will have 64 permanent staff. And the value chain in terms of the boost to the Tsumeb area, the boost to even tourism in the Etosha area during construction, we think there's a lot of spin-offs in terms of indirect employment. One important thing to NamPower is that the bush is a local commodity with limited forex exposure. So unlike some of the natural gas or coal, we can control the price and it can help give us a stable power. And most importantly, we want to stimulate the local biomass industry. As we've seen, we've spoken a lot about the different value chains and all of this, and there's usually one key component. There is not enough people doing this to actually create and meet that demand. So this will bring quite a big shock to the system, grow the industry at quite an intense rate very quickly, and I think some of the other presentations and some of the other initiatives will benefit greatly from having more fuel suppliers and more people within the industry. So I hope I managed, and thank you for the opportunity.
You know, you look at the time and you want to rush, but at the same time as well, you look at the information, the quality of the information that's being presented, and you just have to be a little bit patient to provide for that platform. But thank you very much, Mr. Chivute, for spending your time as allocated to you. We have Agribank, the Agribank Biomass Fund. They've been rolling out some very interesting products over the last 2-3 years. And to present on that, Mr. Philemon Nangonia will be joining us. Philemon, are you here? Oh, there we go. Please give him a warm round of applause. He's the Public Relations Officer at Agribank.
Just point at the back there and speak directly to the mic. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Ricardo. As you indicated earlier on, I'm standing here on behalf of Rino Miranda, who is our manager for marketing and communication. First, when we got the program, we thought, why are we perhaps given the last slot? Is it because we are not important, or why? But I think sitting in this program today, we came to realize that as a development finance institution, we are actually rightly placed because we have heard, the audience now has told exactly what are the opportunities, what are the activities happening in the industry, and therefore those that want to venture into this particular industry will then, perhaps if they are challenged with some investment or capital, this is the right slot for us to then provide those solutions. I'm going to run quickly through the before I delve into the scheme of today. I will just go through what we do. Agribank, we all know, it's a state-owned enterprise, really with the mandate of promoting growth and development of the agriculture sector. We finance the whole agriculture value chain, from land acquisition, input when it comes to production, harvesting, and until marketing or storage or even transportation. So that's what we actually do. Who do we serve? As Agribank, we serve mainly everybody. We do not discriminate. For as long as you are venturing into agriculture or agriculture-related activities, be it commercial farmers, both emerging and those that are established already. Communal farmers, we have tailor-made products, as you indicated, that we have inclusive and of course innovative products that are making sure that we are catering for everyone. And also we have such products for the communal farmers, especially the no collateral product, as well as the ERFP for emerging retail financing clients. Also resettled farmers, if you are resettled, this is a joint venture between the bank and the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Reform, because this is coming from 29, where once you are settled, you automatically qualify for an amount of 200,000, which is guaranteed by government. But then if you want anything above that, of course, you have to be subjected to the normal terms and conditions of the bank. But if you are resettled, then you are also one of those that we serve. This is just to run through. As I indicated, we finance the whole value chain of agriculture. And since the beginning of maybe 2020, we have been trying to come up with a specific product that talks to the biomass industry. And then we came up with that particular product at the end of last year, but we rolled it out only beginning of this year, called the Biomass Financing Scheme. But before that, we had the Bush Control Loan Scheme, which was mainly for combating bush encroachment, but then that was not more or less what we are now having in the scheme. We are only not in the business of providing loans, but we also do provide agri-advisory services, and this is a division that was created back in 2017 already. And these services are aimed at really holding farmers' hands in their journey of farming. There are various platforms. One of those is the one-on-one mentorship, which is provided to our clients, just to make sure that at least when you are having some difficulties that you have in your farming journey, we have technical advisors and some mentors to hold your hand to take you through some of the activities that you need to take care of. This also, we are so thankful to GIZ. They have been, for the past period, assisting us with, carrying out this particular activity. Now, coming to the main presentation of today, the Biomass Financing Scheme. This is a scheme, as I indicated, that we started rolling out beginning of this year. And it is having two products there. We are targeting those that are in processing and also those that are in production. When it comes to production, we cover mainly the working capital and also other equipment, such as maybe your debushing equipment, your PPEs, that's the personal protective equipment, so workers' housing, including clean water and sanitation. So those are some of the areas that are covered under this particular loan product under the scheme. And in terms of collateral, we do not require collateral under this if you have an offtake agreement with a particular buyer. We had presentations from various possible off-takers here, so probably these are some of those that you can engage. Of course, NamPower is also one of those that perhaps you can also engage, and then you approach Agribank. So in case that you do not have an off-take agreement, we then subject you to the normal or existing policy or collateral policy of the bank. Of course, we have flexible repayment periods, but otherwise the monthly debit order will suffice. Okay, in terms of the processors, we also look at the working capital, and that includes now your starting amount. If you want to buy some other equipment, or if you want to build some, maintenance or workshop or warehouse, or maybe you want to just expand your current processing plant. So those are some of the areas that are covered under this particular loan product. Also here, I should mention that we do not, if you are going for the working capital, we do not require that you provide the collateral. But then if there is an offtake agreement, that will also then be fine. Moving on, in terms of the loan terms under production, we look at if it's working capital, such as to buy your PPEs, your cleans, the bushing equipment, packaging material, and food rations, we are looking at 2 years. So you can see that other areas, such as vehicle, tractors, we consider 6 years in terms of your loan term. And then, of course, the grace period there is 6 months across all the products. In terms of collateral, I indicated earlier on that if you have an offtake agreement, we do not require any collateral from you. But of course, in terms of insurance, we will have to have a credit life cover as per the policies of the bank. Of course, if it's now vehicles, tractors, and trucks, those ones, they have to be insured, and then that is what will be required. For the processors, also, if it's working capital, we remain with 2 years. But then if it's a warehouse or processing plant or equipment, those ones, they go for 5 years. Processing plant and also warehouse plant. Those ones, you'll be given 5 years. But otherwise, vehicles remains with 6 years. We still have the same grace period there, except for the vehicles and equipment, which is 3 months. And to that, we also speak to the 100% loan to value in terms of the value of the item that you are purchasing. So, and again, the insurance is also required for the items that you are purchasing. Well, with that, that was very short. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one. I'm sure you're going to have a number of questions, Philemon, so please don't go far. Just make sure that you get mic'd up for the Q&A session afterwards. Do we have Mr. Willinger online? Can we try one more time again?
I'm online. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Okay.
I raised my hand.
Thank you so much. No, we can hear you loud and clear. We can also see you. Your 5 minutes starts now. The audience is yours.
Okay.
Okay, we can make it 8. We can. All right, go ahead. Let's see if we can see the presentation quickly. We're seeing all the slides. Let's see. Okay, we are almost there.
Okay?
If you can put it on presentation mode, then that'll...
Yeah, it should be. Otherwise, I make a difference. Sorry.
Just do the slideshow at the bottom.
I have to, yeah. Maybe it's another thing that I have to do. 1 second.
Okay, I think we'll do it from this side. We'll have the presentation from you from here, and then you can just follow. Is that correct? Is that okay?
Yeah, you can do that.
Freddie, can you quickly put the presentation up so we can see?
Can you see it now?
There we go. Okay, 100%. We're good to go.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank
you.
you.
Only one slide. Good. Okay. So thank you very much for the organizers to give me the opportunity to present results from our joint project. It's about bush to building material, sustainable acacia fiberboard. The project is called NamiComp. And we have had a joint team from Germany and Namibia, and developed this in a kind of project. In the beginning, we have a long history between Saarland, the state of Saarland, and Namibia. There's a relation from 15 years, also from the local ministry. And we have a lot of similarities, like also the Fisher Canyon and the Saarland Canyon, and we both like barbecue. So that means very good on this side. So the sustainable flame-resistant fiberboard was, let's say, developed in a joint project funded by the GIZ in cooperation between the University of Namibia and Leibniz Institute for New Material in Saarbrücken. It's all about the acacia encroacher bush. We have learned in the project, let's say, how to collect and collect the acacia in the field, and how to make also fibers out of that. How is it done in Namibia? And our idea was also to create a new construction material for low-cost housing to avoid the corrugated iron sheets. We have had 2 phases. We helped Namibia and Yunnan also to build a materials institute. This is one part of the project, and the other one is that we develop the material together with them. We have developed a special type of binder system that brings, let's say, the fibers together. We call it the Nami binder. In fact, we have an inorganic material that, as a precursor, we have a silicon source that is a little bit alkaline. And we add also some biopolymer that can be collected from seeds of acacia, for example, that we need all together with water in a liquid mixture that we call a liquid Nami binder. It's water-based. It's formaldehyde-free. And we can use it to impregnate or to spray on the fibers that we have, make a molding process, and then a thermal curing, meaning at 80 degrees for some hours. And then in the end, we have a solid Nami binder in a composite form. That composite that you will see, they have approximately 58% of the binder in combination with the acacia fibers. We have filed a patent for that, and you can see here how the Nami binder is reduced in the lab. So you need a stirrer, and then we have a water-based system. You add all the ingredients in one pot, and you stir, and then you have a liquid thing that you can handle. I have to go back a little bit. The advantages of that Nami binder are, if we do it right, we can take 100% Namibian resource. It's water-based. It's formaldehyde-free, so in comparison to the phenolic resin, it's not toxic. And as we can see later, we will have a better carbon footprint than cement, 4 times better. And because of alkalinity, we can also take up carbon dioxide from the atmosphere later on when the composite is formed. And in the end, it gives also fire resistance to organic substrate, which is an advantage also compared to other binders. So what we have done is we obtained the fibers from the Bush Control and Biomass Utilization project in Namibia. We made here in the I&M labs also the feeding process and select the different types of fractions. For the middle layer, for example, more coarse fractions, fine fractions for the outer layer. We made, let's say, manual impregnation first, and then created also mold that we can subject to our tracking process. We designed different molds for the different specimens for testing. Fill the material into that, put a cover on top, and then put it in a hot press to make the different specimen out of that. So you see some pre-curing at 55 degrees and then the final curing at 80 degrees. We also try different designs to control the water in the system, because some of the water has to be evaporated, some water stays. We have created different morphologies, different sizes, some specimen for some mechanical testing, also some sandwich structures that we created, also other parts that you can give every shape to the material that you want in the end, and to make a fiberboard out of that. So you see here also some other different samples that we created in the lab. Limitation at the moment in the lab is only a length of 25 centimeters on each side. But next step will be also the upscaling and further step to production. We tested the mechanical properties of the material, for example, in a 3-point bending test. And there are some classifications that you can get in the norms for what purpose can be used the material, meaning P1 is a general purpose in dry environment, and the highest class, for example, P7 is heavy duty weight bearing material in wet environments. You know? And depending on the composition, we obtain different modulus, giving us certain stiffness value. We can also go to very high level. Yeah, we can also substitute bricks by that material. Yeah, and also the strength in the bending experiment, we come to a very high level according to the specification. Another important test that we have is the transverse tensile test. So we have, let's say, in the machine, we use some adhesive to glue the material to the cross hatch here, and then we pull, and the crack has to go through the sample, and then we can get a value for the transversal tensile strength. And the values that we get for all the compositions is for the highest class. You know? So you do not need it for every application. When you go for furniture, it's not needed, but if you want to construct a house for outside and to make a roof out of that, you need these properties. So these are application relevant properties that we measured. And also we made some weatherability testing according to the norms. One out of that is a cooking test in water. When we place, let's say, the samples that we have glued, we place in water, heat it up to 100 degrees C, boil the water for 2 hours, and then remove the samples and make the test that we have seen again. And here also we have a quite good rating depending on the composition. In the beginning, we had a problem that the glues were not sufficiently stable in the wet environment, so they were dissolved, and we could not make the measurement. But we found out one adhesive that really helped us to get the value out. We also immersed in water, checked the swelling and the difference in weight, and we can say we have also fulfilled for the highest level that you can reach. Yeah, we had a good chance because the UNAM has also specialists for making tests with insects. Here we have termite test, and UNAM people exposed the samples for several months in areas where termites are active. And this is a photograph after 6 months of the exposure in outside. You see that the termites tried to attack a little bit, but they were not interested to eat it. So the plates were stable and termite resistant. That is the rating that the UNAM can give here. On the other hand, we have this inorganic type of binder that we use to bond together the organic fibers. And we made let's say a fire flammability test with a gas burner. You see here the test after 1 hour. Yeah, you see that spot is after 1 hour. And when we measure the temperature with an infrared camera in the inside spot, we have more than 1000 degrees C. On the back side, we have about 400 degrees C. The plate is about 1 centimeter thick. And when we make an inspection after the test, we can see that it's still stable, mechanically stable. And internally, we have an inorganic foam that is contributing to the good insulation effect that we have. So also fire protection is a very good thing that the material can provide. So we have created now a technology platform for the Namicom fiberboard. Starting from the acacia fibers with the inorganic Nami binder, we can give different types of shape to that. And now the joint effort is actually running to build up production in Namibia. This is the actually running step that we are following at the moment. One estimation on the carbon footprint, when you compare to other inorganic binders like cement, you see, for example, standard cement produces about up to 1 ton carbon dioxide per 1 ton of cement coming from the decomposition of calcium carbonate and also a part coming from combustion emission. Then you mix it with 20% cement with 80% aggregate, the filler, and make, let's say, bricks out of that, or let's say larger pieces. In our case, we compare with some inorganic material that is called water glass. Also, when you produce it, you produce carbon dioxide, only 0.4 tons per 1 ton of the precursor. And when we make the full Nami binder formulation 50-50 to the acacia fibers, when we calculate it back, we can, let's say, have an improvement in carbon footprint between 70 and 80% compared to concrete. And also the acacia fibers, let's say, consume atmospheric carbon dioxide that is then converted to these building materials. And also the binder itself takes up carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which makes it even more, let's say, weather resistant. So we have in the original composition 100% Namibian ingredient from acacia, from encroacher bush, and the Nami binder with excellent mechanical and thermal and weatherability properties. We have a good impact on the carbon footprint. We have non-toxic components, and we can produce from that many different types of products.
Doctor, if you can hear me, can we summarize a little bit? We are caught up a bit for time, yeah?
Yeah, and this is the point here that Nami binder production is now going on, starting at UNAM lab that we have built. There's a spin-off company that can make commercial production. I think has not started yet, but it's planned, and can distribute the Nami binder in Namibia. One thing is you can make a decentralized production in the community where you can use mobile heatable presses. Another is that is planned actually to build a larger production line which also produces in Namibia from the whole value chain towards South Africa and Europe. Yeah, this is in the plan. I would like to thank our sponsors, I think from the GRZ and also from the Saarland, and also our supporters from NBIC. And yeah, I suppose you might have some questions.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think we should clap a little bit louder so we can hear the applause. Eh? Can I please ask my two panelists to please quickly come to the front? I was thinking of just closing off the session, but then I thought, finance and non-power. It's going to cause trouble. Do we have any takers in terms of the questions? Okay, I see one hand there. Number 2 here. Hands for questions. Okay, so we only have those 2. Oh, beautiful. Even better. Sir, please stand. Just name an organization and who your question is directed to.
Okay, Paulo Chiweda, a postdoc at NAST. My question goes to NamPower. In one of the presentations yesterday, the speaker said they were conducting a life cycle sustainability study on their system. Now, the life cycle study considers all the environmental impacts across the whole value chain of the system, from raw materials, extraction, to the plant processing, up to the end users. Now, I was just considering if NamPower is considering that, because that is a more holistic assessment compared to only environmental impact assessment, which could only consider at one point of the whole value chain. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ismail Shilongo from NamFarmers. My questions are also specifically addressed to Master Tangeni from NamPower. This is regarding the biomass power plant. The first question is actually, once all is done and constructed, I would love to know when latest is the biomass plant estimated or expected to start operation, like with full swing? Is there a specific year of when we can expect this? And the second question is, you mentioned about contracting farmers to be supplying wood chips to the plant. Is there a minimum limit of number of farmers that you are looking to enter with regarding this? And then thirdly, the last one, you mentioned that the lifespan of a plant is about 25 years. So after the 25 years of operation, will the plant just automatically shut down? Those are basically the questions.
We've got a question here in front. Do we have any more takers, or can I close after this question? Okay, we've got one more there at the back.
Thank you. Mine is going to Philemon. Their biomass facility, it's called charcoal. Is it only targeting charcoal? It says charcoal production and charcoal processing, or should it probably be renamed to biomass production and biomass processing? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those. Any more?
All
Okay,
right.
we've got one more there.
My name is Erpen Uyava. I'm actually a project coordinator for African Wildlife Conservancy in Oshodojupa region, Okojatu district. I would like, my question is dedicated to the Agribank. If the Conservancy want to apply for warehouse, will they need to have an off-take agreement? And the other question is dedicated to NamPower, whether our Conservancy is also can apply as a supplier for the NamPower for wood chip. And I would like also for NamPower, they say they can ship the wood chip to their center or plant. Could you not maybe supply us also assist with the mobile wood chippers for us to produce, and then you can come and ship your stuff to your plant? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. All right, I think it looks like we're in the clear. We'll start with Philemon. I think you only had you had less questions compared to Mr. Shivute, then he can take over afterwards.
All right, thank you very much. The first one from Mr. Ndokosho is about, is it just for charcoal? I should say no, it's mainly for all sort of biomass product. Perhaps it's just a naming in the presentation, but in the flyer that we have, it's clear. It's biomass financing scheme. The second one on the warehouse, of course, yes. Even if you are a conservancy, you will be required to have the off-take agreement. If that is what you are applying for under that particular loan product. Otherwise, if you do not have that, then you have to be subjected to the normal collateral requirement. Thank you.
Tangani?
Okay, I had a couple of questions. I don't know if my mic is on.
It will be on. The practice for the day is that you just continue talking until...
I'll just speak louder. I hope you can hear me. I think the first question was the life cycle sustainability study. So what we did is we mainly did the EIA. So the EIA we needed most of all for the approval, but then what we do is we do a carbon footprint analysis. So depending on the methodology you use for the carbon footprint methodology, we were being sponsored by the EIB at the time, so we had to use their methodology. And their methodology usually only takes into account the impacts within your country, with the exception of electricity. If you're replacing electricity from imported electricity, then there's a methodology to sort of offset what that grid emission factor is. So in terms of the raw materials of maybe where our turbines and where all of that is coming from, that's not accounted for within our footprint. It would be accounted for where the turbine manufacturer is making those components. Then we got a question about when do we expect the plant to operate. So basically the bids are closing within this last quarter, the first one closing end of September. And if everything goes well, we've got what we call a bid validity period. So you can expect if the prices and everything is in line, then the beginning of construction would be March 2023. This power station is quite complex, so we're looking at a 30 to 36 month construction period, so looking at a commercial operation date within 2025. If you ask me, towards the end of the year, I'd be able to give you a much more accurate number, but that's the best estimates I can give you at the moment. You asked also if there is a limit of farmers that we are trying to contract to. There isn't a specific limit at the moment. What I can say is on the long-term fuel supply side, so that 180,000 tons, we're looking for from anywhere from 4 to 10 fuel suppliers. That's to give them enough volumes, to give them economies of scale to help us reduce the price, and then also help us to manage that. But from the individual farmers, it will most likely be an expression of interest, and we'll see what the appetite is. With emerging industries, it's not everyone always manages to make it, so we know that there's a capacity building component that will go in, but that aspect, the ad hoc and emerging farmers section, will be detailed in much more once we have firmed up the long-term fuel supply and we make a final investment decision. So again, if you ask me in 6 months' time, I'll be able to give you a better answer. And then you ask 25 years, what happens to the plant? So with most power stations, you can have refurbishment projects to extend the life of the plant. I think Van Eck is a classic example. It's still generating now. I think it was meant to be decommissioned a while back. So it just depends on whether there is still the need for the power station. We hope that there is. And then at the same time, as I said, if this power station is successful, you'll see plenty more of them going up. So it depends on what the challenges and what the technology develops at that time. So you have the option to decommission it. You also have the option to extend the project's life. I had then another question from the conservancies. So the conservancy is sitting, I think, in the Otjozondjupa region. So something I didn't mention in my presentation, our site borders a rail service. So the railway does pass past our site, but at this specific time, the plan is only to use road until obviously the rail is a viable offtake for biomass. So at this moment in time, at the conception, it is possible to supply us, but we just worry that the cost of taking biomass all the way from Otjozondjupa to our plant in Tsumeb, the Ochivarongo area, may be prohibitive. But it's not to say that you cannot supply us. It'll just depend whether that makes economic viability for Nampower to buy from people that far, and then also for yourself to process and deliver it to us at that rate. And then you ask if Nampower can supply wood chippers. I think in my slide I explained that Nampower is a regulated company, so we would love to do a lot more, but we always have to make sure that anything that we do not do, let's say out of the Nampower Foundation, out of goodwill or good corporate citizenry, that needs to be recovered through a tariff and has to be vetted by the Electricity Control Board. There are methods in which you can apply to the Nampower Foundation if you need aid as a conservancy, and there's established methods if that's the methodology, but through the project, it would not be funded through the project, so to say. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you have any more questions for this gentleman, please ask in 6 months' time. I'm sure there will be answers for that, but thank you very much, Tangeni, for that. Thank you very much, Philemon. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much to Dr. Ink Kastenberger-Willinger as well, Head of Innovation Center at the Leibniz Institute for New Materials, as well as to Professor Christopher Mora, Principal Architect for Standard Bank. Standard Bank, of course, also the title sponsor for the Biomass Fair 2022. It's time for us now to get to the last item on the table. Basically, it's just to reflect very, very briefly, just a wrap-up of each session with the following individuals. Mr. Johnson Dokosho from the Directorate of Forestry. I think he had a very, very important role to play today in as far as the launching of the strategy is concerned. Please come to the stage, Mr. Ndokosho. We'll also be joined by the team leader of GIZ BCBU, Mr. Johannes Laus. There we go. He's the gentleman there with the Armani suit that's coming to the front. And then we'll also have Mr. Michael Dejay, General Manager from COAN, that will also be joining us, just to give some last-minute reflections with regards, of course, I think the Black Diamond of Namibia are the very, very important ones. With the white shirt. Eh? Those are some nice promo items for COAN. I think the economy has been good to charcoal. Eh? I think that's what was said. These are not my words. These are the words of the presenter. Yeah. And then finally, we'll have input from Mr. Progress Kashandula, the Chief Executive Officer of NBIG. I think, in fact, I would want you to only speak last, Mr. Kashandula, just to close off and give us a proper closing remark and wrap up of the conference as the host for today. And after that, we'll have some cocktails, etc., on Dofi. I heard Dofi saying something about that. We'll confirm just now. Let's start with the strategy. That's very important for us just to reflect quickly on that. Mr. Ndokosho, take home for you in as far as the strategy is concerned, the launch, some of the comments that came in from the audience here, and the reception, of course, from the House in terms of the launch.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Mr. Wafosep. That's how you say it?
Oh, brilliant.
Very good. Obviously, today, for us as a ministry, it has really been very exciting. We managed to launch that very strategy that we have been working on with all our stakeholders, obviously. And it took us, quite some time to really have it finalized, but it's finally here. And of course, we want to thank all our partners, including everybody here, the Charcoal the Charcoal Association colleagues, NBIG, and obviously our GIZ colleagues, for really putting in hard work to ensure that strategy has come to fruition. Now, perhaps what we need to do going forward, as I've also mentioned in the morning, is really to say the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, obviously, and other government agencies, there are other sector policies that also touch on that very particular strategy. So we will need to, work together. We will have obviously the dialogue through the partnership with the Namibia Chamber of Environment, facilitated by BCBU project, and then we will advocate and do awareness creation to ensure that there is buy-in from all the stakeholders. I mean, not everybody was in this room. Stakeholders are out there, and all of you are ambassadors for this strategy. So let's go out there and implement it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Johannes, of course, you are an expert in the space. We know GIZ. Everybody that came on the platform had one or the other thing to say about GIZ and the support that the industry has been receiving over the years. Of course, 2022, we didn't have the biomass fair over the last 2 years, but your position right now and take home from the side of GIZ as one of the main implementing partners.
Yes, thank you, Ricardo. Main takeaway, maybe I would like to go back to the opening of the session yesterday for those that have been here for the scientific forum as well. NAST in their opening statement took some time to define the meaning of the word charged, and I think charged is what I felt about the conference also today and yesterday in many regards, in the sense of charged with energy. We saw the launch of the very important national strategy, first of its kind in Namibia on biomass, sustainable biomass utilization. And this strategy is not being launched into an empty room. It's being launched into a charged room with energy. It's scientifically charged, like we have seen yesterday. Very important research that is being conducted. Katrina is sitting there on animal feed doing research. We have seen very exciting research by Jerome Boyce of Ministry of Agriculture, where we see that we're just beginning to understand the basic dynamics of our savanna ecosystem, and where we see that if we do things right, we can extract biomass without losing biomass, because new biomass will grow, existing big trees can grow better if bush is thinned out. So very important work on the scientific front. The national strategy or the room is also charged with, on the economic side, very exciting work being done. The Charcoal Association, DHG as a company, this is where jobs are created today. And then also very exciting to see all the upcoming value chains, superheated steam, the mushroom project of Standard Bank, to name just a few. And also congratulations to NemPower having uploaded your bid for fuel supply today, quite exciting. If I think back to the 2015 conference, it was the first biomass conference. Back then I think it was called debushing conference. You see how the terminology has also changed. Back then, Ricardo, you were moderator and you facilitated a live stream a panel discussion that was streamed live on NBC. And NemPower was sitting there and introduced their upcoming feasibility or biomass project. And here we are 7 years later, and the biomass fuel supply is being launched today. Quite a nice circle that is closing here. And lastly, I think, coming to the end of my...
I think that deserves a round of applause. And I think I really care for Charles here.
Microphone is okay. Lastly, I think also socially we are recharged. This biomass fair has really enabled us to reinitiate knowledge transfer, social interaction in the sector, very important. And a big thanks from our side as GIZ to the organizers of this conference, of this biomass fair, NBIC, CAON and NAST, with all the support by other institutions. It was really a team effort, but I would like to address you, Progress, also going back to the 2015 conference. In 2015, you had just joined GIZ, actually, coming from Orongo Cement. And again, here we are 7 years later. You have led the organization of this biomass fair, completely independent of GIZ. Congratulations and thanks a lot for this platform.
Oh, okay, that's it. Oh, okay. I was still waiting for I submit. You know, we spend a lot of time around facilitating political discussion. At the ending, there's always a I submit or comrade chair. It's your turn. But we'll move over now quickly just to Coan. A lot of good things were said. I think everybody's really, really excited about charcoal production in Namibia. That's the new frontier that we're looking at right now. Highlights for you for the last 2 days?
Let's talk a little bit. It's actually called Kaon, not Coan or other names. Let's just fix that straight. We are also struggling still with it because we're so used to NCA. So just very briefly, I want to touch on what Mr. Colin Lindeke started this morning of the little tree or the little seedling that grew a couple of years ago. For me, this whole conference is like this tree that is unfolding. With all the branches, all the fruit, I'm hugely excited about the initiatives. And I can see international investment here, which I didn't even know the whole time about, which is for me, it's really enlightening to see that. Again, I want to say thank you to the GIZ, because I do believe without them we would not be sitting here, even if we are already a little bit away from them. But it's their fruit that we bear today. And I do believe, looking into the future, there is a bright, bright future. If you look at the biomass industry, we've seen different facets of it. There's something for everybody in Namibia. If I look at the audience today, from very young to very old, there's something for everybody. There's a good selection of females in here for gender equality in the industry. The place is growing. We've seen it specifically in the charcoal industry. Who would have thought that women in the charcoal industry are the best charcoal burners? If you would have told me 5 years ago, I would have told you that's absolute nonsense. I can say it with an open heart. We've seen it today. That's why women are important. So there's a place for everybody. And I just want to say this as well. If we look at this industry going forward, traditionally in Namibia, and sorry, I'm also Namibian, we tend to be laggards. I think it's time to become early adopters. We have a good technology. We've got the backing, international backing. Let's take up this and go forward. And also, as the last thing, I want to say thank you to Forestry, my colleague next to me. We are glad you're on board. You make things happen for us in the industry. And we really appreciate your openness, because that we need for going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think that reflection on the women, it's a very, very important reflection. And if I look back at 2015, I mean, Johannes, you just mentioned now in terms of the beginning of progress and the rest of the team. And there are people in the room here that have been there since that start. I know, of course, Dofe is not just a moderator. She's in fact the person that gave me the call for that 2015 conference and said, please get this young man to come and do this one. And that's where the journey for me also started in terms of understanding. And it was debushing. Dofi, can you just stand there for the people in the room so that they can see who I'm talking about? With the red blanket there. We have the likes of, the first time I went to GIZ, that DAS office, there was also another young woman there that is still in that space. Asela David. Asela, please just stand up there. Asela is also part of the BU team. So I just really wanted to, if I do the recognition, I mean, my senior sitting here as well, you saw him on the video a bit earlier on 7 years ago. It's good to see that he hasn't aged much. So that's a good thing. Just a round of applause for him also. There's a commitment. The reason why I'm doing this is that for national development, we need commitment at an individual level. And when individuals really commit themselves to causes for national development, we have to celebrate them. And I think that's why I really want this gentleman to come to the podium here just to address us as part of his closing remarks, because that embodiment of commitment is what we are seeing here for the biomass industry as we know it in Namibia right now, from GIZ to DAS, now to NBIG as it stands, and of course, Cohen and others that are coming on Kayon and others that have now come on board. So please give a warm round of applause to the Chief Executive Officer and our host for the Biomass Fair, Mr. Progress Kashandula.
Thank you, Ricardo. You put the game too high. So I don't know if I'm going to keep up to that. It can be quite emotional, so bear with me. But allow me to really start the time by acknowledging the excitement, especially after COVID. 2 years ago, we had put our preparations together. We were ready to just set up quite a very interesting and exciting moment. I remember I and Michael not being very sure what to do at some point before the government announced the lockdown sessions. But we remained positive. And I remember a couple of speakers of those, some of them have actually presented yesterday and today. They were highly committed. And unfortunately, at the end, we were not able to get it through, but we still remained in the boat. So for me, I would like to ask ourselves that this must be one of the first take home. Let's give a round of applause to ourselves that today we're able to sit together and achieve this very successful day. So let's give ourselves a round of applause. From there, allow me to depart off from the research symposium yesterday. I think we went through a lot of presentation. A lot of research has presented opportunities in bush value chains, opportunities for them to contribute to a circular economy. We heard about issues of utilizing the entire bush, and that's how we could achieve our circular economy. But of course, we can acknowledge some presentations from research yesterday, which also presented some success, but at the same time, some gaps in research which are still required in the sector. Therefore, from the sector perspective, I would like to say that we'll see carry on in terms of employing research, together with researchers, together with key stakeholders, because research is important. And research will allow the sector to actually grow and get to another ladder. For me, research is good, but the biggest challenge is always meeting research with the ideal business case. So how do we transform the research outputs into the actual business? And this is always the bigger challenge. So for the sector, I think we are still challenged to work together with researchers to get all these nice, proving successful researches into reality. We can confirm the continued need for research in development of new and, of course, improvement of existing value chains. We listened yesterday when a couple of presentations were made, exemplary, the biochar value chain. It takes a while before we can prove it if we need to see the productivity and convincing the existence of biochar to climb the commercial ladder, not maybe from a carbon perspective, but from a soil improvement perspective. So these are some of the areas which we still have to carry on and work together. If I come to our day 2 today, our conference has addressed a very key topic, the launch of our bush management strategy is just a very successful depart point for the sector. It creates a framework where the sector is able to point to, a framework which will be able to guide the sector in the direction where we have to get to. It sets targets which we have to challenge ourselves as a sector to meet. Therefore, the launch of the bush management strategy is a key milestone for the biomass sector. Contribution of biomass to an inclusive bioeconomy has been acknowledged from a regional and local perspective. We heard it from our South African counterparts, we heard it from our Namibian counterparts, so we can really acknowledge that biomass is partly contributing to a bioeconomy, and the most biggest challenge is how do we operationalize it in that space. Opportunities for local and international markets has been shared today. We can also acknowledge Of course, I must mention that the industry will continue exploring best practices to enter these international and local markets, because I think it's not only about creating markets and creating value chains, but it's all mostly about creating the right product which the market needs. So it needs to meet the standards. As key stakeholders, I feel that we have to continue in dialogues. And we have heard the topic of dialogues addressed today. We need to sit round the table. We need to be able to actually digest. Through dialogue, we will be able to define, an inclusive roadmap of where we want to get to together in this very promising sector. Good and very promising list of value chains have been presented today, ranging from bioenergy aspect, Nampower with a 40 megawatt plant. We have seen we have seen presentations in building materials. We have seen actually a couple of presentations in carbon credits. So with this line, we are contributing to combating climate change. An exciting topic, of course, of carbon markets, which the biomass space is still to explore. And we're still pretty very confident that from the sector perspective, we'll be able to continue and commit towards, finding the space for biomass within the carbon market. But all of the above requires finance. In Namibia, there are local commercial banks who have committed and developed financial products in bush biomass. Example is the Agribank now have presented their products, but there are quite a lot. Standard Bank, FNB, they have products in biomass. Together, also the development partners, GIZ and the ministry are exploring measures to actually get external funds to support the sector. So this is highly acknowledged, and it's just an encouragement that we work together as key stakeholders to grow these aspects. I heard the Director of Forestry mentioning earlier today that the BCBU project is getting to an end in 2024. So how do we continue? How do we work together as stakeholders to solicit and bring finances together to contribute to the growth of a promising biomass sector? But of course, with the output of achieving our anticipated environmental and economic benefit. With this said, I don't want to keep you here long. Allow me to actually thank everybody who have participated in this platform, virtually, but of course, you as well, the audience physically here today. And I would like to single out our sponsors, Standard Bank. Thank you very much, Gerard. I know Messia is gone, but I think I still see a couple of executives in the room. Thank you so much for your continued support in actually realizing the existence of this very important platform. At the same time, allow me to thank DHG. I'm thanking DHG from not only from a perspective of supporting the Biomass Fair as a sponsor, but DHG, I think it's Johannes who partly mentioned that they are involved in other activities in the industry. So they do invest quite a lot in the industry beyond sponsoring the Biomass Fair. So thank you very much again for the continued support. All our silver sponsors, Agribank, Nampower, Paratus, amazing. They've made us have a very remarkable platform today. We had very good stable network. And this is from Paratus. I think they deserve a round of applause. Of course, we can also acknowledge Bioenergy, who has been behind developing most of our digital platforms, our Biomass Fair website. Allow me also to acknowledge other sponsors within our bronze. I wouldn't want to go there quite a lot, but you are all acknowledged, and thank you so much for your continued support. I have seen Manushka, you are around here from FSC, Southern Africa, and thank you so much for your commitment to the biomass industry. Our strategic partner, MEFT, together with the GIZ, Bush Control and Biomass Utilization Project, Mr. Ralphs, thank you very much for your trust and commitment into the sector. And we feel that together we are building a sustainable road towards having biomass realized as a contributor, maybe one of the best contributors to bioeconomy in Namibia. I would like to also take the same time to thank all the sponsors who have actually presented and shared their knowledge and business cases from the research symposium to today's platform. Thank you so much. You committed, most of you committed already 2 years ago. You still came again this year. Thank you for the commitment. Very important, the participants, again. Thank you very much. I see the room is still quite filled. At most times after lunch, there could be 2 people here, 3 people there, so it could be empty. But I think your commitment as well is highly acknowledged from those who participated physically and those, of course, who have actually participated online. A very important team, maybe before that, NAST, a very important team I have to actually thank is the implementing partner. There's been a very busy team behind, but maybe before I go to that special item, allow me to also thank the IT team behind there. They've done a very, very, very amazing job today. Freddie and your team, thank you so much. But very important, as I've mentioned, again, is our moderators, Ricardo and Dorothy. Again, thank you so much for your commitment, and thank you so much for your good work. You are always amazing. Thank you, and let's give them a hand. And last but not least, I won't do some justice if I don't thank the implementing partners. NAST, through the VC, they were committed, they've been on board since the first day, and they are still coming forth. Kion, I have to learn how to pronounce it, Michael. Please teach me how to pronounce it. Michael, thank you so much for your partnership and all your strategic contribution to this very successful day. But between I and Michael, please allow me to thank a very special team among us. I would like them to stand if they are there. Maybe come to the front. I think you deserve to come to the front. The NBIC team, the NAS team, please get yourself to the front. It was not easy coming up with this remarkable, platform, and this team has done an amazing job. They've really done a very, very amazing job. The team is not complete, but others are not here, but at least those who are here are able to represent. I must really say that there have been high commitment from this team since 2020, when we wanted to have the biomass fair at first. And the energy around this team is just amazing. All the beautiful setup, everything you see today and yesterday came from their efforts. And really, I thank you again for your commitment. We look forward to working together again, and they are amazing. It's just the best team I have. Ricardo, I think I've said much, but what is my take home, which I would like to share with you? Very short, I think this platform is very exciting for me. The biomass industry platform is very exciting. And of course, I must really say that we are back. We are back in the game. Not just to play, but to win.
Now that was a proper mic drop. Next time I'll give you a mic so you can drop it. The next time. Thank you very much, Progress, for that intervention. Of course, thanking everybody. I don't want to take up any time. So on that note, thank you so much once again for being here. I only have one thing to say. Let's really find ways to just keep the conversation going within the mainstream of our society. Let it not be relegated to now September or October every year. Let's see how we can also have those small conversations, small communication interventions, and public awareness for our people throughout the rest of the year. On that note, it's been a pleasure serving you today. Have yourself a great one, and thank you for being here. Bye-bye. Oh yes, before we go, can we please do the closing, the African Union anthem and the national anthem? Otherwise, we are breaking a very sacred code. We opened with it, we have to close with it. Freddie, are we ready?
And unity, all sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Namibia, land of the brave freedom fight, we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom. We give our love and loyalty, together in unity, contrasting beautiful Namibia, Namibia, our country, beloved land of savannas, hold high the banner of liberty. Namibia, our country, Namibia, motherland, we love thee.
I saw some Namibians reading the words of the national anthem. We see, Mr. Ndokosho, please.